County Council member for December 3rd, 2019. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Barbara Brenner.
Here.
Rud Browne.
Here.
Barry Buchanan.
Here.
Tyler Byrd.
Here.
Todd Donovan.
Here.
Carol Frazey.
Here.
Satpal Sidhu.
Here.
Would you all like to rise and join me in the flag salute? I
Pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So a couple of announcements. First off, please turn off your cell phone. And if you'll be handing out paperwork to council members, please give one copy to the clerk for our office files. And then first up, we have a couple of awards and acknowledgements. And the first one I'd like to start with is to Satpal Sidhu. And allow me to read it. A certificate of recognition, gratitude and appreciation is hereby presented to Satpal Sidhu for your dedicated service to the people of Whatcom County. We thank you for your commitment to improving the health, safety and welfare of our community and wish you well in your new position as the Whatcom County Executive. It's been a privilege and honour to serve with you. So thank you. Now, next up, and I'm going to wing this a little bit because for those of you, well, I'll just be blunt, I'm going to stall for a little bit. I'm waiting for someone to turn up. So with that, I wanted to also recognise...
There's a whole bunch of them.
There's two as well. So there's some other people who are not here, but we also wanted to recognise because they're also finishing their terms of service. And the first one is to Debbie Adelstein. For dedicated service to the people of Whatcom County, we thank you for your commitment to excellence and for your efficient and resourceful operation of the Whatcom County's key services of elections, recording and licensing. And again, it's been a privilege to work with Debbie and we wish her well. Debbie is retiring as the county auditor and is being moving on to that, hopefully a less stressful existence. So,
Yeah. Okay. Maybe she's watching on YouTube.
And then I'm assuming, Mr. Schroeder, I'm assuming Mr. Lowes is unable to make it tonight because we wanted to acknowledge Jack as well. So this is presented to Jack Lowes for dedicated service to the people of Whatcom County. And we thank you for your commitment to protecting the public trust and promoting the well-being of the citizens of our community. And again, it has been a privilege to work with you, Jack, wherever you are.
You are.
We've had a few in the last little while. We've also lost our county assessor, Keith Wilnow.
We didn't lose him.
Well,
He's retiring.
He's retiring.
Wow. He's not here?
I'll choose my language a little bit more carefully. For over 40 years of dedicated service to the people of our community, we thank you for providing fair, efficient and professional property tax administration and quality service to the citizens of Whatcom County. And then finally, this one's a little special because while this person retired a year ago, he came back to deal with a very important matter for the county, which was for David McEachran, who for nearly 50 years of dedicated service above and beyond the call of duty. We thank you for your commitment to excellence in serving our community, supporting victims and families, and seeking to ensure that justice is accomplished within the framework of the United States Constitution. Now, David is already retired, but he came back to deal with a very important case in the conviction of Mandy Stavik's killer. And he did so pro bono.
Can I just add one thing?
Yes, please.
Dave didn't come back for just any special case. This was an amazing, long case. It was a murder of a young girl who lived here, and it just got so entangled and so weird, and nobody could figure it out. And he was not, even though he retired, he was not going to stay retired as long as that case was out there. And he came back and worked for free till the case was done. And I mean, he's an amazing person, very amazing.
So, Mr. Donovan.
I would just acknowledge Mr. McCaffrey. So we didn't say much about Mr. Lau's, our executive, he said he might be watching on YouTube. I don't know.
Yeah, he is.
It's okay, so Jack.
Hi, Jack.
But the executive gave a report this afternoon, kind of outlining some of the stuff that's been accomplished and completed in his 8 years on council. It's pretty amazing and it's pretty impressive. The EMS levy getting passed. He led off with like all of these advances in information technology, which people think is, we don't notice this stuff, but it's pretty huge. But he didn't mention like supporting the incarceration prevention task force, reducing incarceration in this county and working with this council on that, passing the EMS levy. And I just want to say that the thing I think is most impressive about Mr. Laus is the people that he's hired and retained that work for this county. So we don't always agree on stuff. I'm not saying that, but I hope we all give a round of applause for Jack Laus and his service for Whatcom County. So that's just me.
And Mr. Lauser just texted me saying, thanks to Rud and the council, I'm home with a bad cold. So, is Patrick Allisey here? Has he arrived? All right. Well, if I can drag this out a little bit. The next one I'd like to do is to provide a certificate of recognition, gratitude and appreciation is hereby presented to Barbara Brenner for 28 years of dedicated public service to the people of Whatcom County. We thank you for your commitment to improving the health and safety and welfare of citizens of Whatcom County.
I just see almost my whole family here.
Hey, we got a couple
At
of...
home, eating their soup. Wow. Oh my gosh.
It's been a privilege and an honor to serve with you, Barbara.
You never listen.
Now you're going to sit through the whole meeting?
All right, the next one is, next item up is, there's a picture in the back of the chambers, which is a print of a piece of artwork by Barbara Brenner, which we are leaving mounted up on the wall.
Oh, wow.
Recognition.
That was this kid when he was 2 years old. You should stand.
The next person I'd like to ask to come up is former council member Carl Weimer.
Oh. Now I'm scared. Uh-oh.
Thanks for letting me talk about the moratorium this evening. I'm
3 minutes, Madam Clerk, 3 minutes.
Congratulations, Satpal. Thanks to Jack, wherever he is. But I'm really here this evening for Barbara, the main attraction. Barbara, I've known you. You've been my neighbor, my friend, and my council member for 25 plus years.
30-something, actually.
Yeah. And we live just down the street from each other. You know, back in the 90s, you were my mentor on how to do advocacy and activism when we worked together on incineration issues, water issues, in protecting
late 80s, too.
North Bellingham, the North Bellingham neighborhood. And I had the pleasure of spending 12 years as a colleague of yours on the county council. I am probably the longest surviving member of somebody that had to share an office with Barbara Brenner and her dog. So I brought a gift, and I know council members aren't supposed to get gifts, but this isn't really a gift. It's just a reimbursement for everything I stole out of your desk when you weren't looking.
You have to open it. I'm gonna make you open it.
And see, it's accurate. Exactly what I stole out of your desk that you never missed.
Hi. Oh, yes. Yeah.
So I just wanted to thank you for your service. You know, people say that democracy and good citizenship is based on those who show up. And there isn't anybody in Whatcom County that has shown up better than you have over the last 30 years. You're a model for showing up and having your voice heard and speaking for the people of Whatcom County. So I just wanted to make sure I was here this evening to say thank you for your service. Thanks.
Thank you. For those who couldn't see the contents of the box, it was consists of a considerable amount of chocolate, so clearly he stole a lot. I'd next like to ask Barbara's son Wes to come up and speak.
Oh, my gosh.
Did you mention him earlier this afternoon?
He's in that picture. That's the one in the picture.
Hi, I'm Wes Brenner. I'm Barbara's eldest son. I make up approximately 1/5 of the immediate family, including my father Ed, my brother Colin, who couldn't be here, and of course Rosie the dog. My mom has now been fighting for Whatcom County for over 30 years, first as a concerned citizen and then as a council member. As I've been out of Whatcom County for the better part of 2 decades now, most of my most vivid memories of my mom's work were those early years. I hated them. I remember having to constantly catch rides with friends to soccer practice, aimlessly wandering strangers' homes in far-flung places like Sumas and Nugent's Corner, and suffering through my dad cooking dinner by throwing a spoonful of mayonnaise on lettuce and calling it salad. The most embarrassing was, as an 8-year-old, having to camp out on the lawn of the Capitol building in Olympia. King 5 picked up the story, and all of my friends at school saw it. Why couldn't we just be a normal family? I constantly asked myself. Well, we weren't a normal family because I did not have a normal mother. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't that my mom didn't love me or that she got some perverse pleasure in embarrassing her children. No, my mom has always cared about her family more than anything else in the world. Before getting into politics, my mom worked part-time and took care of 2 children full-time. My dad worked long, hard hours as a logger. We were poor, but we always had enough. Then, when my brother Colin was 3 years old, he came down with a severe case of bacterial meningitis. He was hospitalized with a life-threatening infection. Concerned with the safety of her youngest son, my mom became a self-taught expert on the disease. She discovered that this particular strain of the disease was not that common in Whatcom County, but that there had been an outbreak hundreds of miles away, and that infectious medical waste from that outbreak had been transported to Whatcom County and burned in an incinerator only a few miles away from our house. My mom was horrified that this pollution was brought into our community. Not only was it a danger to her family, but she knew it was a danger to all the families in Whatcom County. So Barbara decided to do something about it. My mom organized citizens groups, which meant long days filled with meetings, so she arranged to have other parents get me to my after-school activities. She met with people all over the county to hear their stories and listen to their opinions. Without childcare, I was often brought along. She attended council meetings that would stretch into the late hours of the night. So my dad was responsible for taking care and feeding myself and my brother. And when all of this didn't move the needle, she took the fight to Olympia, and we camped out on the Capitol building to protest that incinerator. She was invited to meet with the governor, which helped bring attention to the issue, She then spearheaded an initiative that limited the importation of infectious medical waste into Whatcom County. My mom worked tirelessly to fight what she considered an existential threat to her community. Now, not just for me and my brother, but for every local family. She ran for Whatcom County Council to continue that work, and she served 28 years, never forgetting that she works for all of you. It took me years to realize how special my mother is. In a time when politics has become so partisan and polarized and publicized, my mom has never joined either party, she doesn't accept endorsements, and she won't take money from special interests. She votes out of obligation to her constituents, not lobbyists. And whether you agree with her or not, you have to respect that she votes for what she believes in. That is incredibly rare these days. Even after 28 years on the council, if you call my mom's office today and she's not in, they'll give you her home phone number. Because my mom is always available to listen to the people of Whatcom County. She has dedicated her career to this community. And Whatcom County, I hope you appreciate what you're losing. Barbara Brenner is truly one of a kind. Mom, I love you, and I couldn't be more proud of what you've accomplished. Thank you.
So I need to call for Patrick Allisey. Patrick, have you turned up yet? Is he out there in the back? All right, well. I'll drag this out a little bit longer. This is a gift from all of us on the council, and a card. And we thank you for
I'm
your...
shaking too much. Could you open it, please? Dang. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, my God. That's an awful small box for that much chocolate. Whee! Whee! Oh, my God. I'm a chocoholic. But a dark chocoholic. That's healthy. Okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I was running out.
Still don't have Patrick. Is Patrick there? No.
I hope you're for open session.
For those of you who are not familiar with Barbara, there is a common theme here. She is a chocoholic, and something we've all come to appreciate because she's constantly bringing us her latest recipes for us to try out, and they're always excellent. But I was trying to wait for Patrick to come because Patrick made this for you. And while we're not allowed to give you the council gavel as much as you have earned it over the years,
Oh, God.
Patrick would like you to have a chocolate
Oh,
gavel.
my gosh. I got to show this to everybody. That is amazing. Oof.
And with that, I'll council members, if they want to add a few words. Mr. Buchanan?
Yes. I've known Barbara for
Ever.
and my wife has as well. We've campaigned together, we've worked together, we've done a lot of things together. And what I've always appreciated about Barbara is her heart. She has such a big heart. And she is an encyclopedia of all things Whatcom County. So she has just been a treasure for me to work with. It's I can always rely on historical things if I ask Barbara, or she drops chocolate in my lap. She's very good at that. So Barbara, thank you for all your service to Whatcom County, and thank you for your friendship. I know that will continue.
And I've only known you for a year, Barbara, but I knew about you a long time ago. And one thing I always heard was whenever someone called you or wanted you, they were making a crosswalk on Lakeway, you were there, you would go do the research, the due diligence, and call people back, and how much the community appreciates that. And I'm hoping I learn a little bit about that and reach out to people like you do. It's a goal to have. So thank you for your service.
Speechless, I guess. This isn't.
Oh, you don't have to say
No,
anything.
I just want
Please.
no. It's been a tremendous privilege and honor to be working with you. And as somebody who, I've spent my career studying government, I learned a lot more working with you.
Wow. Thank you.
Mr. Byrd.
I heard about you too before we ever met. Before I got to start sharing offices, I'll never get to 12 years, obviously, with you.
He went to school with my
I didn't know
son
about the candy
together.
drawer, obviously, so I feel like I've been missing out on that. But the thing everyone told me was like, when you meet Barbara, be prepared because she's going to give you a hug. She loves everyone and she hugs everyone. It's so true. I mean, you're such a loving and caring and passionate person. And I think that we need more of that in politics, and it's great to have that. I don't know how anyone does this job for as long as you've done it.
My
the
hair was
stamina-
black when I started. It was.
It's impressive. But what's more impressive to me, outside of the length of time that you've put into this, is how much you have put into it. And watching you ask people for their phone numbers and calling people back and listening to what they have to say and knowing that you could go any way on an issue and you're going to decide based on what feels right to you, and not for you, but for the community. Barbara, I love that. And I wish every politician and every elected official looked to you as a model and was like that, because we would have an entirely different country and community if more people were like you. And I hope that I can be more like that. I mean, to the extent, I'll even beat Rud with that pencil every once in a while you're gone, but keep him in mind. But I'm going to miss you a lot in the office and up here.
Yeah. I learned about Barbara. I was very new to the Whatcom County, and that's when this incinerator and medical waste thing was going on. And I knew of you at that time, but I had the pleasure of working with you for the last 5 years, and I remember the phone calls you would make to me. Any little topic, I was new as well as any other thing comes up, she was not shy about it. She will call you. She will call other people, and we had so many phone calls with each other. And I really appreciate your wisdom and your passion. Your passion for the community, passion for Whatcom County is totally unmatched. And thanks for your service. Thank you. Thank you.
And Barbara, I think we've probably virtually agreed on almost nothing.
Probably true.
But one thing I will say, and I'll want to be very clear, put it on the record, I've certainly said it a lot of times privately, I've always deeply respected your commitment to your constituents. You are a model of how an elected should be responsive and returning phone calls and providing time and attention. And I've always had deep respect for you and admiration for that, and I want to acknowledge that. And perhaps the thing I'd like to give you most of all is the last word.
I can't respond to that.
I think she gets that as a chit anytime tonight, right?
Night has just begun, by the way. So.
Well, if you wanted to say anything else before we move on to the rest of the agenda.
I could talk about the Point Roberts garbage thing. 'Cause I want to speak about that later. But thank you all. Move on, quick.
On this topic?
No.
Shall we allow an open public session?
Yes, I do.
Yes,
Oh,
okay.
no.
Please come in forward.
Oh, Bob.
Barbara for a long, long time. Barbara, I want to talk about the gravel pit deal, you know. I had some dangerous hills on my farm, and there was good ground all around them, and I needed to get rid of those. And I've come here about 4 or 5 times, and you keep tabling it. And this is the last time Barbara said, Bob's been here long enough. We're not going to table it again tonight. We're going to settle this thing tonight. And she was very adamant, and she got everybody but one to vote with me. And finally that guy said, well, since we vote, I come along too. So, and then eventually it came back again. And these people say you cannot reclaim ground that you've taken gravel off of. So I came in here with corn that was 12 feet tall. I walked right in here with it and showed you people that fact is better than theories. And then one more thing, Barbara, when we had the problem with the right to farm work ordinance, and you beat that one up, and now we can farm 24 hours a day. We don't want to, sometimes we have to. Thank you, Barbara, for all the help you gave us farmers.
Move on.
Yeah, let's move on, please.
All right.
Thank you all, but.
Back to business. First item up is 7 sets of minutes. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move approval.
Ms. Brenner moves approval. Mr. Donovan seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 7-0. Next item up, we will have several public hearing announcements. Audience members who wish to address the council during a public hearing are asked to sign up at the back of the room prior to the meeting. The council chair will ask those who've signed up to form a line at the podiums. Each speaker should state his or her name for the record and optionally include city of residence. Speakers will be given 3 minutes to address the council. Council staff will keep track of time limits and inform speakers when they have 30 seconds left to conclude comments. When a large group of individuals supports the same position on an issue, the selection of 1 or 2 representatives to speak on behalf of the entire group is encouraged. And when using the microphone, please speak close enough that you can hear yourself on the speakers, and this will ensure that everybody else can hear your comments. Now, for those of you who are not familiar, we will call a public hearing on each of the following issues. Please only speak to that issue. If you wish to speak on a different issue that is not on the agenda tonight, you will have an opportunity at the open session later on. First item up is AB 2019-583 resolution to sell tax title property by public auction. And is there a staff report? There is no staff report. And then we have no one signed up for this particular issue. Does anybody wish to speak to this issue? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. What's the wish of the council?
Move approval.
Second.
Ms. Brenner moves approval. Mr. Buchanan seconds. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0. Next item up is AB 2019-597, an ordinance imposing an interim moratorium on the acceptance and processing of applications and permits for new or expanded facilities in the Cherry Point UGA, the primary purpose of which would be the shipment of unrefined fossil fuels not to be processed at Cherry Point. I will call the first 6 names up. I'd ask people to line up at both podiums, and when the person who's been speaking finishes, the person at the other podium should start. The first 6 are Jacob Pedersen, Pam Brady, Andrew Gamble, Jeff Challender, Michael Sennett, and Alex Rammel. And just before I do that, there was no additional staff report, I assume? No. Whichever one gets there first. Mr. Gamble.
Good evening, Council. Andrew Gamble, Blaine. I represent Petrogas, and I just want to start off by saying thank you, all of you, for your service, and thank you, Barbara, for your service. And maybe you'll get to go have some time off with your family. They won't have to come here to be with you. Petrogas obviously opposes the moratorium, and I yield the rest of my time except for congratulations, Satpal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Peterson. I'm a Western Washington University student. I would like to congratulate everyone that got awards tonight. They were well earned, each and every one of them. This is my 3rd time standing here in support of the Cherry Point moratorium, and I am no less enthusiastic to support their passage again. I admit that the circumstances are less than ideal. I've been to all the Planning Commission meetings. They've filibustered, basically, the Cherry Point amendments. They're supposed to be decided on and passed tonight. Basically, it's just been a lot of, there were 5 issues pointed out by county staff, and they've only decided on 1 of them, and the rest has just been debate and backtracking and just kind of a loop and fillers. But anyway, I would just like to say that that it's not the county's fault that the moratorium has to pass one more time in order to protect Cherry Point. It's beyond your control, and I hope that you guys vote to support the Cherry Point amendments. To extend the moratorium. Mainly because if they aren't passed before the amendments are passed, if the moratorium isn't extended before the amendments are passed, then a permit that can be used later for unrefined fossil fuel use can be passed, and we don't want that to happen. We need to protect our community from tar sands oil. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brady.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comments this evening. My name is Pam Brady, and I work in external affairs at BP Cherry Point Refinery. And on behalf of BP, I'd like to provide a few high-level comments regarding the Council's proposal to extend the moratorium related to the shipment of unrefined fossil fuels. But before I begin, I would like to personally congratulate Barbara Brenner for her 28 years of service to the County Council. Councilmember Brenner has served our county with distinction and honor, and it's been an honor to work with her. For nearly 3 decades, she has guided with an even-handedness and an openness and true devotion to the well-being of the residents of this county, and we appreciate you. As the Council is aware, BP Cherry Point Refinery has been an important contributor to the community since 1971. As noted by our refinery manager, Robert Allendorfer, Cherry Point Refinery sees itself as a valuable partner, investing significant time and money every year in multiple community projects, charitable initiatives, and environmental restorations. Furthermore, Cherry Point Refinery is one of the largest taxpayers in Whatcom County. And we urge the county to reject the continuation of the current fossil fuel shipment moratorium. The moratorium has been and remains an inappropriate constraint on the businesses of Whatcom County. Furthermore, an outright ban on select activity is both unfair and unnecessary, especially when that activity would be subject to extensive local, state, and federal regulations that are already in place. Finally, this moratorium is illegal for reasons described in a letter from our counsel, Arnold and Porter, and submitted today. And I have copies of our counsel's letter, which I will leave with the clerk to be incorporated into the record for this meeting. Cherry Point seeks to work with the county to find solutions that work for everyone. And in this respect, we note and appreciate the recent efforts by the Planning Commission to engage with industry to develop permanent regulations that will achieve our collective environmental and safety objectives while also ensuring the long-term economic well-being of Whatcom County. And while there is much work to be done, we are hopeful that industry and the county can continue a collaborative and constructive dialogue in the months and years ahead. So in closing, I again express my gratitude and congratulations to the Honorable Councilwoman Barbara Brenner for her outstanding service to our county. Thank you.
And then just one of the rules, there should be no indication of support or opposition to any speaker to make sure every speaker feels comfortable to speak. Before you get started, I also want Jeff Tenpass, Jesse Silvera Sr., Abe Jacobson, and Catherine Dexter.
Mike Sennett, Bellingham. Greetings, council members. Thanks for hosting another picnic. Hopefully it won't become an ordeal. This process reminds me of a Led Zeppelin song. How many more times? I hear this is the last one, but I'll believe it when I don't get any more red alerts from Eddie Uri. This will be Barb's last rodeo. Thank you for all your work here. Happy trails. I've appreciated your explanation of votes in the Whatcom Watch log of county council meetings. I hear that Satpal ran for county executive just so he wouldn't have to sit through any more of these hearings. But seriously, folks, I've often wondered how many jobs have been lost from the moratoriums. I'd like any refinery workers or representatives to tell us. Sunday, I was at Neptune Beach as part of the monthly Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve bird survey. I was distracted watching a giant barge crane at the 66 pier moving a huge machine. The moratorium didn't stop that operation. I doubt the Cherry Point amendments would either. The refineries are going to keep refining until there is no need or the 9.0 subduction quake swallows Cherry Point. Now that would be a real moratorium. And lastly, who brought that incinerator into our county in the first place? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask people to line up on both sides, please? Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Alex Rammel with Stand.Earth, here to speak in support of the moratorium. And I guess I wanted to just kind of talk a little bit about what's happened over the time that the moratorium has been in place and extended these last several years. Because I think it's been important in contributing to a community dialogue about the future of Cherry Point. When we started, there were opinions, I think, all over the map. And more recently, and as I've watched things develop in front of the Planning Commission and public comments have centered around some areas of disagreement, but I think there's some really important areas of agreement as well. Our community seems, by and large, to agree that there should not be a fourth pier at Cherry Point. We seem to agree that transshipment of fossil fuels not refined in our community isn't a good use for our industrial land, and it's not good for the Salish Sea. We seem to agree that there shouldn't be new refineries for fossil fuels at Cherry Point. And the disagreement really settles around whether there should be, how much kinds of regulations there should be of the existing refineries at Cherry Point and regulations of potential new biofuel facilities at Cherry Point. And there's some who say the regulations we have are enough, and there's some who say we should be more careful about the kinds of things we permit in the future. There's space in between those for intelligent discussion, and our community has really come together and started to focus on that intelligent discussion, and that's been made possible because of this moratorium and because you all have advanced that proposed policy for Cherry Point through a long and complicated process, and it's now in front of the Planning Commission. It's going to be back in front of you next year, and you're going to have some more hard decisions to make. But the moratorium has done a good job of creating the space for that discussion. And thank you for passing it so far, and I urge you to continue it. And again, congratulations. Thank you for all of your service, Councilmember Brenner. Congratulations, Councilmember Sidhu.
Hi, my name is Greg Erickson. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a lifelong resident of Whatcom County. I've lived at Lake Sammys for 62 years. I'm also a 50-year employee of Intalco Aluminum Corporation, and I'm speaking for myself and for Machinists Union Local 2379 out of Ferndale, larger area than that. Whatcom County needs responsible, thoughtful growth at Cherry Point, which would provide family wage jobs, a much-needed tax base for the schools, road, emergency needs, and to help the needy and the less fortunate in our community. More applications and permits would make it much harder for existing industries and new industries to survive. It has been proven heavy industry can be a clean and safe member of our community and provide much for our people and the communities. Thank you for all of your services, and I appreciate the time. And I just wanted to say I'm against the ordinance. So thank you for your time.
Again, I'm looking for our next would be Catherine Dexter, Michael Chavario, Hannah Holt, and Trevor Smith.
Good evening. This is Abe Jacobson from Bellingham. I'd like to speak in favor of continuing the moratorium so that the Planning Commission and Council can finish up the work on the ordinance. Without this key step of continuing the moratorium, it's moot. And I agree with most of the things that have been said. I would take issue, though, with British Petroleum being an entity that deserves great amount of trust. I have two words for you: Deepwater Horizon. And I'd also like to say thank you to Councilwoman Brenner for years of being the most accessible council member who I could always call and sometimes even get called by and have a good chat, a very enlightening chat. And that is really, really wonderful. And thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jeff Tenpass. I'm a concerned business owner and voting resident of Whatcom County. We employ over 75 people throughout the year that work in this region. And as I have stated in past written and verbal comments to the Council, I strongly encourage you to protect and enhance the existing industrial base at Cherry Point. I ask you not to extend the moratorium for the 8th time and do not move forward with the proposed changes to the Whatcom Comp Plan related to Cherry Point. I politely request that you protect people, protect businesses, and protect the environment. All three were doing okay prior to this temporary moratorium. Tonight, just briefly, I want to focus on the impacted jobs in the local economy by your actions of threatening the economic climate of Cherry Point and stalling this process. Businesses are watching. I want to highlight the impact of the energy industries at Cherry Point. 10,000. Think about that number. It doesn't mean much, but this is the number that represents real people with real jobs, directly or indirectly related to the energy industry at Cherry Point. If these men and women stood shoulder to shoulder from the front steps, the chain would extend up the guide to Kellogg Road to the Olive Garden. Negatively impacting the jobs and businesses of Cherry Point removes the possibility of proposed and future capital investment. Capital investment equals jobs. Watching this process unfold over the past few years, I question if the majority of this council wants jobs in Whatcom County. Are you interested in creating and protecting jobs in a vibrant economic climate? The use of fossil fuels to power modern society gives the average person a standard of living that the wealthiest could enjoy only a few centuries ago. Whatcom citizens deserve better. I ask that you vote no to extending the moratorium and be business and people friendly. Thank you.
Again, I just want to remind everybody, whether you support or oppose someone, please do not make a comment.
Hi, I'm Catherine Dexter, and I was a public school teacher here in Whatcom County for 30 years, and I am here to ask you to please support the moratorium. I also have a lot of concern about the tax base and the jobs that Cherry Point provides for our county, but the reality now, unfortunately, is that we're having a climate crisis. And we need, if anything, we need to raise the standards for fossil fuel projects in the future. So thank you for considering supporting the moratorium.
And I also then want Louise Aragon and Michael Edmondson, I think it's Edmondon, Charles Bailey, and Joseph Marriott.
Thank you, Barbara. I'm here to speak in favor of the moratorium, particularly in order to stop the transshipment of unrefined fossil fuels. I think the energy in this room and in this whole discussion around the moratorium is around the change in our industrial job market and people's concerns, and change is always scary. I've lived in Whatcom County for 51 years. I moved here from the Midwest, and when I got here, I thought I'd come to Disneyland, and I'm still here. I was just going to go to school for a few years, and I stayed because I love it here. The jobs I have had is cleaning mortar off of bricks when I dropped out of college, being a grocery store checker and stocker, being a nurse, being a small business owner, being a carpenter, and working as a maintenance guy for Whatcom County for 20 years. I understand the importance of good, well-paying jobs with benefits, and I don't want to see any of those go away, and I primarily want to speak about the importance of jobs. I'm talking about jobs here, and I think the moratorium and the change in the way we create jobs here in Whatcom County has to go along with the time, or we're not doing the working people of Whatcom County any favors. I believe in a just society, and a just society creates jobs that will last and a livable environment. The fossil fuel industry is beginning to die, like it or not. The wise thing to do is to invest in jobs that are not based in the fossil fuel energy sector. That's where we need to go. The faster we go there, the better job we do for preserving good-paying family wage jobs in Whatcom County, and I know that we have the expertise in our county to do it, and so I ask you all to please extend the moratorium on shipping unrefined fossil fuels that provide no
30 seconds, please.
That provide no jobs along the way in the refining process to our workers here in Whatcom County. We don't need that due to the loss of jobs, and we don't need that because we need to start investing in an alternative. Thank you very much.
Sorry, could you just state your name for the record?
My name is Michael Chiverio.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I work for the Laborers Local 292, Hannah Holt. I want to say thank you for giving the Planning Commission the opportunity to go through the documents you guys have sent them. I do believe that having another set of open ears, having another set of open minds, reading everything we've said, I think it will be a really good start, an idea for the 8th moratorium. I also want to say, Ms. Brenner, I've been coming up here for about 2 years now, and I kind of feel like you and Tyler are a partner in crime, and it's kind of sad to see his partner in crime leaving him today. It was really nice seeing you and hearing all your ideas every time I was here. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Council. My name is Trevor Smith. I live here in Bellingham. I'm a business agent with Labor's Local 292. I'm here to speak about the proposed extension of the moratorium. Obviously, we would like you to vote no. We are encouraged with what's going on with the Planning Commission, that they're being allowed to go through their process and go through the comp plan and hopefully provide you with the best product possible back. We do ask that you not renew the Cherry Point fossil fuel moratorium. The moratorium, along with your proposed changes for Cherry Point, have created a lot of uncertainty. I know people talked about jobs. It has led to a reduction in people working out at Cherry Point. When there's uncertainty, businesses don't invest. A lot of you guys know this. When they don't invest, they don't do upgrades. They don't keep growing. They don't keep building a better product. And that's partially what we do. As far as what we would like to see, yes, we would like to see a switch to alternatives. We would like to build it. We have the skilled craftsmen and women to do that. But we're going to need the energy that is created by fossil fuels so that we can build the alternatives, and that's what we would like to do. So if we're going to talk about alternatives, let's actually build it. Let's actually do it. One of the things I do want to join everybody else, Councilwoman Barbara Brenner, and say thank you for your service, and thank you for answering the phone, and thank you for walking me through some of these processes. I do really appreciate it, and you are going to be missed. And also, Councilman Sidhu, congratulations. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Okay. And then I want Lance Calloway, Jamie Riley, David Kirshner, and Eddie Uri. All right, who's next to speak? Yep, please. Yeah.
Good evening, council members. My name is Charles Bailey. I live on Lummi Island. I'm a retired economist and former executive with the Ford Foundation. I really appreciate the care and persistence that you have brought to this issue now over many, many months. I think Todd Donovan said earlier, much about democracy is showing up, and you can see we show up again and again. And was it Carl? Yeah. Okay. And we have learned a great deal. What I've learned is the importance of local government in setting standards, and I very much endorse the continuation of the interim moratorium to give the Planning Commission more time to complete its work. Transshipment presents a clear threat to public health. We do need more protective standards. It's a different world now than it was even a few years ago. We need them written into law, and I very much hope that Council, once having launched this process, will carry it through to its logical conclusion. And so please extend the interim moratorium. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Luis Aragon. I'm a member of Laborers Local 292. I'm here representing my brothers and sisters of the Local 292, all the tradesmen and women, all the families that are here because of the jobs that Cherry Point provides, the living wages that allow us to have our quality of life. I'm obviously opposed to the moratorium. We do appreciate the County Council allowing the Planning Commission to continue its review, but you do not need to renew the moratorium for this to go on. We're all in support of safety and the standards and a clean environment. We also need to have these jobs remain here in Whatcom County. We want to live here and work here. We want to see our families. We want to continue to have this discussion with you guys, but we want to see this moratorium end. We need to see this. The community needs this to be resolved. We need to have our jobs out there to provide, and the community needs it, the tax base, obviously, and I'd appreciate your consideration and ending this moratorium. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joseph Marriott, and I came here tonight to kind of propose what my picture is. And if you don't vote no and you don't take it away, eventually it will close, and then this area, the I-5 corridor, will end up like Detroit, Chicago. It's proven in history that when jobs get sent elsewhere, and it'll go down to Texas, Oklahoma, and then we'll all have to move down there. And for what they do for the community, they keep the lighthouse mission. They donate more money than anyone. The women's shelters, Boys for Tots. We got trees out there. Everyone's taking a package, going and buying it, putting it under, and we package it up. It's just BP and Phillips are good for this community, and I'm afraid that if you guys don't vote no, that eventually it will close down, just like Ford, Chevy. People are going to move away, and you will have the next Detroit on the I-5 corridor. So I have to say.
I am Miguel Edmondson, a resident, voter, and taxpayer of Linden, Washington. I'm with Labor's Local 292. As you are very aware, the Labor's opposes your proposed changes regarding Cherry Point. We do, however, appreciate that you are allowing the Planning Commission to finish the review, to finish their review of your proposed changes. The Planning Commission is doing a good job bringing the industry and regulatory agencies in to discuss the many concerns surrounding your proposed changes. You do not need another moratorium to continue the review process, but we are glad the review process is continuing. It has and will be very educational for all involved. I too would like to end with a thank you to Councilmember Brenner. Thank you for your dedicated service to Whatcom County. Thank you.
And then I'd like Ron Colson, Larry Rupich, Chet Dow, and Fidencio Velasco.
Thank you, council members. My name is David Kirshner. I live on Lummi Island, and I support extension of the moratorium. I support job creation and protecting our environment and the health and safety of our community. I think we can have all those things. I just want to thank you for your leadership in proposing reforms to the Cherry Point Code. And thank you for extending this moratorium, if you do. The proposed amendments are an important step in protecting the health and safety of our community, and the proposed greenhouse gas mitigation requirements for new projects is a step in the direction, a necessary step in the direction of greenhouse gas reductions that the vast majority of scientists, climate scientists, say are needed. I urge you to extend the moratorium and urge the Planning Commission to finish their review as soon as possible. And I will end by thanking you all for your service, especially Councilmember Brenner and Councilmember Sidhu. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Lance Calloway. I'm with Associated General Contractors of Washington. Before I start, I do want to say a couple things. Barbara, thank you. You did a tremendous amount of work on something that was very near and dear to me, is helping to develop Northwest Soccer Park, now Phillips 66 Soccer Park. And I'll always be grateful for that, what you've done for the community and the kids and the adults that play there. Councilman Sidhu, congratulations on your recent election. I'm speaking in regards to the moratorium and objection to it. Our organization represents a large number of contractors that are doing the work out there through the refineries. These refineries are looking to do a lot into the future. We're talking up to $2 billion of infrastructure development, with many of those dollars also being for development of alternative and renewable energy sources. I'd like to implore the council to really think about coming off the dais and go into a room and sit and spend time with the members from the refinery and work out a compromise. See what are the situations that you agree upon, disagree upon, and figure out a way then to come to something that's beneficial for our entire community, for all the workers out here, for the people that are concerned about our economy, for the people that are concerned about our environment. I think that is a piece that needs to take that extra time and not do it expeditiously in 3-minute sound bites up here, and you guys not having a dialogue and really getting into the meat of the questions. That's the one thing I'd implore the council to consider going forward, and hopefully, you do not continue this moratorium.
Good evening, council members. My name is Eddie Uri. I'm the Clean Energy Program Manager at Resources for Sustainable Communities, Bellingham-based nonprofit, here advocating in accordance with our mission to protect the health of people and ecosystems in Northwest Washington. Before I speak in favor of the moratorium extension, I did want to express my congratulations to our newly elected Executive-elect Sidhu, and especially express my appreciation to Councilmember Brenner for your decades of service. Nearly as long as I've been alive, you've been sitting up here. And despite our disagreements over the years, always being more than welcoming and friendly and open to listening, as you have with all the constituents of Whatcom County. And thank you for your service. Regarding the moratorium, it's a shame we have to extend it again. The Planning Commission review process has been moving slowly over the course of the fall. There's been over 20 hours of meetings on this topic that I've sat through recently. They've only made one substantial motion to change the draft that you sent them, which was to remove a requirement for greenhouse gas mitigation. I think at this point it's fine. Planning Commission should take as long as they like to take more stakeholder input, as they have been. There's been some really informative presentations by industry, and I'm happy to see industry proactively engaging in this process and actually coming to the table as of late with some constructive alternatives to policy. The essential questions we're looking at right now are its conditional use permits and what should be exempted from them. There's currently 19 categories of exemptions that would not have to go through that extra level of scrutiny. I think the industry, if they want to expand that list, they should make reasonable suggestions too. But there's also, I think, a lot of maybe undue fear about what the consequence of a CUP requirement would be. As of now, the conditions listed are reasonable to meet. I think it's missing one key condition that I've brought up before at a few levels in this process that just hasn't been included in this draft. There should be a condition for pieces of a facility such as a crude oil storage tank, that there be a condition that it is to support refining operations and not to be used for transshipment, not in support of refining. That's pretty simple to do through the CUP. We also need better definitions and language around specifying change of use and what that means, so that when something constructed is now used for a purpose different than what was stated in its original applications, that should trigger some kind of review process, SEPA process. That's what the main issues we're dealing with now. I think regarding there's the impact of the moratorium that's been in place. I think there's been a lot of, I keep hearing these same talking points over the years
30
about
seconds, please.
What it's doing, and I would just say that, there's been numerous projects that have been permitted at the refineries. The moratorium does not apply to refineries. It applies to transshipment facilities that would not be for processing, refining, or consumption. So when we're making claims about what the impact could be unknown of a conditional use permit, let's consider what's being said for years and the fact that it hasn't come to fruition, what was predicted or claimed to. So again, good luck with your work on this over the next few months, and thank you for your service.
I have to raise the microphone. I'm too tall for this podium. My name is Ron Colson. I'm a resident of Geneva. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of the Sierra Club. And the Sierra Club would like to speak to support the workers of Local 292 and all of the workers at Cherry Point. How can we support those workers? By preventing the shipment of crude oil offshore to be refined with the re-import of the refined products. Because then we won't have the jobs here in Whatcom County. Those jobs will go to India or China, and we will lose it. Now, we recognize that in 10, 15, 20 years, the demand for oil, for gas, for diesel, it's going to be dramatically reducing. Many of the jobs will probably go away in a couple of decades on Cherry Point that have to do with refining fossil fuels. But what would happen if we allowed fossil fuel export? Well, that would probably spell the demise of many jobs at Cherry Point over the next 3 to 5 years, because what is the corporation, the fossil fuel company, what is their objective? It's to improve their bottom line for the next quarterly report, to improve the profitability for the year-end bonuses to the executives. Now, do they really care about the workers in Whatcom County? Probably only as much as it takes to keep them working and keep them doing the job that brings in their profits. So what we want to do is ask you to extend the moratorium, continue the fantastic work that you've been doing in discussing the different aspects of this so that we can preserve the jobs at Cherry Point, preserve Local 292's jobs, and keep them here in Whatcom County and not shipping them overseas. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is James Riley. I've been listening to you folks as well as the City Council. Everybody is on the right page about jobs, losing jobs, but the point is both sides are right. One, the jobs in Whatcom County fills your pockets as well as ours. It pays our property tax and all that. If everybody moved out of Whatcom County, where are you folks going to get the money besides the federal government? And they're only giving you so much handouts for what we make. It's 280,000 people in Whatcom County. 89 of those are in Bellingham people. You know, I brought a book I'd like you folks to read. What our past is our future. You folks might want to disagree, but it's one of two books that I wanted to bring. Second thing, I'm a cancer survivor, diabetic, and I had a stroke. This is my 2016, 2017, I make $12,000 gross. I am a house owner. I pay my property tax and everything else. Live off the $8,000 I get to pay all my taxes. I know you folks make way more than I do, and you have probably a college, university degree as well. I don't. This is my school record. It tells you what kind of person I am and what I stand for. And thank you for having a few minutes of talking with you this morning. And if I had to get in a boxing ring, I want you to fight behind me. I know you have done a lot for this, and we need more people like you in this town. Thank you. Can I leave this with you folks? And if you want to have the copy of these, I have no mind of faxing you these information about me. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Chet Dow. I'm a regular citizen out in the east part of our county, and I've known most of you for quite a long time. I may not always agree with things that you support, but I appreciate the service that you give to our county. It's a big deal to put yourself out there and run for office and then tolerate everything that comes with it after you're sitting in the chair. In particular, Barbara, so many nice things have been said this evening, and I would certainly echo those, and your accessibility to all members of the community, and I thank you personally for all the times that you would field a phone call and entertain an idea. I came tonight to oppose the comp plan amendments that are under discussion with the Planning Commission, and I appreciate that the Planning Commission continues to deliberate on the intricate details. I am opposed to extension of the emergency moratorium. I believe is the reason you have to do this every 6 months. I never thought there was an emergency from the day it began, but that's here nor there. So I urge you to vote against extending the moratorium. In particular, there's language in some of the comp plan amendments about conditional use permitting out at the facilities at Cherry Point, and I think those things are over the top and onerous burdens on the businesses that are out there. And I'm old enough to remember some of the things that have happened in the past, and a lot of my peers generationally have grandkids and some even great-grandkids, kids, and this is
30 seconds,
these
please.
businesses are global enterprises, and I think there's just not a big regard for the nature of how industries of that scale operate, and how they could make a decision to move operations somewhere else. And our neighbors and many of the people we've heard from tonight here that work out there would be out of luck. And the rest of the citizens, we got a tax base, and we got a job base, and we got
Time.
charitable institutions that benefit from their citizenship here. Thank you for your time this evening, and thank you again for your service.
And I also next like to ask Scott Osland, Miguel Perry, Jacqueline Strymer, Max Perry, and Carol Perry to come up.
Vivencio Velasco, business rep with the Carpenters Union Local 70 in Mount Vernon. I'm a resident of Island County. I've been up here the last couple meetings. Barbara, thank you for your 28 years of service to this community and to the greater community of Washington State and the United States. You're a true role model. We may not always agree, but we agree on some things. And the one thing I love about you is the dialogue. We never have to guess where you're coming from because you'll let us know real quick. I do appreciate that. One thing that I'd like to emphasize, I love the discussion that we've had since it's been turned over to the Planning Commission. I just wish that discussion would have happened years ago. And that's what creates change in this community is dialogue. You see wars end over lunch and communication. And if we would have had this, I've been to multiple meetings between the building trades and various environmental organizations, and that's the one thing I always hear in those meetings is like, man, we should have talked. And whatever happens tonight, this is where we speak for the Pacific Northwest Regional. We don't recommend an extension of the moratorium. Keep the dialogue in the Planning Commission, let them talk. Let's figure out a plan, but this is one thing I recommend not only to the Whatcom County Council, but just people in general. Like, let's discuss the situation. Let's not knee-jerk reactions into things. And we've spent, what I think, is this 8 or 9? 8 more, extensions of this moratorium. I represent a handful of members, hundreds of members in Whatcom County and Skagit, and that work out in these refineries. They depend on this. It's safe. I've watched young men and women start off with nothing, and I'm one of them that went through an apprenticeship and were able to find meaningful employment. And it was the refineries in 2008, 2009, when this industry, when global, or, in the whole nation, there was no work. In 2008, 2009, if it wasn't for BP Cherry Point, I would have went, hungry. I think they run a very efficient refinery, and I thank you all for taking the time out and doing the selfless work that each and every one of you do. Thank you for letting me speak. Have a good evening.
Hello, my name is Larry Repsich, Ferndale right now. I live. I didn't actually know that was a sign-up sheet to talk, but I just wanted to share a quick personal story. I've been in the area for about 10 years now, and I got married when we first moved up here and had a son, and got a divorce up here. And for a little while there after the divorce, things get hard, whatever. But I was living in my car, and I had 2 jobs, living in the car for about a year, until I found work up at one of the refineries up there. And now I've got a room for my son whenever I can get him, and I just want to know how important that is to save. I don't know too much about what all this is going on. I heard a bit, but I hear it's harder for BP to get contracts to put new things out there, and that's work. And without that, we don't have work. And if we don't have work, they decrease the numbers, and they decrease numbers. Then luckily I've been trained out there, but if there's no work out there, I'm going to go somewhere else, which means out of state or whatnot. So, and one more thing, if you remember Raiders of the Lost Ark, when there's that big ball waiting for him to roll on him, and wants to take that idol, he wants to grab it. Well, he's got something in his hand. He's got something in his hand that he wants to switch it out with, right? You can't switch it out with thoughts. You can't switch it out with beliefs or what you're going to do. Have something in your hand before you switch that rock. Thank you.
Rud, you didn't call my name yet. I'm Warren Shea. I got here at 5:30 tonight to sign up. I signed up on page 2. I don't know whether the pages got shuffled or not, but I was definitely ahead of the line of a lot of these folks, and I do have to go, so I'd like to make my comments now, if that's okay.
You are on page 2, and yes, I've read these out of order, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And first of all, I'm Warren Shea. I live in Bellingham. Congratulations, Barbara, and to Satpal, and thank you for serving us. We need your help for sure. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Safety, safety, safety. The first and foremost role of government is to safeguard our citizenry and our surroundings. To abandon this essential responsibility would be a slap in the face to our families who lost their loved ones in the horrific Olympic pipeline explosion. Protecting our citizens supersedes corporate profits. I'll tell you, I'm sick and tired of watching my planet being raped so that already stinking rich corporations can get even richer. Corporate greed has gotten out of hand and is the biggest threat to our survival. What we have in front of all of us is a perfect opportunity to put the wealthy corporations of the world on notice. We're not going to take it anymore. The well-being of our citizens and our planet comes first. I have 4 grandnieces and grandnephews who live here in Bellingham, and I'm scared to death about the world that we're leaving them. On another note, I also urge you to carefully consider Sandy Robson's excellent letter that she sent to you regarding these issues. This is a no-brainer. Let's do the right thing here. I don't want any more of my neighbors to die because of corporate or governmental negligence. Thank you.
Good evening. Jacqueline Sterna, Director of Government Affairs, Building Industry Association of Whatcom County. Barbara, in case you didn't know, our builders cherish you, love you, and will miss you, so thank you for your public service. The building industry opposes the 8th moratorium. The Planning Commission is doing an excellent job facilitating dialogue, and we don't believe that the moratorium needs to be passed yet again, therefore opposition. We do, however, support the people who work at Cherry Point, the families, the individuals, and people who benefit from 10,000 jobs in our community. We found that the regulations are sufficient. The Planning Commission needs additional time for reviewing. There's no need to rush the public process. And it appears that, yet again, the proposed regulations will continue to constrict business operations and efficiency, will constrict needed upgrades for effective operations, and it inadvertently will limit the development of the green and renewable energy sources that so many in our community are interested in seeking. Whatcom County does rely on and needs the economic vitality that Cherry Point brings to us, so I appreciate your consideration on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Miguel Perry. I'm with the Carpenters Union, Local 70. I want to say thank you to you for your service and the great job that you do. I want to say thank you to Barbara Brenner for 28 years of public service. Thank you for showing up. It's greatly appreciated. And also I want to thank Satpal Sidhu for your recent election to the executive position of the council. I'm here just to say that I would ask you to discontinue the Cherry Point fossil fuel moratorium because it is unnecessary. We're pleased that the Planning Commission review of the County Council's proposed changes for Cherry Point are continuing, but we're still adamantly opposed to the Whatcom County Council's proposed changes. I would ask you not to move forward with the proposed regulations. I believe the current regulations in place are sufficient, and there shouldn't be any changes made without adequate time for stakeholders and community involvement. I represent labor, but I want to talk to you about the environmental consequences if we move forward with these proposed regulations. I believe these proposed regulations will limit development of green energy. The proposed regulations would also apply to renewable energy projects at Cherry Point, and therefore also limit the development of green and renewable energy resources. This includes preventing infrastructure upgrades that would hinder the transition to cleaner, lower emission fuels and increase production efficiency. Also, I believe that the proposed regulations would likely increase greenhouse gas emissions by forcing local energy needs to be met by fuel imported from longer distances and processed by less efficient and innovative facilities. In fact, Cherry Point refineries already invest tens of millions of dollars to lower greenhouse gas emissions and improve storm water and wetland resources. And for this reason, I'm asking you not to miss the mark and remember the environmental consequences. Thank you.
I'd also like to ask Lane, I think it's McAvoy, Peter Romero, Nick Engelfried, Marion Bedell, Jean Carmen, Paula Rotundi, and Rick Stump. That's all I have written down on the list. Mr. Perry.
This is Max Perry, Whatcom County, and a neighbor to Barbara. And just to recount a story, when they first moved there, the son that gave the great testimony to his mother, he was a little guy, and he come wandering down the road and wandering into our place when we hadn't met the Brenners yet. And here's this little guy down there. So the kids are outside playing, and he continues and playing with them. And pretty soon Barbara comes down checking to see where the son could be. Sure enough, he's down there, but he's having a good time, so he was playing. So anyway, that's thank you, Barbara, for the years you put in. Thank you for being a great neighbor. I just want to say I spent 30 years at Intelco in the industries that you're slowly trying to slow down, and I want to speak against the eighth emergency moratorium that you're considering. This will be the 4th year of emergencies. And if you have 4 years of emergencies, that means you're not doing something that is productive in making a firmer resolutions on it. So looking at your proposed facility zonings and changing the codes and everything, going from permitted to conditional use on it is really difficult. Rud running a business, if he had to do a conditional use permit for every time he wanted to do something for his business, you could see he wouldn't stay in business very long. So I would exhort you to not continue the moratoriums, but to continue work with your planning commission and continue work thinking about what this going from a permitted use to a conditional use, what that means. Thank you.
My name is Paula Rotundi. Please extend the moratorium because it helps to protect everyone's health and safety. It maintains Cherry Point's existing operations, providing fossil fuels we still need, and because it protects the jobs of those doing the hard work of operating and maintaining the refineries. Anyone here who doubts that the moratorium protects Cherry Point jobs, please read the moratorium for yourself. It is just over 2 pages. Read it on the county website, or I've printed a few pages, a few copies I can give to anyone here who'd like one. The moratorium states clearly several times that it pertains only to new facilities that would ship unrefined fossil fuels not processed at Cherry Point. The moratorium prohibits only new projects that would convert or construct facilities to export of fossil fuels not refined or processed by the workers at Cherry Point. The moratorium prevents Cherry Point facilities from being converted to export facilities, sending unrefined, unprocessed fuels and Cherry Point jobs to Asia, where labor is cheap. The purpose of corporations is not to provide jobs. The purpose of corporations is to increase shareholder profits. The fossil fuel corporations know they can increase profits by decreasing labor costs. The corporations know they could significantly increase profits by sending the unrefined, unprocessed fuels to Asia, where they can pay workers a fraction of what they pay our workers at Cherry Point. The moratorium protects Cherry Point jobs by preventing fossil fuel corporations from building new facilities that would ship the unrefined, unprocessed fuels overseas. The only thing the moratorium would take away is the corporation's ability to increase profit by shipping Cherry Point refining, processing jobs overseas. Please, anyone who doubts what I'm saying, read the moratorium for yourself. And I have a few copies I can give you. Thank you.
Scott Oslin. I live in Sumas, Washington. I'm a Carpenters Union representative. I oppose the proposed changes regarding Cherry Point. I don't believe that we need another moratorium continuation to continue the review process at the Planning Commission. I think that we can continue that dialogue open with all interested parties and get the education that we need to move forward. We don't need to continue with this moratorium any longer. Thank you.
My name is Jean Carmine. You've seen me so many times. I've seen you so many times. We're all tired of each other. But anyway, thank you for the work that you've done to make Whatcom County a better place for all of us with the proposed amendments. I hope that the Planning Commission will quickly complete its work. I have attended one of those sessions and aid in protecting the Salish Sea. As I just said, I'm tired of these hearings. I'm sure you're tired of listening to testimony, maybe even more tired than I am. And I've stated most of the scientific, economic, and personal experience arguments in my earlier statements. So I will only state the major reasons that I still wholeheartedly support the proposed amendments. 1, the ban on shipment of unrefined fossil fuels from Cherry Point will protect jobs in the refining process. 2, the ban on new piers will protect the Cherry Point Reserve. 3, the conditional use permits will prevent new construction from being sold and repurposed, which I have seen several times in the years that I have been here. And more transshipment of oil via ship or train is a danger to our fishing, shellfish, and tourist industries and to our communities and citizens, including my granddaughter, who really misses all that sea life that she used to see on Chuckanut Bay. Thank you.
And then these are, I've called all the names on the list. If there's anybody else who wishes to speak, please line up behind the two groups here. Ms. Byrd.
Carol Perry, Whatcom County. Councilman, I really want to, if you want to be responsive, like Barbara has been, I would really say to you, review the audio of the last Planning Commission. As you know, Max and I were here when Councilman Donovan and Councilman Weimer proposed these amendments, and we've been here, like the lady just said, many times. Barbara always came prepared. I don't know how to make this short, but at that last commission meeting, for the first time in 4 or 5 years, like this one fellow a couple times ago just said, the dialogue. I saw Philip 66 brought an insurance person from Texas. He explained. The whole commission took that knowledge, proposed an amendment, and I think they passed it almost unanimously. And then I saw the commission, I saw the industries, and even planning and development work together. And I saw one of the commissioners come up with a simple solution that I think would even satisfy the environmental community. I was amazed, and I went away encouraged. And so just review that. Be diligent. Be courageous. Those are two things that I think about when I think about Barbara. I've seen her at surface water. I've seen her in committee. I've seen her in these meetings. Stand alone. Don't be afraid to stand alone. That's why she's being commended. She's been made fun of. She's stood alone
30
and
seconds,
said, take it
please.
to the people. Let the people vote. And she wasn't applauded for that either. But I really respect the diligence and the courage. Those are my heroes as far as council people. One person standing up and saying what's in their heart. And so review that audio of that planning commission. You know, one time a planning commission person said, you know, we're irrelevant. The council never listens to us anyway. Show them that you do listen. And listen to all these people that have never come before this body before and said, and they're scared to death. And I'm still scared to death as many times as I've been here. But listen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nick Engelfried. I live in Bellingham. I'm here to support extending the moratorium. Climate change is a reality, whether we like it or not. I wish that it weren't. I wish that we didn't have to consider the climate impacts of carbon, but unfortunately we do, and no amount of denying or pretending it doesn't exist or pretending it's someone else's problem is going to change that fact. Because of climate change, as well as the dropping price of renewables, we have to change how we think about energy and the infrastructure that we use to move it. I know it would be nice if we could just keep relying on the same technologies we've had for the last 100 years, if not more. There are jobs in those industries, and that's a real issue. But the fact is, energy markets are changing, including in developing countries like India and China, and it's not acceptable anymore to act as if the carbon impact of burning fossil fuels didn't exist or can be mitigated just by making things a little bit more efficient. That just isn't enough anymore. We need to create jobs based on renewable, low or zero carbon energy. The failure to do this would be a disservice to all of us, but especially to our young people who will have to deal with the effects of climate change the longest. I'm not sure I quite count as a young person anymore, but I work with a lot of students, and I can tell you they are often much more tuned in to what's happening with climate change than those of us who are a bit older. They pay attention to this stuff, and they are concerned. Look at the school strike movement for the climate. This last September here in Bellingham, we had 2,500 people join a march led by local high school students about climate change. There is public demand for a movement away from fossil fuels, and I see this moratorium on crude fossil fuel exports as one small step in the right direction. Let's extend it, and I urge the council to renew it and then work swiftly towards a permanent policy that prepares us for the coming renewable energy future. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lane McElvoy. I am a resident of Linden, Washington, and I work for J.H. Kelly, a general contractor out at Phillips 66. I'm asking tonight that you do not pass the moratorium and you please revisit your language in the proposed amendments to the Cherry Point Comprehensive Plan. The moratorium posture and the comp plan language is discouraging to business owners and advertises that Whatcom County is closed for business. Regardless of what you hear up here, or people saying it's not encouraging or it's protecting our jobs, it's not. You're telling these business owners that we don't want more business here. For example, your plan as it's currently written actually discourages the construction of a new renewable diesel plant in our county. I'd ask that all of you consider what's going to happen when $200 million in taxes paid by Cherry Point businesses, 10,000 jobs, millions in charitable donations, thousands of philanthropic hours, tens of millions invested in local schools, infrastructure, and environmental improvements in our county leave. What will the material suppliers, fabricators, trucking companies, and contractors do? They'll close or relocate. Those aren't just businesses, those are people like me, like the guy standing behind me, like the gentleman who spoke a couple before me. They're all people that live and have worked here. When those businesses leave, the commercial businesses that support them will have to close. Supermarkets, clothing stores, home goods, hardware stores, restaurants. I recently spoke to a bowling alley owner that's concerned about this. They aren't just businesses, they're people. When those businesses go away, families will have to leave. At that point, where will our nurses and doctors work? They'll have to leave as well. Finally, all of these things leaving, what's going to happen to our money that supports teachers, fire, and police services? They're not going to be able to maintain proper funding. It's all going to get replaced with something. Poverty, homelessness, drugs, and crime. You might think it's sensationalism, but I'm telling you, Longview, Washington, Cairo, Illinois, Lewiston, Idaho, Gary, Indiana, Detroit was mentioned earlier. It happens in all sizes of towns, and it's happened when things like this continue. We're better off than all of them. I've been there. We're better off. For now. Please go read a study called The People Left Behind, published in 1967 under the Lyndon Johnson administration. It's about poverty in a community when industries leave. That'll be us. Some of you folks come from industry. So I know that you guys know there's a better way to do this that doesn't kill our livelihood and community. When are you guys going to stop this? Thank you.
And just a reminder, if you wish to speak on this topic, please line up.
Good evening. I'm Marion Badil, living in Bellingham now for 30 years.
I'm going to be brief, but my philosophy is not either one side or the other side of the conversations that are ongoing in here. My objective is to protect people and protect the earth and to keep it in a good, livable condition for all of our generations yet to come. That can be done in many cases, like a case that I was involved in 10 or 12 years ago that was a very unusual one, but we came out with a marvelous result. Harm was being proposed, and the citizens got together and stopped that harm from happening. Where was that? UMass Washington. UMass Washington had one power plant run by a business. They wanted to put on another big, giant, huge one, much larger, that would grossly increase the damages to the community and the health. We citizens got together, I was one of the leaders, and stopped that plant from being approved and built. That can still be done in anything in the area we're working on to protect the community and protect our health, as well as keeping jobs and such going. It can be done. Get together and do it right. Thank you.
Members of the council, my name is Rick Stump. I've worked in the Cherry Point industrial zone for over 14 years. Almost all my experience has been in projects that have expanded the capacity of renewable fossil fuels or decreased their impact, and a lot of them have done both in most cases. Before I get started, I would like to thank you, Barbara Brenner, for your service to this community. You have been open-minded and a responsible and respectable member of the council. I appreciate what you've done. Hopefully your influence on the council remains for the years to come after you step down, so thank you very much. Members of the council, please don't vote to extend this moratorium. The moratorium was initially created to give you time to pass regulations to prevent possible exports of fossil fuels. Your time to pass regulation has been more than adequate, and now you need to let the process work in the Planning Commission. Clearly, this controversial and impossible to implement comprehensive plan proposal that you have used taxpayers' money to generate is meeting opposition because it's not supported by Whatcom County residents. You know how the elections turned out. 2 of the 3 seats went to pro-industry people. That's because the community is telling you something. They're not happy with the way things are being dealt with on this council. Yep. We are going to, so everyone in this room who opposes the moratorium is here because they have skin in the game. Lots of us wake up at 4:30 in the morning, work hard, and just want to go home to our families after work. Yet, because of this moratorium and the comprehensive plan changes, we're all sacrificing what should be the most important time of our day to sit in this room and express our concerns time and time again. Don't blow us off this time. Please listen to us. These refineries are the lifeblood of the community. Use Southwest Washington as an example. I heard Lane talk about it a few minutes ago. Those places are struggling because they've lost their industry. Once industry goes away, we all know what happens. It stays away. It's hard to get them back. I'd hate to repeat that same mistake here. I've seen it too. The drug problems, it's rampant down there. Aberdeen, look at that. It's a tough place to carve out a living. We don't want to do that to our people here. Anyone who tells you that the moratorium is going to keep jobs here doesn't understand. To build a new unit at a refinery, the capital investment to these big corporations is minor compared to what they make off of them. So if you think that shipping it overseas and refining it over there and shipping it back just because of some labor costs is going to make the difference, you're wrong. What you're telling them is that you don't want their business in this county. That's exactly how I see it, and I know a lot of people see it the same way. That's the message that you're sending. We don't want your business. Take it somewhere else. And wherever else is, I don't think they're going to have the oversight and the regulations to keep these businesses operating at the level they do here. I've seen it
30
firsthand.
seconds, please.
It's a clean, it's a safe, it's a great place to work. I feel honored that I've had the time to work there, and it's frustrating to me to hear people come up here and say that this moratorium is saving our jobs, because it's just not true. I appreciate your guys' time and listening to us on this. Please listen to the voters. Please listen to the county. A lot of people here work in these refineries, understand the business, and don't want this moratorium to continue. The Planning Commission is doing a great job of reviewing this and working through the issues, and I just hope you guys respect that process and don't vote for this moratorium. Thank you.
So again, so just I'm going to reminder, there's two things that happened here. One was applause for him, and one was a heckling or a comment against him when you spoke, and neither is appropriate. Mr. Allison, I'm going to ask you to take a seat because I want you to speak last for reasons that will become obvious.
You always get the last.
Sorry,
my name's Andronetta Douglas. I live here in Bellingham right now. I did live in Birch Bay on the edge of the blast zone next to the refinery. And I do have cancer, which is common in that area. We have a cancer cluster in northern Whatcom County because of the refinery. You can read the research. I would ask, as a community member who's been coming here for years and years, and you know, and I've seen the hard work that you do, working till 1 a.m, really hard, and I do respect that from all of you. But I do feel like the Planning Commission has actually been dragging their feet. And every election we've had since you've handed it over to the Planning Commission, which you had to do, I realize that, the money coming in on every election from oil industry has been higher and higher. And I wonder if we're going to get to a point some year coming up when they're actually able to buy our election. I do think we need to put a time limit on the Planning Commission because they don't seem to be able to get the decisions done that need to be done in a timely manner. There's plenty of research, there's plenty of experts. I don't see why it has to take this long to get this done. So I ask you to please consider, I don't know if you have the power to do that, but I am concerned about that. And please extend the moratorium. I come from Decatur, Illinois, an industrial town, and when those jobs got sent to foreign countries, they didn't come back. And a lot of it was basic ingredients like cotton. They can ship it abroad and bring it back at a lower cost than processing it here. It has been done. They continue to do it because it is profitable for them to do it, but it doesn't help our communities. So if we did send unrefined fossil fuels across to Asia, the jobs here would decrease. It is simply cheaper and more profitable if they do that, but it's not in our community's interest. I do believe that if BP was honestly in favor of green energy, they would have built solar farms across their blast zones. They're perfect for that. But they haven't made any steps showing they're actually interested in going to the green economy. And there's plenty of documentation showing that they knew about the global warming issue back in 1970 and invested money in instilling doubt in the public so that they wouldn't believe in global warming. Here we are in a crisis where you only have 12 years to turn it around. So I beg you to continue this moratorium. It is very important. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. If there's going to be further disruption, I will clear the room because it's discourteous to turn around and heckle one speaker. If you have a point of view, let me put it this way, if you have a point of view that's in opposition to someone else speaking, do you think we are more likely to listen to you because you heckle or less likely? So please, if you're going to heckle, do so and we will clear the room until it stops. Please
They
continue.
can come down and speak.
No, you're welcome to come down and speak for your 3 minutes, but you are not welcome to heckle somebody else. Please go ahead.
Osio, my name is Rainbow Medicine Walker. I am an enrolled member of the federally recognized Cherokee Nation.
I'm the granddaughter of Cherokee Admiral J.J. Clark, Chief Water Dweller and Chief Thunderbird, Ulaga Amoyinahi Wakanyan Zathapa. And I am dressed in this way because my grandfather taught me that when I was going to speak about something that was important, I needed to honor the family regalia and present myself in this way. So I want to thank the council for your incredible effort to examine all sides of this issue. And I would like to say to the community in this room, we're in this together. And I come originally from Oklahoma. I've been in Whatcom County 40 years. And I can tell you that my state has suffered horribly from fossil fuel extraction. It's not just about the refineries at Cherry Point. It's about where those fuels, those raw materials come from, how they're extracted, the lack of regulation, the lies that are told. And I watched this growing up. I watched coal companies, I watched oil companies come into the communities and convince people this was money, this was jobs, and they destroyed the farmlands. And the profits that were made had to go back into repairing the environmental damage. So while I am very open to hearing the concerns of my community members, I will be honest with you, I do not trust the executives running these corporations. I saw too much of it growing up. And so I think it's very, very important that if we need longer time to examine the regulations that need to be put in place, that should happen. So I support the extension of the moratorium because I do not think we can be too careful with this. It only takes one accident and our environment will suffer for a very, very long time. So what's a little more concerted, strong examination of the issues just to prevent that? So thank you all.
If there's no one else who wishes to speak after this person, then we will close the public session on this after Mr. Ellison.
Good evening. My name is Rena Priest. I'm a resident of Whatcom County. I live in Bellingham, and I'm a Lummi tribal member. I'm here mainly because I have a teenage daughter who reads the news and was upset recently and said, why is nobody doing anything? So I'm here and I'm doing something, and I'd like to share with you the news that was so upsetting. On September 25th, 2019, the UN released a report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the United Nations. The report issued stark truths about rising temperatures, ocean acidification, declining oxygen levels, and threats to crucial marine ecosystems. The impact of all of these changes will be felt in increased weather disasters, rising coastlines, the proliferation of pathogens, and threats to human food security. Human food security. What will we eat? The purpose of the UN Panel on Climate Change and its grim report is to influence the decision of leaders. To influence the decisions of leaders. In Venice, only hours after a council voted against climate change initiatives, floods at historic levels destroyed their council chambers. I'd like to share with you, because I've heard people talking about jobs and resources, an oral history from a tribal elder that was gathered in the 1970s. This is from Jim McKay, Chief Quina II. He says, then he began to reminisce and talk to me about the trap days when Bellingham canneries were all so loaded that they couldn't can them, and they used to dump as high as 30,000 fish. They just couldn't do anything with them, so there were dead fish all over. Canneries had their own traps. As far as money was concerned, the Indians were shut out, couldn't sell their catch. It was one of those things where the Indians were shut out because the others had control of the market. The wealth of this region is in its natural resources and its beauty and its people, not coming from fossil fuels, not coming from refineries, The wealth of this region is in its natural resources and its people, and I'd like to have that considered. I'm in support of the moratorium. Thank you.
I Tungan Siam, Nis Jalaja Siam, Quanstanat Sanasnat. Good evening, honorable members of Whatcom, a traditional place name of the Lactamish people. County Council. I support the continuance of the moratorium on Whatcom, Cherry Point. I stand with Lummi Nation in all documents on file in opposition of further development of Whatcom. If you could only imagine, Barbara, with all due respect, working with you has been a pleasure because of your openness. But I do want you to consider the last 30 years, 28 as an elected official for Whatcom County, representing all of us. What has happened in those 28 years to the environment with the impacts of the industries at Whatcom? Think about how that may have changed from the salmon, the sockeye, the king salmon, the orcas, the tragic stories of the Quahamachin, the orca, carrying its child for weeks on end because of the loss of her newborn baby. Those impacts come directly from this type of development in the Great Salish Sea. The Whatcom people have been here since time immemorial. We will work for perpetuity to preserve, promote, and protect our way of life. And I want to remind you that all we have ever wanted to be are friends of our neighbors.
30 seconds, please.
And that's all we will ever want to be, to continue to work together. Because it is what our children inherit 30 years, 100 years, 1,000 years from now. So your decision today about Whatcom is important and it's vital. What do you want to hand down to the next generations of the great people of Whatcom County? I will end with thank you, Barbara. bbgun1010@aol.com. Thank you for always answering the call and doing your best. Estitumson, thank you for your service and congratulations, Satpal. Haishka Siam, thank you. It's Candace Wilson, Lummi Nation. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Seeing none, Mr. Allisey, please speak on this topic, and then I have a question for you.
Just this topic, then I can't talk about. I came late because I was with some Cub Scouts. They were talking and learning about people who serve in public capacity and how it's important. But you guys have done a fantastic job. Oh, I should need to swallow the mic. You've done a fantastic job over the years. And Barbara, we've never agreed, hardly ever, but it's been fantastic. I've been so appreciative of what you do. And everybody here has done a really super job of working together and fighting together and caring together. One of the little cubs I was working with today, I sensed he didn't really like school, and he didn't really want to keep going in school. He just didn't feel up to it. And I said, it doesn't matter how much education you get, but you should never pride yourself on being ignorant. I think we have some people, maybe who spoke tonight, who pride themselves on being ignorant. Sorry. That's, if you get the knife in, twist it. That's what I call it. You know where I am on Cherry Point. For years I've said, save it. In the future, it'll make a fantastic container port. A couple things I got tonight from people speaking, and one of them was that we're going to take this oil and they want to ship it overseas for processing. Cherry Point Refinery does an awfully good job. Maybe part of it is we're here watching them, but they do a good job. Better than refineries, say, in Louisiana, if you happen to go down there. So they're going to take this oil, and we heard a lot of people talking about the wealth that they have received from working for the refinery. And they talk about the wealth that goes to schools and everything else. And they want to take this oil and send it over to someplace else, India or wherever, manufacture it where you can't see what's really going on. And where does that wealth stay? Where do the profits from that oil stay? Overseas. I don't know if that's a good idea. Wish you a lot of luck on this stuff. And Barbara, thank you so much. Oh, I brought some chocolate to the little boys.
Got it.
Yes, the same chocolate that went into that. So, thanks again.
I just wanted to give you, Mr. Allesey, I tried to drag things out earlier so that you could present Ms. Brenner with the gavel yourself.
See, and the county council said, well, we could buy this. I said, no, I'm just doing it. This is fun. I have a good time. And I didn't have a mold for doing the chocolate. Wow. I had to make the mold.
Ooh.
And then temper the chocolate by hand. And I went to look for my Badger brush, which is a special kind of animal brush that you can clean. Keith hid it someplace. I don't know where it was. But we muddled through. And I know that you're going to keep your mind active and help to keep the rest of us sharp through all this stuff. So did you hold up the you're going to drop it and break it?
I'm not dropping it.
You can eat it.
No, I'm not eating it.
Okay.
Nobody would believe it if I didn't show them.
You can take a picture of it.
Okay, you're on.
Okay. Thanks.
So after all that work, she's not going to eat it. So, all right, we have no one else lined up for the open session. Sorry, the session on the interim moratorium. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. What's the wish of the council?
Move to approve.
Mr. Donovan moves to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Buchanan seconds. Discussion. Ms. Brenner.
I don't even know where to start here. I'm going to start with the almost last speaker, Candace, because I know her so well, and we've gone over so many things in the past. I read this book, and I read, okay, have any of you read it yet? Every meeting, I ask them, have you read King of Fish? Have any of you done it yet? Really? You're acting like, did you read it? Oh. Well, this book, Terry gave me the book. He was the Fisher representative on the planning unit. And he's been a fisherman just about forever. And I mean, it never occurred to me. I agree with you totally, 100%, that a lot of the cause of fish problems is coming from pollution and kind of pollution. I just don't agree that it's coming from pollution from here. That book
shows a lot about scientifically and everything about all these, I'll just say the lousy job they do in Asia of refining any kind of fossil fuel. So bad that it's creating acidic currents in the air. It's created lots of acidic water that's coming, and that comes our way. We are downwind and down current of all that stuff. And it was probably the most amazing book about, and you and I are going to get together after you read that book. Okay, good. It was one of the most amazing books I've ever read. So I agree with a whole lot of stuff that everybody said on both sides of the issue. And I have to bring up this one other little thing. I'll be real quick. The person, are you still here? Where are you? He was terrified for his grandkids. Where are you? Where'd you go? Oh, maybe you're in the back there. I don't know. Anyway, when I was a hippie, I was terrified. And also, we were talking about climate change back then. So whoever said before 1970, they were talking about in the 60s at least. But, it's like I was terrified, and it made me make very bad decisions because I was always worried. Then I became a parent, so I wish my son was still here. I became a parent, and all of a sudden I realized I had wasted so much time worrying instead of doing things and not trying to, well, sometimes trying to make politicians do stuff, but doing things on my own. And I think I've taught my kids that, and I really think that I think the future's hopeful because we've learned so much and we do so much better in so many things. And I got to say, I think the refineries we have here are the best in the world, not just in Whatcom County, but in the world. And the fact that they're here refining product means that unrefined stuff isn't going over to Asia, which I don't want it to. And if we everybody says we don't want to shut them down, we don't want to shut them down, but if you keep making rules that, and especially conditional use permit stuff, that is the most subjective type of permit I've ever known. If we keep doing that stuff with refineries, then we are going to lose them because they'll just end up going over to Asia. And we'll reap the benefits or the crap from it all. And that does scare me, I have to say. But it was something I never saw, I never understood in the water, I never understood in the air. And it really, I want us to do more refining here. I want us to be able to do it because I trust not only the refineries, this is weird, I trust Whatcom County government. I'm not sure I always trust you guys, but I do trust the government, and I really do believe that we've got good government, we've got good refineries, and we have a ton of good people here. And what I want to see is that we are responsible for the refining. And that woman who said this is only about, unrefined. Well, that's what it kind of started out being, but it didn't just stay unrefined. It talked about that little unrefined came off of some of the comments and stuff, and it wasn't just about unrefined, which is what scared me because I want it done here. I mean, I don't have anybody working there in my family. I just think it's a way that we can be responsible, the most responsible, by doing it here. And I have not supported one of those moratoriums. I really do think you say moratorium to business people and you freak them out. And if we really want to work with them, I'm going to listen to that planning, even though I won't be at another meeting, I'm going to listen to that planning commission tape because I'd like to hear it since it sounded like there was a lot of give and take, which I think is important. And we can't be all things to all people, and we can only do the best we can do. But I think that this one is really important. And I said this is funny, I said this when the first one passed. I go, yeah, right. It's just going to be for 60 days or whatever. And then it's just going to be this. And then came a second one. And it was like, I said right from the beginning, this is just going to be ongoing. And I think you create a lot of distrust in the the Cherry Point industry community by doing this. Sometime you're going to have to make a decision. And I hope the decision is that I'd like to see you put all kinds of conditional use stuff on sending off unrefined, which I'm not sure you can because of the interstate commerce thing. But I would like to see you make everything administrative approval by the people in public works and stuff who know this kind of stuff, and let them go through they live here too. They're not going to want something that's bad for people. But I don't like when you start putting in people's personal opinions about what they think is important. And I do agree there's a lot of importance in what everybody says, and I don't want anybody to be scared. I feel sad that this has been so polarizing and has made so many people scared. And I don't have an answer for that, but I'm not scared anymore. So I decided that there were more things I could do productively than be afraid. And I think part of it is making sure what we have is really good. And I've been out to the refineries many, many, many times. I've been on tours, I've been on all kinds of things. And I just feel like we're lucky because they're here and they're not somewhere like some of the other places that were mentioned. I have to agree. I know a lot about those other places. They had lots of problems. It wasn't just this. But what I don't want to see happen in Whatcom County is I don't want to see us turn into this community of all retirees and college students. And I think that's great, but it's getting to be more and more and more that way, and I'm scared that we're losing our diversity. I want to make sure we keep our diversity in Whatcom County. That's what I loved when I came here. I would have never thought I would end up in a place like this, and I loved it because it was so diverse. And now I'm scared a little bit that we're losing diversity, and that's what and everybody talks about wanting all sides to talk to each other. They talk about it, but when it comes down to it, that's not what happens. And I would like to see, and I'm in the phone book. I've never gotten out of the phone book. Anybody can call me anytime to talk about this. And Candace, you and I, after you read it, we're talking. Okay. So I just want to ask people to give this a chance. And an 8th extension on an emergency moratorium, it doesn't make any sense to me at all. And I do feel that this is something bad for the community. So that's my 28 cents.
Ms. Frazey.
Okay, I was just going to say something about the scared part. And, this has been, 3.5 years. And when this first started, it said jobs are going to leave and all of that, and jobs have not left. And also the industry keeps profiting. So because of this, with this moratorium in place, it's just protecting the people of Whatcom County and the environment. Jobs are still here, business is still profiting, so that's why I'm going to support renewing the moratorium.
Mr. Byrd.
Things like this I think are really hard because you have two sides oftentimes that are standing opposite each other, and we're looking across the aisle and we're pointing and we're chastising and we're name calling. And the difficulty comes that if we never have a conversation, we never get to the point where we can understand the other side and understand what they're going through and why they're making those decisions or why they take those actions. And instead, everything gets clouded with misinformation and questionable facts or what people believe are facts. And ultimately, nothing positive comes out of that except for one side feeling like they were wronged and holding that forever. That's not positive. That's negative, and it happens time and time again. The interesting thing is that if you go back and you listen tonight to the testimony that you heard, what you're also going to hear is a lot of people from both sides, they share the same message. What they're saying is, I don't want to export. Both sides, I don't want to export. Both sides are saying, I want to keep jobs here. I want to support jobs here. And the problem that we've run into is that up until this point for the last 3.5 years, we've given people 3 minutes to come forward and talk to us, but we've never taken the time to actually have a conversation with both sides and to inform ourselves and to educate ourselves so that we can make good decisions and so that everyone here in our community can feel like they were heard and that they can understand why the decisions were made and the facts, the real facts behind those decisions. Instead, we've kind of muddled through this with some pretty poor process and some really horrible communication. And one of those kind of misinformation points I think is worth pointing out is this idea that the Planning Commission has possibly had this for several years. They didn't get this till a couple months ago in September. It's been with us for several years. And so to point fingers and blame on them, I think is difficult because I think they're doing a terrific job right now. And they're doing something that I wish that we would have done as a council, which is take the time to listen to both sides, understand where people are coming from, hear what the possible impacts are going to be, and really actually solve the problems that we're trying to solve and the community wants us to solve. I'm hoping that when this comes back to us, we'll actually listen to the feedback and we'll hear what's trying to be said, and we won't just go back to what we had and shove things through that we want, but that we'll actually listen and educate ourselves when this moves forward. Thank you, everyone, for coming out.
Further discussion? Mr. Donovan?
Yeah. Again, I want to I think every 6 months, thanks everybody for coming out and telling us your perspectives on this. I think it's completely fair for people to ask, like, why are we doing an 8th one of these, which ends up being 4 years? And I want to say this in part in response to the letter we got on behalf of British Petroleum, I think it was this morning, about the merits of doing this. If we had unanimity 4 years ago in terms of an executive agreed with what we wanted to do, a public who agreed with what we wanted to do, 7 council members who agreed with what we wanted to do, I still don't think we could have done it in 2 years in terms of the time we need to try to figure out what we as a local government actually have the authority and the capacity to do when it comes to what this code amendments are trying to do is to regulate how these facilities are going to expand and under what conditions they are going to expand. Because if you actually look at the proposals that we sent to the Planning Commission, it's kind of weird. Are they going to need conditional use permits? Are we going to leave it how it was? And we heard people from the BIAW and from British Petroleum saying the existing regulations are fine, existing regulations are sufficient. So maybe we have a philosophical difference between some members of this council and that perspective that the existing regulations are sufficient. And I've never thought that. Under those existing regulations, we had massive rail expansions permitted with no review. So if some people are okay with that and you want to continue that, I respect that, but I disagree with that. But we don't have unanimity on this. So, in the best of circumstances, we still would have taken a couple years probably to get this. But if you consider the circumstances that we're working with, we don't have the staff, no offense to Planning Development Services or to our legal counsel, we don't have the staff to figure that stuff out. So getting the contracts for services to find attorneys to give us these reports, that took months. Those contracts weren't necessarily, while the funds were appropriated, they weren't necessarily signed in a way that got all the work done when we needed it to be done. So that takes time. I will admit I made code changes, and Mr. Byrd and I went back and forth probably at least a year ago, asking for more time to consider these things, but they were rushed through, so take more time. The Planning Commission is kind of going at a glacial pace, and I don't expect to actually get anything final from them till February or March at this pace. But we've been asking from the community to take time. So we could just say, all right, let's not have this emergency moratorium. But I think the emergency is if we don't get this stuff figured out, then somebody drops another permit under the existing codes that we've had and some major expansion that impacts the public health and safety environment here. It could be lots of new rail cars coming in without any review. It could be a proposal that's going to have 100, 200 more ships coming in per year without any review. I think that's an emergency and that our code has never been able to deal with that. I wish it didn't take this long, but a lot of the time that this has taken has been in responding to public comment to take time. Now we're hearing, let's give the Planning Commission more time. Okay, we'll give them more time. If we make major code changes back last year, let's take more time. We've been going through these things line by line here in our committee meetings, which are as boring as watching paint dry. But, you know, we never had, and I don't expect this, the unanimity to do this fast. It wasn't going to happen fast, so I didn't want to do the last moratorium. I don't want to do this one, but it's done as a placeholder so we can get these code changes made, so we can talk about under what conditions these refineries can expand in a way that gives the public some more confidence that appropriate environmental review is going on. And I think if we look at the history of what's been happening prior even to the moratorium, we had some major projects go through that didn't fit our major project permit processing. We're just given denials of any environmental impacts. Even under the moratorium, we've had some pretty big projects going through. The tanks at P66, the Petrogas pier rebuild, potentially some others. You know, this is something that hopefully we will get done in the next 6 months. And I wish it could have been faster. But I think it's fair for people to ask, like, why did it take so long? Those are just some of the reasons on my list of why it took so long. Hopefully it won't keep taking this long. But the opposite of this would have been we would have rammed it through with unanimity and just, and I don't think that would have been a good process. So, and my apologies for taking this long, because part of it's my fault.
Further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Barbara Brenner?
No.
Rud Browne?
Yes.
Barry Buchanan?
Yes.
Tyler Byrd?
No.
Todd Donovan?
Yes.
Carol Frazey?
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu?
Yes.
It passes 5-0 with Byrd and Brenner opposed.
5-2.
5-2.
They said.
No, I made a mistake. Yes,
You said 5-2.
I said 5-0.
Oh.
He said 5-2. He was correct.
Oh.
It passes 5-2 with Brenner and Byrd opposed. Next item up is an ordinance AB 2019-606. Do we want to wait? Just give a couple minutes for the room to clear.
Hey,
Should we take a break?
can we take a break?
Yeah, let's take a break. Yeah. We will take a 5-minute recess.
There's burrito stuff back there. It's in the fridge.
Phoebe, go fast.
was it? No, that was the end of recess, Bill. End of recess. So then I got something in my eye. I figured it's all bad. Oh, no, I did both. Well, it was self-induced. You're allowed to do that. I think you can leave the stuff on the floor for the guy with the vacuum cleaner.
Maybe. But I'm doing it. I made this mess. I will clean it up.
Okay. We are reconvening the Whatcom County Council meeting for December 3rd, 2019. Next item up is an ordinance limiting the 2020 property tax levy. And then, just for clarity, Mr. Donovan, we've got two versions of this.
It's still a public hearing.
Wait a minute.
This is still a public hearing.
No, I know that.
Right.
Which one are you talking about?
We are talking about page 458 at the moment. But 458 and 461 are very similar.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
do you want me to do this
yeah.
before
That's
we-
going to be an easy one for me.
Oh, I know. Well, I can make it complicated.
All right, I read it.
Do you want to open a public hearing on it?
Well,
Yeah.
well, before we open up the public hearing, I just want to check, is your intent to still submit both of these, or is there one you want to withdraw, or?
Well, my intent was to have two, when we introduced this 2 weeks ago, was to have one proposal for the property tax where no increase would be taken. So we didn't act on that one and we held it over, which is the second item, the one after this. This, my intent was, so if you look at the item AB 607, so item number 4, which is the one that's after this, that one was the original, we're not going to take the 1% for property taxes. So we wanted that in there.
That is number 2.
That's number 2, and my intent was number 1 would be then here's one we can discuss if we wanted to take the 1%. And I think.
Oh, so we're not voting on the one?
Well, the problem is that while that was my intent, there was a second ordinance that was the one that actually did the authorization of the levies, which we approved. We were some confusion in the afternoon, and at some point, I think Mr. Schroeder was actually trying to point that out to me, and I was still confused. So for the item that is now up for the public hearing that would say we're going to take the 1%, we'd have to repeal the ordinance that we passed 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
And then reintroduce that and this for another meeting on December 17th or so. So
Oh,
Ms.
what a
Brenner could have
pity.
yet another meeting to come. So it was a procedural error that can only be remedied if we wanted to have another meeting 2 weeks from now. Did I summarize that right? I'm looking at the clerk, and I think Mr. Bennett and Mr. Schroeder are also nodding their heads. So that was my intent, was to have it so we'd have the option to consider this as taking it, and then also having the ordinance in that would say, no, we're not going to take it, and we'd just authorize it tonight. So
What are we voting on tonight?
it depends.
Ms. Brenner, if you may, please.
Yeah, I mean, to be blunt about it, the only way that we could approve something with the intent of item 3 for our public hearing was if we repealed the property tax levy that we approved 2 weeks ago, because I thought the item that's item 4 was the one that was approving that, and it was a different property tax levy. So unless council members want to repeal the ordinance that authorizes us to collect revenues for 2020 and have faith that then we would either pass that 2 weeks from now with or without the 1% increase, we can't act on this one. So that, my intent was not to have it end up how it did today.
So do you want to withdraw?
No, I don't. I want to see, is anyone signed up for the public hearing?
No, I'm just trying to get the procedural right, so,
Oh, I don't know. We haven't had a public hearing yet.
all right, so. With that, Mr. Bennett, would you like to provide a staff report, or Mr. Schroeder on this? Provide any clarity?
I think I summarized it.
On what?
More than staff report is the clarity.
Completely lost me.
Well, that never happens with me.
It's not
I
clear.
lose everybody.
Even less than. So Tyler Schroeder, Deputy Executive. I think I followed Councilmember Donovan, but I think that's because I was following along last council meeting and trying to express what was going on. Last council meeting, under Agenda Bill 2019-547, which is now Ordinance 2019-78, which the executive signed on the 22nd, because council passed it on the 21st, is what actually levies the taxes for the county and the state for state purposes for all the other districts. In that, it did not include a 1% increase. It was a 0% increase like we have, the county has done in the past. There was some discussion at the last council meeting in regards to taking the 1% or not, which happened after this ordinance that I just referred to was passed. Those ordinances, which are up for consideration for council today, which is 606, which is the hearing that's right now, which was proposed by Councilmember Donovan, and 607, which is the next one, which was the original one proposed by the executive to be consistent with the one that was passed, are up for your consideration. The first one would not be consistent with what was signed into law last week.
Is.
Correct.
Yeah.
The second one would be consistent, would actually bank the 1%. So Washington state law recognizes that if counties or jurisdictions don't take the 1% increase, they can bank that to add to their bank capacity. So that is what actually you guys are considering today, which is a form that is limiting the collection not to include 1% or to include 1%, but to actually bank that money so that you can take it into the future if there is an issue that arises that leads the council to believe additional taxes would be needed into the future.
Ms. Brenner, Mr. Sidhu, Mr. Donovan.
I kind of got it, but then you lost me
No, I saw
because, yeah, the banking thing.
Yes, so
Are we, so by banking it, you say we're still going to collect it from people?
no. You're, so the term bank or bank capacity is the ability for jurisdictions to take property taxes in the future if they so consider.
Yeah.
But if you move forward with Agenda Bill 607, if the council does, that would be a 0% increase.
But
And
isn't
would
that
be-
always, the banking thing is always there? Or
You
not?
have to pass 2 ordinances to do so, and that was the complication last week. The first ordinance which was passed is the one to actually levy the tax. The second one that is passed is the one to bank the capacity. It's complicated. It has to do with Initiative 747
Yeah.
and Mr. Iman and everything associated with that. But that is the rules and the laws that we have associated with property tax collection, and that's the best I could try to explain.
Well, let me ask it a different way. If we don't do banking, how does that change
You
anything?
would lose any ability to take that 1% in the future.
So they could take the 1% in the future, but wouldn't they instead just pass an ordinance to take a 1% in the future? Or would this be retroactive?
It's retroactive.
Oh,
So every year
sneaky.
for 14 years? Every year, so Whatcom County has in the past, has not taken the 1%.
Right.
But has banked that capacity. So the county does have property tax capacity that could be taken into the future. I'm not recommending that.
No.
The executive has not proposed that. But that is an opportunity for councils to take in the future if there's a large capital facility project, if there's specific things that the community wants to move forward with, and there'd be a plan associated with that. The mechanism in front of you today is to do just that. You've already not taken the 1%, council has, with the ordinance that was passed last week. This ordinance in front of you as to whether or not to bank it into the future or not.
So if we bank it, when it all hits the fan, at some point, if it does, people are going to be charged way more than 1%. Right? Or if you
Potentially,
backfill,
potentially.
whoa.
Up to 14%.
No.
I don't know the
I
percentage.
think 6 is the maximum, but I might be wrong.
I would have to, I'd have to do some review of the RCWs to provide an answer.
Which we're never going to do.
I just want to be clear. I'd like you to just to spend a little bit more time on explaining the word retroactive. Because I think people think they can claw back into prior years, which is not what you mean.
Well, you can collect it for
Did I
private.
use the term retroactively?
Someone used
It
the
is
term
retroactive.
retroactive.
So jurisdictions have the ability to take 1% every year. If they do not,
1% extra. Yeah.
an increase above their property tax levy. If they do not, they can bank that. So they can, in theory, save the opportunity to, in the future, levy that amount, levy that 1%.
And it's retroactive.
So in 2025,
Tyler, I feel like we need to give you a whiteboard.
I feel, so in 2025, if the council banks the capacity today, there is a potential that this council, this body, could in the future levy that amount in
There's a
2025.
potential pigs could fly.
All the way back, from all the way back.
Not all the way back.
Not all the way back, but
you don't go
to
back
every,
and ask people
every
taxes.
time the county has actually banked the capacity. and
Brad,
it has
help us
happened.
out, because
Please.
Yes.
Okay, so
It's not worth it. but-
Brad Bennett from AS Finance. With property taxes, each year your highest allowable levy increases based on, you pass this ordinance under 747, you can increase it 1% irregardless of what you actually levy.
Right.
So really, you have two things happening here. You have your highest allowable levy and your actual levy. So in any one year, the county council, at their discretion, could move the levy up to the highest allowable levy from what it's currently levied. So it's not retroactive because it would only be prospective.
Yes.
And
It wouldn't be 1% anymore.
no, it would be the accumulation of
Of all these
1%
banked.
you've had
Okay.
over
Not
the
all.
14 years.
Well,
I don't think
fun.
So,
They're going to love you.
The issue at hand today is the council interested in being consistent with with the ordinance that was passed last council meeting by not taking the 1% and banking that 1% for future action, which is what the council has done every year for many years.
Which I didn't even understand that banking thing till now.
We can bring the revenue guide and go through
No, I
property
believe
tax
you.
collection in the future, but that's as best as I can explain the differences that the council has.
There's some advantages to banking the capacity even if you don't use it.
Yeah.
And that would be that when you issue bonds, if you have that bank capacity sitting out there, the bond underwriters see that as an advantage because there's some flexibility that you have to make your bond payments.
so we would get a better rate. Yes, okay.
The question-
Mr. Sidhu,
Yeah,
then
the
Mr.
question,
Donovan.
Brad, the question I have is that Mr. Tyler explained that if we have a project, suppose we have a capital project building, and we can do that. Now, if we take the 1%, whatever that amount is, can say come 2020, 2022, we do have a capital project, can we take that money out of the general fund and use it for the capital project for a bonding or not?
The general fund is the most flexible fund you have, so you can
Okay,
take
so you-
money from the general fund and use it on
And
capital
use
projects.
it for that,
yes.
so, okay, great, thank you.
Donovan.
Yeah, and I'm just going through the revenue guide that I think Brad just mentioned. I think the maximum, not that, I'm not going to hold my breath and expect this council's ever going to take the maximum bank capacity allowed, but it's 6%. You can't just bank forever. We've banked as much as we can bank.
Yeah.
And we're probably never going to take what we've banked. So as far as what Mr. Schroeder, so I guess this is the public hearing. Do we want to act how consistent with the ordinance that we approved 2 weeks ago? I got to say, do we want to act consistent with what I thought the intent was when council voted 4-2 to introduce this alternative item? I mean, the intent was we would have the item that was going to authorize the 0% increase that was authorizing the increase, and then we'd have an alternative, which was one we could discuss about taking the 1%. And we're kind of having this conversation, which is what I wanted to do. But if you look at the agenda from 2 weeks ago, my confusion was we had the ordinance for the EMS taxes, the Conservation Future Fund taxes, the County Road Fund taxes, the flood control taxes, were all the same exact language as this one that apparently didn't authorize, the one that we said, let's not put it forward so we can have this either or decision 2 weeks from now. So that's my fault. I think you're trying to communicate that, but that's how we got here. So we can't, as far as I understand, and I've talked with Ms. Frakes about this, and this goes back to some memo from Dad Gibson from like 1986 or something. We can't pass the 1% that we introduced 2 weeks ago without repealing what was then AB 219-547. So the only way we can move forward on the introduction item that we approved for 2 weeks ago is to repeal the actual authorization levy that set it at 0, reintroduce all of these and have this dual choice of do we want to take it or not take it, and it would have to be scheduled 2 weeks from now. So unless, and I heard actually earlier this morning, Ms. Brenner's left, she was talking about wanting to have more meetings.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I'm cleaning.
Talking about taxes, she hides. Well, I know you're going to, but so the practical matter is, unless we want to have another meeting December 17th, which I'm willing to do, we can't act on this. And we haven't had a public hearing, so I can't have a motion to actually talk about this, or can I talk about my?
Well,
and I will point, no one signed up for the public hearing.
Well, you wouldn't even have a public hearing.
We do have a public hearing.
We didn't
And
understand.
go the
Can
other
you imagine
direction, the public hearing would be in 2 weeks,
Okay.
right? We wouldn't even have a public hearing tonight because we would be rescinding the one ordinance and introducing the other for 2 weeks from now, which would be the public hearing.
I guess my question to the chair is like, what's the will of the council in terms of wanting to do that?
Just a clarification from the Madam County Council, Ms. Frakes. I'm assuming, given this is an ordinance, if we were to repeal the ordinance, we'd have to introduce that and give 2 weeks' notice for the repeal and hold a public hearing. Is that correct? You'd have to do another ordinance to repeal the first one,
That's
wouldn't
what I was thinking, Dana.
Yeah.
I think you could move to rescind the motion that adopted it 2 weeks ago.
My concern
You
is
willing to
that it's
bet next
already
year's
been.
tax revenue on that?
Yeah, we got to make sure the people
My
here.
concern is that it has already been signed and is basically in law. So I tend to want to err on the side of caution.
So I think we have the same concern. So
Yes.
my concern is we'd have to give notice of
Have to do
rescind.
an ordinance repealing the other
Yes,
ordinance.
and then theoretically, we could end up having the next meeting on December 31st.
Happy New Year.
Yeah. And
Barbara could have 2 more meetings.
And we would be in real trouble if the meeting extends to past midnight.
Well, Karen, before you go away, could we end up by, I mean, I like what he said about for bonding and stuff, but could some council in the future just say, well, we want it and take it all?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, 6%.
That's easy.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Donovan, we have 2 choices. We can continue with the process and open a public hearing, or if you wish to withdraw this one, we could withdraw this one, but it's up to you.
I want to, well, I don't have a motion, but I want to speak about it, then I'll withdraw it.
Well, I have the public hearing first. If you don't withdraw, I have to have the public hearing. We've had unless there's a further staff report.
I will withdraw it, and then I'll use my time discussing the next one.
Okay, so
Unless,
is that,
how many people want to meet on the 17th? No, or the, okay.
Madam Clerk, I just want to be clear, we have no problem withdrawing AB 2019-606, is that correct?
Is there anybody that signed up to speak on that?
I
item?
have 2 people signed up to speak.
I would say go ahead and have the public hearing.
Okay. So with that, I have 2 people signed up to speak, which is Max Perry and Rainbow Medicine Walker.
She might have meant she was for that other, she was here on that other one.
And then if there's anybody else who wishes to speak on this particular issue, they are welcome to do so. Please come up.
Well, I was going to speak against the 1%, but then you're talking about banking it
know.
and taking 6 or 7%, and that what bothers me even more.
Sounds weird.
Yeah, I'm just giving you the perspective from somebody that's on a fixed income, Social Security plus some retirement, and 1% doesn't sound much to you, but 1% here, and then 7% for a school levy, and all these, it adds up, and becomes questionable whether you can face that or not. So anyway, I just leave that with you, what you want to do with that, and I would propose to leave it alone and don't add any percents to it. So thank you.
Anybody else who wishes to speak to this issue?
I've been Mordheis in Everson, Washington. Been here for about 83 years, and it's kind of a rodeo again. Anyway, I will say no on this. That's all I have to say. Yes, we have enough taxes. No. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak on this issue after Ms. Perry?
Carol Perry, why is this an important thing for the county?
Revenues?
I mean, we listen a lot and try to understand. Is this another area where the public is going to be misinformed or not understand? Isn't that something that the people should know that you're doing, and to take it, at what was it, 11 or 12 last meeting, and then as I read the agenda, it doesn't reflect what's going on, I don't think. And from a citizen point of view, it's going to cause a lot of misunderstanding. Is it important?
I think so.
Erickson, I'm a Whatcom County resident, and I'm going to be brief. I just want to say no on this. It seems like it's pretty hard for you guys to understand. It's very hard for us to understand, and I'd say no.
Anybody else wish to speak? Please line up, otherwise we'll close the session after this gentleman.
Eric McHenry, Whatcom County. My question is how much is banked at this time?
Maximum.
It's
what is
for
that?
14. Sorry, for 14 years.
For 14 years, and the
we
maximum that can be taken each
only
year?
6.
6.
Yes.
Why
So
bank it at all?
if we keep banking it, we
For
could
14
take a
years,
maximum
we
of
keep
6
banking
per
it.
year.
Yeah.
The only advantage of banking it is to be able to get a better rate on bonds. Is that what we're
Something
hearing?
like that,
Is that something like that, or is that what it is?
Yeah. We don't know.
Tyler,
how much
anything?
better.
Yeah, it's 2, right? In theory, you could take it if you got into financial trouble and you
Yeah.
needed like solvency was questionable. And the second is we pay less on our debt service. So that's beneficial to us as taxpayers because our bond rating
Because
is
about better bond
Yeah.
rating?
Yeah, so
Okay.
our risk is lower.
Not normally a back and forth. Is there any, do you have any further public
He
comment?
doesn't understand.
No, I'm just trying to get clarification because I don't think everybody understands as you guys seem to have some confusion on it as well. So just trying to get an idea of what it is. I mean, 0 sounds great to me, but I also understand the need, but I don't know who's coming next to use their power, I guess. And that would be scary at 6%. That's my comments.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wish to speak at the open public session? Seeing none, we'll close the open public session. What's the wish of the council? Sorry, my mistake. We're having a public hearing on the ordinance limiting 2020 property tax levy, AB 2019-606. There's no one else wishes to speak in this session. I will close this public hearing. Ms. Brenner.
I have a question.
We don't have a motion.
For Brad or Tyler, I don't know who. Is there what do you call it, a deadline on how long something can be banked before it doesn't, or is this forever?
Brad, from Administrative Services, I don't think there is a deadline. I mean, because it's all about your highest allowable levy.
No, I know, but to have something like that keep going on forever and ever.
Well, your highest allowable levy marches on. I mean, it just.
So if you go to the highest amount, it's forever.
Yeah, I mean, it establishes a limit on what you can levy. And basically, that's the number they're tracking. They're not really tracking what you levied. They're tracking what your highest allowable levy was.
Wow, I think I've been guilty of that too, because I thought it meant no new taxes. Yeah, it does, but it doesn't. I get it.
Right. You would, in order to access that, you would have to pass an ordinance to levy it.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be here.
Now, I need a motion.
Move to approve, so I hope we can get a second so I can discuss this, and we're probably not going to approve it. I know we're not going to approve it, but if we have a second, we've heard from people that there's a lot of misunderstanding, and we have a 28-year council member who doesn't quite understand this. So I hope I could get a second so we can discuss it and then dispose of it.
You know, we have a second item coming up on the same topic.
Yes, so we have a motion. Who wants to second it?
What's your motion?
This item that will not get approved, to have a discussion of this item while it's in front of us.
I'll second it just so we can talk about it.
I'm not sure what.
This will just make the next one quicker. Okay, so there's nothing in here about taking whatever the maximum bank capacity is, but I think it's important that us, the council members sitting here, don't have a clear idea even how bank capacity works. And the examples I'm looking at the revenue guide, I think under some scenarios you can take up to 6%, which used to be the 3747 thing that was allowable by the state. Nothing in this is proposing that. We have more banked than we can take effectively, I mean, from that perspective. So in terms of bonding and that's always going to be there. In years going forward, if we were to take the 1% that's allowable under the Tim Eyman initiative, it would, by the estimate of the assessor, bring in about $300,000 and cost bring in about $300,000 and change and cost a $300,000 property about $4 a year. So that's what we're talking about. And one of the reasons I propose this is because this is a regular thing that local governments do. It doesn't keep up with inflation. It doesn't keep up with the cost of population growth. The executive in his budget memo to us on October 18th recognized that we have a structural gap in our general fund revenues that are not keeping up with inflation and population growth. Reasonable governments would often take this 1%, even though it doesn't keep up with that, to address that structural gap. And one time we might do it in robust economic climates is because you do that now. This budget is hiring 2.1 FTE. It's transferring $500,000 from the general fund to the jail fund, and it's recognizing this structural gap, and it's not saying anything about revenues. When the recession hits, what we'll do is, as we've done in the past, we'll lay off those FTEs, and we won't dream about taking the increase then. So this would have been an opportune time to do it. If you read my whereases, there's more in there. But I regret that I didn't understand all the 6 different ordinances about which taxes were authorizing or limiting it or whatever. But so it doesn't cut into our bank capacity, and I'll propose this again, in the next budget cycle. But yeah, in terms of like what's it cost people owning a house, it's much less than when the city would take it, given the nature of property values and properties that would be taxed in the county versus the city. So that's hopefully making it more understandable. But having spoken in favor of to the motion, I will not support this because it would require us having additional meetings. So.
Well, I just want to again say, if there's already 14 years worth and it never goes away, why would you keep doing it anyway? And I'm not trying to talk you out of not supporting it. I agree with that. But I guess I don't understand And have you gotten your your new evaluations yet? Mine went up quite a bit. Did anybody else? Yeah, I mean, so, it's kind of like a little bit here, just like Bob said. And not only that, if our evaluations keep going up and all new construction happens, which it will, we will be, our taxes will go up anyway. I guarantee you my taxes will be higher this year than they were last year, even without that.
So I just want to, because we have to thread this needle very carefully, and I don't want to have to call 911 for Brad because he's had a heart attack.
Oh, please, that's not going to happen. Well, actually, if you close down the refineries, it probably will.
But I just want to be very clear. The ordinance we're talking about at the moment is to increase taxes. The ordinance after this one does nothing except keep everything the same and does not authorize the bank capacity.
Oh, okay.
Because that was in a previous ordinance, correct?
Because it was in the previous ordinance.
But what we're voting on tonight will make no, is that correct?
Brad Bennett from AS Finance. The second ordinance dots the i's and crosses the t's to bank the capacity.
Yes. So if we vote no on that, then we don't bank it.
You don't bank the capacity.
Okay.
If we vote no on the next one, then we also don't
We vote no on
collect the revenue,
both.
correct?
So if you vote, if, I don't know what would happen if you passed the first one.
No, if we don't pass the second one.
If you don't pass the second one, you won't bank the capacity. So that means that 1% increase in your highest allowable levy won't occur, and you'll just have the same highest allowable levy next year as you had this year.
But
Well, the second one doesn't. The second one does not talk about bank capacity at all.
no, because it doesn't have it.
It doesn't. It in the law it just says you have to state the dollar amount of the tax increase and express it as a percentage of the previous year's levy. If you do that, you bank 1% or the IPD, whichever's less.
But you also get to collect the tax revenue too, don't you?
You don't get to collect the revenue unless you levy that revenue, right? So okay. And you brought up assessed value there, also. Now, assessed value is the pie.
Oh, I know that. I know. So it all
If
gets
assessed
spread out.
value goes up, your tax revenue doesn't go up.
No, but our taxes could go up.
If your property appreciates faster than other people, then the tax burden shifts to you.
Well, if you get
Total
more and more
dollars is
people
the
who are
same.
getting,
The total dollars is
The
the
total
same.
is the same. You
Yes.
got it.
I should be a retiree myself, so I'm not picking on retirees. But there's a whole lot of people in Whatcom County who don't pay property tax because they come here, they retire. Do they?
I don't know.
They retire and they get, if it's under
Senior
a certain
exemption.
amount, if their income's under a certain amount, they pay no
Yes.
property taxes. So,
Not
and we're
really
getting
sure.
more people, we got that stuff that said more and more people over the age of something. So there's that, and this is a nice place and a lot of retirees want to be here. So,
Ms. Brenner, clarification, it's not that they pay no property tax, they pay at a reduced rate.
no, only if they're below a certain amount. If they're below another amount, they pay none. They pay it's an exemption. They get an exemption.
Mr. Byrd.
Talking about this 14%, but it strikes me, that's with the assumption that we took all of those tax increases before the 14 years as well. So year 15 years ago, they took a tax increase, but 16, 17, 18, they might not have. And so that could all be banked too. So it could be a lot more than 14% that's banked. Do we know what the number is? I mean, I assume it's tracked somewhere, but.
Yeah, we do have the number. I don't have it
We want to
on
know.
me.
Just vote no.
This
This is scary.
At what point, I can't imagine with the amount that we have banked, that banking anymore gives us any additional advantage when it comes to lending.
That's what I was saying.
I mean, it's 1% a year. which
Right.
isn't a lot to begin with. You know, and it really is more of an insurance policy than anything, I mean, I would think. But
Brenner.
Except that the state could change the law again and say, oh, you can have unlimited, and then all that stuff could be taken. For every year you do it, every year you bank it, you could get it all, more than 6%. If the state changed.
And I'm not quite following you. I mean, all the actions are prospective. You're passing an ordinance this year to collect taxes next year.
But I'm saying, you know, you said it's been 14 years or something already. So it keeps going on and on and on. And all of a sudden, the state says, we're raising the limit from, what was it, 6% up to, and no limit.
Well, I mean, back in pre-747, it was a maximum of 6%, I think.
Okay, now it's not?
Well, now we're getting into complexity because there's a provision, if we pass this ordinance that says, that expresses the amount in the percentage, then we bank 1%. There, you can actually levy more than that, but you have to pass another ordinance stating a specific special need that why you're levying more. So you're really not prevented from levying more, but you actually have to pass another ordinance that specifically states why you're levying more. And those details are really a question for the assessor more than me, because
Well, this gets scarier with everything you say. Jeez.
Further discussion?
Brad.
Seeing none?
No, I had my phone on.
All right.
Yeah, I guess the last couple points that what I didn't mention earlier is like part of this was when we came in, and you can sit down, Brad, I think. There is no 14% that's going anywhere, or I don't even know where you're coming up. It's 14% number. This is about taking the annual allowable 1% to shore up revenues, not just in response to some warnings that we got from the executive, but also this council 2 weeks ago added some stuff from general fund money that you voted for.
Yeah, and I also voted against a bunch of other things, and I do that.
Yeah.
So don't say because I voted for
Well,
something.
we as a council voted for it. So the council majority voted for things, and we didn't add revenues, and this was an attempt to do that. So, but I will withdraw the motion and bring it back next year. So unless you want to schedule another meeting. You don't want to be.
Next year it is.
You don't want to be done?
I'm going to wear earphones and.
Well, Mr. Donovan has withdrawn it, although there is a second, so does the second accept?
The second will go along with Mr. Donovan's.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the procedure? Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay. Next item up is AB 2019-607.
So it just got withdrawn, we don't have to vote it down?
No.
You go next one down.
Cool. Okay.
Next item up is AB 2019-607, ordinance limiting the 2020 general fund tax levy. I have no one signed up for this issue. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to this issue? Seeing none, I will open and close the public hearing. Is there a staff report? No, not an addition. What's the will of the council?
Don't look at me.
I don't think we know.
I mean, I'll go.
This is the bank.
Are you moving approval?
Or then we can, so we can say we voted.
We're going to vote for it. We have to put something out or not.
So I will move approval. I will move approval. Do I have a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Mr. Buchanan seconds. Discussion. Ms. Brenner.
No.
Okay.
It's a good discussion. I'm with her.
Byrd.
I think we obviously have enough if we don't even know how much we have, so I don't see the point in,
No, this is
it
not
doesn't
good.
stop us from taking more. So I'm going to say, like, what's the point in us banking this?
What's the point in not taking it?
I think that it creates more process around if the time comes that a future council felt the need to have that as tax revenue, that they'd have to go through the additional process to get it versus just being able to delay.
So look, Brenner, if you wish to speak, you need to use the microphone. Okay. I want to be as clear as I possibly can on why I'm supporting the next ordinance. If I understand it correctly, voting for this will not increase the net banked capacity because we've already reached the limit. Is that correct, Mr. Bennett?
I don't think we know.
Okay. Voting against it, it concerns me that there may be something we have forgotten and we screw up our ability to collect tax revenue next year. So out of an abundance of caution, I want to vote for this because we're doing this on the fly without a lot of research, and if we get it wrong, it will have a catastrophic impact on county government next year. So I would like to vote for this because it's not going to result in any increase in the tax rate. And failing to vote for it may have a really nasty, unexpected consequence. So that's why I'm almost begging you people to vote for it. All right? And then let's have an active discussion in January for next year.
I just want to hear what Todd has to say.
All right. Mr. Donovan, then Ms. Brenner.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad we're having this discussion now. We've tried to have it a few times, but it really reflects all of us having a kind of fundamental misunderstanding of this. The ordinance that I was saying we would have to repeal is the one that has already prevented the catastrophic worries you have about being able to collect revenues next year, which is why I'm not proposing to repeal that. This may have some impact on what our total potential bank capacity is that the bond markets might look at. Politically, it's not going to make any difference because we're never going to take that. But the one you're worried about, we passed that 2 weeks ago. I think Mr. Bennett could nod his head that the catastrophe would be if we did not pass the property tax authorization, which we did 2 weeks ago. We've already done that. This is just this, we can say we didn't raise taxes, and even though it doesn't say anything about bank capacity, and I asked Ms. Frakes this, we had emails Wednesday morning after the meeting 2 weeks ago, where sometime long ago, Mr. Gibson decided we needed to have this as a way to, as an insurance thing to make sure we can get the bank capacity. But I'll just point out, none of us really understand just the nuance of even taking the 1% and how that affects bank capacity. And I think that's a discussion for the Finance Committee. But
Ms. Brenner.
Well, I think a private person would be pretty stupid to vote for something that they don't understand. I mean, when in doubt, you vote no, you don't vote yes. So that whole argument of being worried about something else, I think that scares me. And that scares me.
Mr. Donovan.
if you do want to learn more about it, the revenue guide for the state of Washington, Washington counties is available from the MRSC. It's online. I think it's kind of our job to understand the stuff that's in there. So I do understand it to some extent.
Well, he said he didn't.
Well, you just said.
I was talking about him. And I'm pretty clear on it. That's why I don't think you should vote for it.
So Mr. Donovan, I think the operative word is we think we'd be okay. Some of us think we would be okay not voting for this, and my concern is this is not something we can afford to think about on the fly. I would fully support a detailed, robust discussion about the way we structure our taxes and what bank capacity and so forth in January, and do it throughout the course of next year prior to doing the stuff prior to repeating this process at the end of next year, particularly as we'll be doing a new budget at the end of next year. I'm really, really nervous about changing anything on the fly at the last minute in December, given that if we screw it up, we can't collect taxes next year. So that's all I'm asking is let's on this I want to wear a belt and suspenders.
All right, but to that last point, just to check that factually with Mr. Bennett, regardless of whether this item on page 462 in our packet is approved, we will in fact have no problem collecting our taxes next year because we already approved an ordinance to do that 2 weeks ago. I'm not disagreeing with you about the direction of this, but that sense of catastrophe there.
I don't know.
You've levied the taxes for next.
We already did that. Yeah, it's been done.
Okay, well, I don't like making these sort of decisions on the fly without proper research, so that's why I'm asking for support on this. But anyway, further discussion. Mr. Barry and Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Barry.
Is the administration recommending that we pass this?
They brought it to us.
That's why I just want to get that clarification.
Doesn't mean.
Yes, Tyler Schroeder, the administration is recommending that you pass this ordinance, Agenda Bill 2019-607. It's the agenda bill that was brought forward last week before the council had a lot of discussion surrounding this, and we urge the council to move forward with this ordinance.
Okay. Further discussion. Seeing none, would the clerk please call?
There's more.
Sorry, Mr. Byrd, you have to be
thinking about
quicker.
it, but I have to make a smart remark.
Okay.
Sorry, y'all. This is something that happens every single year, that the council has to pass every single year. And it scares me that it's how many years that this has been passed without an understanding what it is.
And I admit it, I didn't.
And I hope that this encourages us to ask more questions when things come before us in the future, so that we understand what we're passing and what the consequences are of those, because too often I feel like we don't ask questions, and then 5 years down the road of passing something, we still don't know what we're passing. So, yeah, I think this is a good learning lesson.
Brenner.
Well, it might be a good learning lesson for you because you've got that kind of brain. I don't have that kind of, abstract brain. And I don't ever remember this discussion happening. I'm sure they would say, oh, well, it means you can have more banked capacity. Not that that means if you want to take it, you can take it. That's kind of, that I didn't understand it this clearly. And I make no excuse, but but you got the brain. You're going to keep them from doing it. Yeah.
Further discussion. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
No.
Todd Donovan,
Abstain.
Carol Frazey,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner,
No.
Rud Browne,
Yes. That passes 4-3 with Brenner and Byrd opposed and Donovan abstaining. Okay.
4-2-1.
4-2-1, sorry. Correct. Okay.
All right, open session.
All right, next item up is the open session. During the open session,
It's 10:30, open session.
Now you guys can beat us up.
during the open session, audience members can speak to the council on any issue not scheduled for a public hearing earlier. Each speaker should state his or her name for the record and optionally include city of residence. Speakers will be given 3 minutes to address the council. Council staff will keep track of time limits and inform speakers when they have 30 seconds left to conclude comments. Please line up at the, and just a reminder, if your intent is to, this should be for speaking on issues that were not covered earlier. Okay, so please proceed.
Hey, I'm Matt Berry. I'm with the Washington Waterfowl Association, and since it's been a while since we talked about the Drayton Harbor no shooting zone, I would like to remind you of the facts before you vote on it tonight. There are 0 citations on record for unsafe or illegal hunting on Drayton Harbor. There are 0 recorded injuries or reports of property damage. The PETA supporting anti-hunter in San Francisco transplant who began this effort was barely able to acquire the necessary signatures by going door to door and misleading neighbors with absurd and baseless claims. On the other hand, we collected 1,400 signatures from local hunters who oppose this ban and the unsupported reasoning behind it. I've been watching it throughout this meeting. We got over 110 votes in just this amount of time. We provided you with ballistics data explaining that shotgun pellets cannot possibly reach the shore from the current hunting boundaries. We used a noise meter to demonstrate that hunting noise is barely perceptible from the shore and that claims to the contrary were greatly exaggerated. And everyone who lives on Drayton Harbor knows that nobody besides a few hunters per year are using this bay in the cold, wet, and windy duck hunting months. The winter kayaker claim was laughable, but so were many of the proponents' arguments once they learned that firearm noise was not acceptable reasoning. They were grasping at straws. Those of us who hunt this bay clearly show extreme care in hunting safely, legally, and respectfully as possible to all neighbors. We acknowledge that there are a few concerned residents in the area that don't understand, don't care to understand, and maybe just don't like what we're doing. However, irrational concern is unacceptable justification for taking away one of the last sea duck hunting spots in the Puget Sound. Please put facts over feelings and vote no on the Drayton Harbor no shooting zone. And lastly, I see they slipped in an exemption for the natives to hunt this area. I think that's a real shameful, dangerous thing to restrict hunting based on race in a certain area. It's going to cause division. It's going to cause problems. And it's just it's a real shame. Thank you.
Micah Ping, Lake Samish, and I'm here to speak again about proposal AB 2019-480, the compromise for the no-wake zones around the lake, and the fact that I find it pretty ironic that all that discussion that I just heard you talking about voting through things that you didn't really research or didn't know about, because that's exactly what happened when you passed this back in June. And the reality is that the vast majority of the lake residents are in favor of this compromise, or actually would like to see the whole thing repealed, because there was not a safety issue to begin with. I've lived out there since 2001, never seen a single problem safety-wise in the areas that are now a no-wake zone. And I just think it's a shame that it was rushed through the way it was, and if you had heard from the actual people who actually live and use the lake and live on the lake and pay property taxes on the lake, you would have heard a different story than what you were hearing from the few people that did come and speak. So that's it.
Heidi Baxter on Point Roberts on the garbage issue. I bring you good news. Just got confirmation from Steve Falk from PRAC, and in fact, yes, PRAC was requesting that there be a review of the ordinance. It was just they weren't making a choice on the rates. So that was cool. So the first time in history, we have the three main groups in Point Roberts agreeing, yes, they want to review. That's the taxpayers, the voters, and PRAC. So you guys have the information, which is awesome. You could have a motion if you wanted. The other bit of information, I just sent you the letter from the UTC. They will make the provider profitable no matter what happens. This is not just about rates. In this review, we have an opportunity to put in consumer protection that might look at the actual historical what's been happening this past year, and we can get a value of what 1 can of garbage costs to the community. Is it $38 for that can, or is it a lot less? But we can make a value, and if we lower the cans, we could stop the illegal dumping that's been happening, switching from the ditches going into the extra capacity, because green waste is going. The knitters did it, and when I went to knit night, I was asking them how they're making out. They're in hiding now. The other thing that happened with the extra capacity is the part-time neighbors, because they're not down on certain weeks, are asking their neighbor if they can put their garbage in their can. So that's another illegal waste that's happening. If we had the lower minimum, a small 20 can, that less, and then when we looked at the historical values, we would know more about the waste. Another thing we can do on the review is we can mandate that we get actual numbers, monthly reports to the community. That creates engagement. That's help us long-term reduce waste going to the landfill. I yield my time for any questions, because if you have any questions.
Will PRAC be sending us an updated letter that's more, well, I know you got notification.
I sent you
we have that too?
the email that I got back from Steve to clarify. Okay. I just sent it all to you guys. Have it right now.
Oh, perfect. Right.
You could email me back anything. You can make a motion tonight, and we can have a review. Can we have another meeting? That'd be awesome.
Hi, my name is Greg Erickson. I'm a lifetime resident of Whatcom County, and I've lived at Lake Samish for 62 years. I'm here to speak on the Lake Samish ordinance. In regard to the ordinance being proposed for Lake Samish, please support ordinance AB 2019-480. It's the one that has the majority of support at the lake. It's the one that makes sense to keep the residents most happy and neighborly, including the proponents of ordinance 2019-006 that we were stuck with at the lake. There's been a lot of footwork done by the members of the Lake Sammamish Association and especially the board. They've gone around asking people, and the majority of people would like it left either exactly the same way as it was before the ordinance was proposed with no limitations, just leave it the way it was, or to support AB 2019-480 will create the safest recreation on the lake by not congesting all the boats and activities in a smaller area in the lake. And also it makes sense for the bigger wakes to stay out 300 feet and opening up the lake for all the rest of the area, creating those wakes. I've lived here 62 years, and there's really wasn't any problem before the ordinance passed in June. The people at the lake have always been able to share the lake and all do different activities, different times of the day. And we do a lot of policing ourselves, like the ski club out there. If they see somebody doing something that they don't know they're not supposed to do, we police it ourselves and ask them to please cooperate and make it easy on everybody. A lot of the residents just want it back to what it was before the ordinance passed. We know that's probably not going to happen. That's why the majority at the lake got together and figured out what would work. AB 2019-480 is the answer. It's time for our community to heal. Please support AB 2019-480 so we can start the process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Lyle Galloway. I'm a Whatcom County resident since 1963. The research has been made available to everyone at Whatcom County Council. There is no proof that there's a noise issue or a safety issue in the Drayton Harbor mudflats where hunting migratory waterfowl takes place. The real facts are there. We have already completed this with amongst our people with the Washington Waterfowl Group. Matt Berry just spoke about it as well, and behind me is someone else that's going to speak up as well as too. Hunting privileges in Whatcom County are very sacred, especially to our migratory waterfowl season. Drayton Harbor is a very, very special sea duck hunting type opportunity for people. It's not hunted like it gets hunted at Lake Terrell because it's a different type of environment. It just doesn't happen that way. This complaint is stemming from someone that evidently has moved here from somewhere else that did not like where they used to live before. They came to Whatcom County. We love Whatcom County. You guys all live here too, and we like it the way it is. When somebody comes in from outside the area and changes stuff, it always ruffles everybody's feathers. It's not right, it's not fair. We don't deserve to have special privileges taken away from any of us. Case in point is that we who live in Whatcom County that live in the rural agriculture environment don't complain about the smell of money when you drive by a dairy farm. We learn to live with it because it's part of our economy. It's part of the way that we make a living in this county. Whatcom County chapter for the Whatcom County chapter for the Washington State Waterfowl Association posted an open forum petition on a social media site pertaining to the no shooting ordinance, and we had between 1,200 and 1,500 signatures stating that it is unfair and unjust, that this is nothing but an anti-hunting propaganda. We deserve these rights to choose when we hunt. Case in point with the majority of the people that I know and that the people that are in our Whatcom County migratory waterfowl hunter that hunt sea ducks, they're a very special elite group of people that hunt this. They're not just your ordinary kids that are out there shooting shotgun shells. They're after specific type of hunt, specific type of day, specific type of weather to have a successful hunt because it's not an easy way to hunt. The exemption on the Native Americans is a bit of a slap in the face to the rest of us that was put in the new ordinance that you guys have got in place that you'll be voting on today. I kind of find that awfully saddening. Where the migratory
30 seconds, please.
waterfowl hunting takes place, is at least a quarter mile from any roads or any houses where the migratory waterfowl bird hunters hunt. There's no way that shot shell will ever get anywhere near the shore. We've done a bunch of research in the last 5 weeks, 6 weeks since we had this meeting, and it's a long ways out there where people get there. It's not a kind of hunt where a guy's going to go out there in a canoe, put a few decoys, because you can't do it. It's just dangerous to shoot out of a canoe when you have winds in that area. I did contact Department of Fish and Game this morning with both enforcement officers, and they said they have heard no issues or no problems at all with any sort of shooting taking place since the opening of the season, as well as our Plain City. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your new choice in life, and you too, Satpal. Good luck, you guys.
Just a reminder, please try and stick to 3 minutes.
Tom Maliotti. I've lived on Lake Samish for 30 years, and I've made many sacrifices to live there and to use it as a place for recreation for myself and my family, and I'd like it to continue to be the way it was. I've heard tonight that you guys have an opportunity. You could go back and repeal the decision that was made and try to get a real understanding of what and if there is any issues out there, and make a better decision than the one that you have already made. I'm hoping that that as a taxpayer in Whatcom County, I have 4 different properties that I pay tax on, and I've really tried hard to make a good, comfortable, and recreational environment for my family, and it's a shame that you guys are trying to take it away from me. And basically every investment that I've put into that lake is it's heartbreaking, and I hope that you would reconsider what you've already done and look at repealing the whole thing and bringing it back to the way it was. I don't think there was any issues, and I hope that you will reconsider.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, my name is Bob Harriman, and I represent Borderline Bass and Contenders. It's a hunting fishing club since 1973, and we're here to speak to the issue of the non-shooting ordinance on Drayton Harbor. And I had sent a letter in behalf of our club to all of you September 10th. And I'm just wanting to add to that letter that I already previously gave you. First of all, just to give you a little history, our club years ago, many years ago, and actually through some of the direction of Barbara, sat on the committee to draw up the rules for non-shooting ordinances. So I sat on that committee for probably a full summer. And we had everybody on that committee. We had hunters, landowners, city people. We had people that represent businesses and so forth sitting on that non-shooting ordinance. And the language that was drawn up on that ordinance was, I sat and added a lot of language to that. And one of those languages, of course, that it was for safety purposes, not for anti-hunting sedimism, and not for anti-gun sedimism. That was what we all agreed to, all those different people on that ordinance. I would like to say that at this point, we are against this non-shooting area, and that we understand that as areas get populated and safety is an issue, that is important, and we are for those. But in this case, this is a big body of water. It's not even inclusive of the land mass next to it. It's in open water, which is state water. And, by the report that the Department of Wildlife gave to you earlier in your other meeting, they did report that they had no such problems or citations in that area. I want you to also know that I also live on another lake where there's hunting allowed, and we've had neighbors from time to time complain about hearing the shots. And the Department of Wildlife and the Sheriff's Department has gone out there and discussed with them and told them that, it's a historical hunted area. And once that's shown to them and they understand that the
30 seconds,
legal
please.
of the body of water, there has never been further complaints. And I understand that the department did go to the Blaine people that were involved with this and explain to them the same thing, but it just came, well, it's too noisy and it's too this. Well, that is not a requirement of a non-shooting ordinance. I mean, you have lawnmowers, you have chainsaws, you have, and the landmass surrounding this area is, some of this, there's 5-acre tracts, 10-acre tracts, and so forth.
Sorry, your time's up, sir.
Pardon me?
Your time is up.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. Andrew Gamble, Blaine, live within earshot of Drayton Harbor. I'm a sportsman and I'm a hunter, and I'm here to speak against Agenda Bill 2019-472. There's very, very, very few areas that you can actually go and hunt sea ducks. And this happens to be probably the safest area anywhere available for that special hunt. I mean, it's a sweet spot out there, I gotta tell you. It's far away from residences. No residence has ever been damaged from hunters in this area. No damage. No resident has ever been injured from hunters in this area. No injuries, no damage, okay? There are some wonderful areas around the Cherry Point area to hunt for other things, such as pheasant and ducks, not sea ducks. Sea ducks are kind of like the guy said, these things are an elite group of hunters that have to have the right equipment. This happens only in the wintertime, only between dusk and only in the daylight. You can't shoot before the sun comes up or after the sun goes down. I know a lot of people that work during that time, not sleeping. The weather can come up in other areas, and you're kind of protected in there from the weather. So, I mean, it really is a sweet, sweet spot in there. A lot of the money for habitat and wildlife conservation comes from the license fees that sportsmen pay. And I mean, they pay out the nose. There's one fee after another after another. Just for my hunting licenses, over $400 a year just goes toward that. And most of that money gets spent back on these areas and to the enforcement and to the conservation for the habitat and the areas. Luckily, we also have the industries out at Cherry Point that provide some areas, but you can't hunt sea duck on those areas that they provide. So there is that to consider. This hunting time frame happens only in the wintertime.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you. It's noisy. Yeah, there's noise associated with that for a few weekends and just a few weeks at the end of the year. So whether you participate in this kind of a sport or not, consider it our duck hunters like 4th of July in the wintertime. It's their independence. It's their right to do this. Whether you participate or agree with it, that's not a question here. The question is, are you going to take away their rights? Please don't. Please don't.
Time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Scular from Whatcom County. I just wanted to correct some misinformation that you were given earlier by this gentleman over here, where he's left. The petition that I collected signatures for was for our local community. It's a petition that is going to be under discussion next year in the public discussion. The fake claim was made that I was collecting signatures for the Blaine proposal. That is absolutely incorrect. And for that gentleman to malign myself and our local community with that kind of fake information is actually pretty disgusting, and I would prefer that people get the information straight. The fact that a lot of people in our community also support the blame proposal is a totally different situation. It's not what I collected signatures for. It's not what I was going around to our neighborhood for. So I just wanted to make sure that that is corrected. So if anybody else has the information that this gentleman has, it is incorrect, and let's just understand what is true. And I also wanted to check, Jim Jurgensen sent a letter to everybody, which he asked me to forward, in support of the blame proposal for no shooting on Drayton Harbor. I think many of you know him. He was a port commissioner for 12 years and is a great conservationist. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody had that. It was sent to each of you, and I hope you were able to read it. And if you need to get in touch with him, he's very happy to talk. But unfortunately, his health isn't such that he could come in and sit here till this hour of night to talk to you directly. But he's happy to talk to you if you would like to talk to him. Okay, thank you very much.
I'm Becky O'Brien Wilson, and I live at Lake Samish. And I have just a short statement. When I say this, I want you to think 10 to 20 years in the future. Lake Samish is many things. It is a drinking water source. It is a fisheries. It provides for non-motorized water recreation, and it provides for motorized water recreation. And I believe the 300 feet best serves the future 10 to 20 years of Lake Samish. So I ask you not to think of things just in today, but think in the future and plan ahead for the growth in Whatcom County. And that's all I have to say about that. But Barbara, I do want to congratulate you on retirement. I think you will love it. Thank you for all your years of service. And Satpal, congratulations on your election as county executive. And Carol, congratulations on your reelection. So, good night, everybody.
Mark Walker, Lake Samish. I started bringing projects in front of council in 1991, about the same time you started. I've been in front of you many, many times and appreciate all your service. The first project I ever brought in front of a council was a large tract of property in the middle of Bellingham. And the neighbors hated my guts, and they were beating me, heckling me in the crowd and everything. And you know, the council was real leery of it. And after we left, I decided to go meet with them. And we met with the neighbors over a period of time. We came to a compromise. We brought it back to council, and the council approved it. And they appreciated the fact that we took the politics out of it. The neighbors were all in agreement, and they came with me and agreed on the project. And we took the politics out of it. And that's the same thing that happened at Lake Samish. Now, I had a little part to do with it. I had a very small part. I met with probably 10 of the people down there around the lake. There was a huge movement to gather 460 signatures, a huge movement by a lot of people. And they bring a compromise to you, and they're saying to you, you know, we've taken the politics out of this for you. You know, this shouldn't be a political issue anymore. There's only two conclusions I can come to. One, you don't believe us. We haven't made our case for you to believe that the vast majority of the people down there want this. Or two, there's something else driving it for you. You're not interested in what the people around the lake are saying. And you know, if it's the latter, I don't know what we can do about it. But if it's the former, we have a proposal that Tyler has brought forward, and we'd love to have you vote on it. We'd love to hear what's going on in your minds about it, because I think we've taken the politics out of it, and I think that you guys can take just a little bit of time to make sure of that. I think Tyler went door to door. You can even talk to him, and you'll see that 90+% of the people around that lake want this compromise. So. And thank you very much for your service, Councilmember Brenner. You always asked great questions. You always were very good about your due diligence with every project that I brought forward to you, and appreciate how hard you worked over those many years. I don't have any chocolate or any flowers, but I do have a heartfelt, sincere appreciation of what you've done. Thank you.
You again.
Wasn't going to speak because it was going to be so late.
Of course you were.
Actually, I was going to speak on a different topic, which I'll bring back another time. But Northern Light had an article, it was last week, the week before, about somebody in White Rock was absolutely amazed to see pelicans flying around White Rock area. He said, this must be global warming. Well, the guy doesn't know. The pelicans come to Drayton Harbor once a year, every year for the past several years. Now, Jim Jorgensen knows that. I know that because I've seen him. I taught with Jim. Both of us were hunters, duck hunters, pheasants. Jim was more avid than I. We teachers told a story about Jim. I don't know if I'm going to get the story right, but I'm going to tell you a story that we told one another about how Jim went out and he got his limits on pheasants. And then he got his limit on ducks. And then he was going to come down to the harbor and jump in his boat and go out and get salmon, his limit on salmon. I don't know what happened, if he fell in the water or something, but some silly thing happened. I talked to Jim this morning. He told me about his letter. He said, Jim, I was at the county council when this first stuff came up on not hunting in that area, and I was pretty neutral on it. But I think you're right. The area needs not to be a hunting area at all. It needs to be a sanctuary. And I've changed my mind on that. I told you about the cubs, right? I gave them pens and pencils this morning. I says, words are really, really powerful. And when you're writing with a pencil that has an eraser, that eraser is so you can erase something and change your mind. So I've changed my mind. I agree with Jim on this. Good luck.
Hi, my name's Kate Whiteside. I think I'm still awake. I'm the director of Max Higbee Center, and I'm here just in support of the supplemental budget request for Health and Human Services and to share a little bit about my perspective in the need for services in Whatcom County. There's a growing need for social services that support people with developmental disabilities in Whatcom County. People with developmental disabilities often face financial, architectural, transportation, social barriers, along with stigma and stereotypes that just really make it extraordinary to be able to access the community, build a healthy life, and combat loneliness and isolation. And so it's very critical that communities in Whatcom County comes together to provide resources, support, and infrastructure that diminishes these significant barriers, which disproportionately impact folks with developmental disabilities, our neighbors with autism, our neighbors with Down syndrome, with cerebral palsy, and so forth. Excuse me. Max Higbee Center is an organization that works to reduce these barriers and has provided services to Whatcom County for over 34 years. And we provide welcoming social and recreation programs that run Monday through Saturdays for 50 hours a week and reach more than 400 individuals with developmental disabilities throughout Whatcom County. And this is also a vital resource to families who are caring for an individual with a developmental disability so they can go to work, take care of personal needs, family obligations, while their son or daughter is in an enriching environment. And like so many services, we are at capacity. We have a growing wait list that is just pretty devastating. And this is similar for housing for individuals with developmental disabilities too. The demand, the need is just absolutely overwhelming, and the available services are inadequate and pretty pitiful. And so the Whatcom County Developmental Disability 5-year plan includes the goal of building capacity of community services and infrastructure to effectively serve and accommodate individuals with developmental disabilities within housing, transportation, health, recreation, public safety, and other services. And this is quite an essential goal to meet. And so I'm speaking in support of the supplemental budget, and I thank you for your time and this opportunity to share my perspective.
Good evening. I'm Rick Holt. I'm the current president of the Washington Waterfowl Association, and I'm here to talk about our opposition to the proposed non-shooting zone in Drayton Harbor. The proposed non-shooting zone is wrong in so many ways. At the previous meetings, the facts have shown that there are no safety issues. The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife is opposed to this non-shooting zone. People have been hunting this area long before Samiyama was built, and our constituents or our membership statewide is opposed to this. Thank you.
Chris DeVoe, Lake Samish. I'm here to speak about the no-wake zone proposals that are on the table for Lake Samish, AB 2019-480, which I favor, and AB 2019-600, which I am opposed to. If you look at some of the history as how the no-wake zone was set, you have to go back to June, and from that very podium right there, the group that showed up, the keynote speaker for that group, the leadoff person, told you and told the public that the no-wake zone would extend out east of the bridge to a point several hundred feet from the bridge. 2,700 feet from the bridge is not, under any definition, several hundred feet from the bridge. You were also told that that distance that it was set at, 2,700 feet from the bridge, was not suitable or would be very difficult to use for recreational motorized boating. Yet it's 1,600 feet wide. So it easily could be used for recreational motorboats. The person neglected to tell you how wide it was at that point. Probably there's a reason for that. If you knew it was 1,600 feet wide, you would think a recreational boat could probably get through that area. I look at how that was set. Was it an arbitrary number for 2,700 feet? It appears arbitrary. There's no legitimate need for it to be that far out, except for the second largest proponent that showed up that evening happens to live 200 feet inside of that area. Perhaps that's how 2,700 feet was set. I look at the current proposal that's on the table, AB 2019-600. Been no prior dialogue as to how that was set. First, it was 1,000 feet from the bridge. A couple hours later, it's 1,000 feet short of shore, which places it about 1,600, 1,550, 1,600 feet from the bridge. It's not a critical area. There's no reason to have a true no-wake zone, which means 1 or 2 miles per hour. So a person trying to go from one side of the lake to the other side of the lake now has to come off throttle, go 1 or 2 miles per hour for 5 football field lengths. Why? There's no reason why. There's nothing critical in that area that needs to be protected. So I looked at a map. What else is in that area? Well,
30 seconds, please.
the largest proponent for the changes that were made in June just happens to live about 200 feet inside that area. Maybe that's why that distance was picked. If you look at the other side of the bridge, shore to shore, where the kids play, shore to shore. Any guesses? 600 feet. 600 feet wide. AB 2019-480, what are we proposing? Where it's 600 feet wide. There's some consistency there on both sides of the bridge. I hope that in January that you all support AB 2019-480. Thank you.
Brown, Lake Samish. I sent you all an email, which you have a copy of. You probably get flooded, so good chance it may not have gotten read. So, but I've been on Lake Samish for about 15, 18 years. Prior to owning a house on the south end of the lake, I was up there water skiing and sporting for 3, 4 years prior to that. I kayak year-round on the lake. I water ski year-round on the lake. I also have been to water ski Santa on the lake a couple of times. So I feel that I have a fairly good grip of what goes on the lake. Living on the south end of the lake, I get a shot right up the lake. This last summer, after the ordinance was passed, I saw 4 boats tubing, and they go around in circles, and they were crowded so close together, it created a severe safety hazard for everybody. I know the intention was to do good and to create safety, but there wasn't a safety issue to fix. I guess that's my point. I've heard a comment about boating on the ocean. I'm a certified scuba diver, licensed, insured, bonded dive master. I put together dive charters through the San Juans as well as Puget Sound. Every dive site, I have to make tide and current corrections. Puget Sound goes up and down 10 feet twice a day. That water doesn't move without current, okay? I've been diving with updwellings and downdwellings. I was at 70 feet, bam, just that quick, I was down at 110. Those are currents. That's how strong they are in Puget Sound. You get a bunch of rookie boaters out there who don't maybe even know the lake rules, now are putting themselves in serious harm's way, is something I think that is just ludicrous. You just can't even imagine somebody going out there in 53 degrees. When I dove yesterday, it was 53 degrees. It's 55 in the summer. It doesn't warm up like lake water. My dive computer, I know the temperatures. The proposal to AB 219-600 is a small step in the right direction. It doesn't take care of the 300-foot rule. Ski boats need fairly smooth water for a skier. I tournament ski, I've been in tournaments, I went to regionals.
30 seconds, please.
The waves and the wakes shock through your whole body if you don't have smooth water. So that's why being out 300 feet puts you in harm's way. I also collected the petitions. I only heard one objection out of all of the homes that I talked to that weren't in favor. So a very strong
Time.
showing. So thank you.
Hi, Janet Monks, again from Lake Samish. Been there for 30 years. I'm here in support of AB 2019-480. I'm hoping that you know by now that this has been a grassroots community issue where we've had the opportunity, not like with the June 4th ordinance, we didn't have the opportunity to have a say or to talk about it as a community. We have now had that opportunity. And it is the majority of the lake that is in support of AB 2019-480. So I'm going to hope that you introduce it tonight, bring it to a public hearing, and listen to the community again at that public hearing. I was at the original community meeting back in the late 90s when the Lake Whatcom watershed put their ordinance in. And some people had brought it to the attention that perhaps Lake Samish might want the same ordinance as Lake Whatcom. And we had a very large community meeting at that time. And the majority of the people said no at that time. We have a very well-balanced ecosystem out at Lake Samish. We've been operating very safely on that lake for many, many years. And this ordinance that was passed in June has upset that ecosystem between the balance of recreation and sport and swimming and property ownership. We are just asking for the compromise. We would love to have it repealed and start over, but we do want to respect the fact that there are a small number of people that have some concerns, and which is why we want to compromise. And I think if we try this compromise for the next few years, I'm sure the property owners will find a big difference in their sense out on the lake that are in opposition to this. But I don't want to see our ecosystem, the way we operate out there, the way we operate as a community, the way we operate out
30
there
seconds,
as
please.
boating and non-motorized people to be upset and out of balance. And I know that the majority of the community would love to have an opportunity to have a say at that public hearing. I hope that you can introduce this. I hope that you can pass it as soon as possible. We would love your support, and thank you.
Good evening, Council. Michael Jones, Blaine City Manager, speaking in favor of AB 2019-472, establishing a no-shooting zone in Drayton Harbor. This item is before you as a result of the Blaine City Council passing their resolution 1765-19, supporting a no-shooting zone and requesting that you establish one. The Blaine City Council passed that unanimously, and they represent about 5,300 citizens in the northwest corner of Whatcom County. Drayton Harbor is an area that is surrounded on three sides. 3/4 of the harbor is surrounded by urban development with houses, parks, commercial areas, a resort, and 2 marinas. There are boat launches, trails, and public beaches that surround the harbor. Passing this ordinance is a proactive step to help ensure public safety and reduce risk in the area of Whatcom County with a growing population. The population projections that are adopted by the city and the county forecast another 4,000 people moving to Blaine over the next 20 years, and that population will undoubtedly increase the use of the harbor. There'll be more homes, there'll be more businesses, there'll be more recreation on and around the water, and there'll be more people along the shoreline. That's just a fact of an urbanizing environment. For public safety reasons, this ordinance should be enacted, and the City of Blaine supports the ordinance as drafted. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Tim Schermetzler. I'm an attorney for the City of Blaine. You heard a few months back from John Sicken, my colleague. I'm here tonight on behalf of the city in support of AB 2019-472 to pass the no shooting ordinance for Drayton Harbor. Similar to what Mr. Sicken said when he was before you a few months ago, I'd just like to draw the council's attention to their authority to pass this ordinance, which is in RCW 941-300, subsection 2. Cities, towns, counties, and other municipalities may enact laws and ordinances restricting the discharge of firearms in any portion of their respective jurisdictions where there's a reasonable likelihood that humans, domestic animals, or property will be jeopardized. As Mr. Jones just spoke to, there's increasing urbanization in this area. There's increased recreational use in this area. And this ordinance and the authority for this body to pass this ordinance is based on prospective, forward-looking prevention of harm. We've heard testimony tonight and at prior hearings about no data supporting property damage or injuries as a result of hunting. As the population grows, this is necessary to prevent that kind of ordinance. You don't need to have a tragedy occur before you pass an ordinance to restrict shooting in this zone. I'd like to draw the council's attention to the last ordinance that actually reauthorized the 18 no shooting zones currently in Whatcom County. That was ordinance 92074, and I apologize, I don't have copies for council tonight. But this ordinance was based on very similar information than what was presented by the city manager just before me. I'll just read briefly from this. The council office has received numerous complaints from citizens about people shooting near residences. Due to the growth experienced by Whatcom County in recent years, areas that were previously uninhabited are being converted into residential and recreational areas. The discharge of firearms in populated areas, whether residential or recreational, is a potential hazard to the public health, safety, and welfare. This ordinance passed 7-0 in favor in 1992,
And I think if you look at that, provides, along with the state law, it provides this body the authority to pass the ordinance that's before you tonight. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Eric McHenry from Lake Samish. I'm here to ask your support for AB 2019-480. I believe it makes sense for all, including the original proponents of 2019-046. It keeps the boats in the recreation that create bigger wakes to 300 feet from the shore, as the original proponents of 2019-046 wanted. At the same time, it opens up the lake for the other activities to return to the limitation of 150 feet from shore, less the PWCs or jet skis that are mandated at 200 for Washington state law. This will create a much safer environment on the lake for all activities of recreation. It'll also mitigate any said property damage or shoreline erosion that these wakes are said to make. The other thing that AB 2019-480 does is keep the 300 feet from shore for these big wakes consistent by moving the no-wake zone east of the bridge, where it is 600 feet shore to shore. Lake Samish has always been a safe environment for recreating on the lake. As the sheriff testified in the committee meeting, there hadn't been any accident on the lake for at least the past 10 years. After the 2019-046 ordinance was passed last June, it only took a couple months for a tragic accident to take place. This was directly caused by confining more boats in a smaller area of the lake caused by the ordinance passed. Proponents of 2019-046 cited shoreline erosion, property damage, and road repair as reasons to support the ordinance without justifiable evidence. That being said, those are just things that can be fixed with money. By enacting 2019-046 and not revising it by supporting the proposed ordinance AB 2019-480, there is a much greater risk to have another tragic accident. Next time, that accident may not be something that can be fixed by money. This is a real possibility when the lake is busy. Granted, it's only probably 10 days a year, but it only takes once. AB 2019-480 is supported by over 400 residents at the lake, representing over 280 residences. That is the majority at the lake. Please support this ordinance in the community at Lake Samish. Since 2019-480 has slowly progressed, there has been a new ordinance proposed, AB 2019-600, that moves the no-wake zone east of the bridge approximately 1,100 feet closer to the bridge, but keeps the distance from shore at 300 feet for all activities that are done at more than 6 miles per hour. This does not solve the congestion of the boats on the lake in the time of need. Please don't make another mistake and support the wrong ordinance. AB 2019-480 is the best alternative for all concerned. Please check the right box. Council, check your email box. I have requested meetings with each of you to discuss this issue. We have continued, and I've continued to invite you guys out there to see it for yourself. I know some of you came out for some of the public meetings, not only the one on July 31st, but others that were at the park, and try to get your views, try to inform you, and I think the resounding voice of the people who were at any of those meetings was for it to either go back to the way it was or to accept the compromise as the majority as far as what the lake residents wanted.
Time.
I hope you can make the time. We at Lake Samish are deserving of that. Thank you.
And then if there's no one else who wishes to speak, we will close the public session. So if you do wish to speak, please line up.
Thank you, Chair Browne, members of the council, for this opportunity to speak. I apologize for my anger last time I came before you, but I feel like it was represented. And I would like to ask that you guys again oppose this no shooting zone. Councilman Donovan, I respect the fact that you took into consideration the treaty rights aspect of it, and I think you did that with a genuine mind. But one thing I want to bring to your guys' attention is the divide and the racism, or it's construed as racism, but it's ever present. I was cussed out today as I launched my crab boat. It's ever present. I had a gun pulled on me in 2016 for launching my fishing boat. Policies like that fuel that divide. It was very eloquently put in is about as simple terms as you could ever say by Councilperson Brenner when she said, it either is a go or it's not. And I believe it's not. I appreciate that the attorney from Blaine has a crystal ball that none of us are afforded the luxury of, but I don't even know how to put into terms the divide that still exists and how, with standing together with consumptive users and consumptive users of nature, not just wildlife, we're a dying breed. And I think it's something that should be celebrated by this county, or is celebrated by this county, and should be recognized by the council, is the diversity of the use here. And then I want to point out a couple things in this resolution, in the whereas. In the tribal exemption, have you guys gone so far? Does that exempt us as treaty hunters from all of the prior? Because like I said, public health and safety is at the forefront of all of our agendas. That's what the first thing I came to you with is we will support something if it's with representation as a policy writer. And when I write policy, it equates to international law in no uncertain terms. When I write policy, though, I need representation, I need justification, and I need factual basis. I can't use crystal balls like some people. I cannot just say that.
30 seconds, please.
If I could be afforded a little more time, I would appreciate it. The other, I don't know, I'll leave it at that. I urge you very much to oppose this ban. It's unjust, and if there's a ban with justification, just like Mr. Harriman said earlier, we'll work with you, we'll support that. I think on no uncertain terms, in my conversations with certain council members, there was a philosophical disagreement on what guns are and the safety of them. I mean, thank you.
Thank you.
Pino Villaluz. Thank you. Congratulations.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mary Walker. I'd also like to sincerely thank you, Councilman Member Brenner, for your many years of service, and I wish you well in your retirement. You're going to love it, and I hope you get to spend many, many days and years with your family. Your son's statements tonight were just really heart-touching. A recap of the past 16 months or more has seen AB 2019-046 brought forth by a very small contingent and subsequently approved and enacted with no transparency or consultation with the many residents of the Lake Samish community. As a result, over 460 community members representing 280 households came together, worked together, talked, discussed, and crafted a compromise, which was even agreed to by several of those who initially supported 046. We have asked repeatedly that AB 046 be retracted and that a reasonable compromise be enacted in its stead. So in November 2019, 600 took us all by surprise because, again, like 046, AB 600 was not based on anything collaborative or reasonable. It appeared to come at the behest of a small minority again, less than 1% of our community. And the reason is, we think, very clear. One of the original AB 046 proponents' property and dock lied just within that new arbitrary 1,600-foot line, continuing the notion that the north end of the lake should be their own private lakesuary. Someone made a statement earlier in the evening to the effect that democracy happens when people get involved. Well, Lake Samish got involved. We've brought our voice to your chambers over the past 6 months when we became aware of the information and the decision vacuum that you all found yourselves in. Please respect our request by dropping AB 2019-600 and by bringing AB 2019-480 forward and approving it. The no-wake zone would be increased to about 800 feet east of the bridge, more than doubling the previous distance. The distance from shore for wake-producing activities would remain at 300 feet, and all other activities which have not been shown to produce larger wakes would revert to the 150 per state law. It's the right and reasonable thing to do because it's not based on arbitrary and supposed claims by those that can be counted on one hand at this point, but by a community who's willing
30
to
seconds,
enact
please.
and enforce it and accept it as a compromise to the initial mess that AB 2019-046 placed us all in. Thank you very much.
Evening. For the record, my name is Frank Bob. I'm an enrolled member of the Lummi Nation, and I stand before you this evening in support of the non-tribal waterfowl groups and organizations that are in opposition to this no shooting zone in Drayton Harbor. And I'd like to echo what Tino says. We respect the addition of the exemption to the tribes, but still I'm supporting these waterfowl groups to that non-shooting zone. And that's all I was going to say, but there's some clarifications I'd like to make on that exemption that the council attached to that ordinance. It wasn't based on race, creed, or color. It was based on the treaty, the Pointe-Elliott Treaty of 1855. That treaty wasn't made by us. That treaty was made by the governor of the territories of Washington. That treaty was made on behalf of the U.S. government. That treaty is protected by the Constitution of the United States of America. And there's 4 articles of that, or 6 articles of that Constitution. So it wasn't a treaty that we, my people, my ancestors at the time begged for. They signed it under duress. They didn't want to sign it, but they had to sign it. There's a lot of truths out there that hasn't been heard on why those treaties were made. Those treaties took over 100 years to make. And you can only imagine what happened 100 years prior to those treaties being made. There's only one fraction of my people here today walking this earth. Not only in this county, but this whole country. But it wasn't because of our choice. It wasn't because of the color, race, or creed that exemption was put in for the tribes. That was put in because of the treaty that is protected by the Constitution of the United States.
30 seconds, please.
So I stand in support of you folks. And I hope the council hears the words. You heard you can't see in the future. Can you make an ordinance or make a law based on the future? I heard you guys talking about the finances. You didn't even want to take a vote on the finances because of the future. You're talking about an activity, a right, a livelihood.
Time.
A rite of passage. Not only on the Indian standards, but the non-Indian too. I grew up in this area, and these people, I'm sure we've hunted side by side in many areas. I know we fished side by side. So, thank you.
Mr. Bob, after your last testimony here, I sent an email to yourself and Mr. Julius asking to meet with you, and I haven't had a response back, but I
didn't see that email. I did see an email that was sent to Chairman Julius.
Right.
But I never got, he's no longer the chairman no more. So
who's the tribal chairman now?
Chairman now is
Lawrence Solomon.
Lawrence Solomon.
Okay. But I've offered before, and I will offer again, to come out and talk with yourself and the tribal members.
I just let the chief of staff, Tony Hilaire, Anthony Hilaire know that this was happening tonight and that I was going to come and speak tonight. And I'll let Tony know that the offer is there, because I said the email that was forwarded to me that I saw only had Chairman Julius's name on it.
No,
It didn't have my name or Anthony. It was just to Chairman Julius. So I didn't know anything about it until just recently. But I'll send the chief of staff a message in the morning, let him know that you'd want to sit down and have.
I'm more than happy to come out and see you guys. So.
Yeah, I'll pass that on to the new chairman and we'll get that set up.
Ms. Brenner.
And I just wanted to say, I know because I left you a message or something, I can't remember, and you didn't get back to me. And then we talked on the phone, and this is the way you are. It's great. I think it's really good.
I forgot to congratulate you too, Barb, because Barbara and I, we worked 25 years on salmon habitat and restoration and the CREP, the Conservation Resource Enhancement Programs, and the 10 Mile Creek and all we took our first tour together on the first forest tour.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that
Yes.
back in 97 or something, or 2000 or something like that? We went on they just started the forest tours to go up to see how the industry operates.
Well, my husband was a logger.
Yeah, my grandfather was.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you for speaking for
Thank you,
all
and
hunters.
I'll get with that.
So I just want to check, have you spoken before in the open public session? You can only speak once in the open public session. You can only speak.
Yeah, but.
No, I'm sorry, sir. Everyone is limited to one presentation per public hearing. So that's just the rule. It's the rules we apply to everybody. Yep, sorry.
You can send an email, though, and phone number, Bob, and all that.
All Jostens, Lake Samish. I'll be brief because I'm tired and you guys look tired as well. Here to try and save boating on Lake Samish. Live on Lake Samish, enjoy recreational boating, kayaking, paddle boarding. With my children, my nieces, my nephews, my extended family. And after last June, the lake became less safe. And you know, when you're pulling kids around behind a boat, whatever sport they're doing, the number one job is to keep whoever's behind the boat safe. And that is harder to do now with the way the lake is. So I'm asking for your support of 2019-048 because I'd like to maintain the community, the quality of life, the safety of recreation around Lake Samish. And if you have any questions, once again, please feel free. I will be reaching out to you guys for meetings to make sure you don't have any questions that I can answer or that one of us can answer. We worked really hard to see this thing through, and we'd like to heal the community around the lake. So thanks for your time. Councilmember Brenner, thank you for your service, and I hope you enjoy retirement.
And if there's no one else after this gentleman, we will close the open public session.
Good evening. My name is Shale Wilder. My wife and I are local residents. Like many of our neighbors, we are very strong supporters of your proposed no-shooting zone for Drayton Harbor, which we urge you to pass this evening. I'm a retired partner in a national law firm. I've been an attorney for 42 years, 10 of which I was also a law professor. I watched the video of the November 6th committee meeting, and I wanted to address some of the comments that were made there. Mr. Byrd, you in particular seemed concerned about what you regarded as minimal data of past safety violations, archived reports to the police, etc. The city attorney from Blaine just a few moments ago referenced your legal authority, the test of which is whether there is a reasonable likelihood that humans, domestic animals, or property will be jeopardized. What is jeopardy? Webster Dictionary defines jeopardy as danger, distress, endangerment, harm's way, imperilment, or peril or risk. Collins Dictionary, danger, risk, peril, or hazard. The Cambridge Dictionary, hazard, peril, or risk, etc. The other relevant legislation is the Whatcom County Code 93230, which empowers the county council to establish a no-shooting zone if it finds that such creation would be in the interest of public health, safety, welfare, etc. None of this legislation requires or references data of past accidents, deaths, or injuries, numbers of hunters, types of weapons or ammunition used, average distances of hunters from shore, which is irrelevant to me when I'm out in my kayak, numbers of kayakers, numbers of beach walkers, hikers, children, or pets on the beach, distances of houses from shore, etc. Nor do I or any of my neighbors want to risk our own safety and that of our children and grandchildren on such subtle distinctions. If you ask me to step into a lion enclosure at the zoo, I would definitely recognize peril or danger, even though I nor any members of my family or others I know have been attacked by a lion. All of the potential concurrent uses that can be made of the harbor, recreational boating, kayaking, swimming, fishing, beachcombing, bird watching, trail hiking, picnicking, and shooting, the only one which cannot be carried out safely concurrently with the others is shooting. All others can safely coexist. The legislature trusted the good sense and judgment of this council to proactively protect the public safety without requiring data of past accidents, injuries, or close calls. I ran a case law search of these sections and I found no relevant cases, but a search did turn up one no-shooting zone from 1994 passed by this very council. As far as I can determine, the only data submitted in support of this application was a statement in the petition itself as follows: the reasons that the property owners request that a no-shooting zone be formed is that the stated properties are currently used by the public for
30 seconds,
recreation,
please.
such as camping, fishing, and swimming. Much of the area already has private rules stating no shooting. An ordinance will give the Whatcom County Sheriff a tool to be able to enforce such a rule. That sounds pretty relevant to me, and it was passed by this very council 14 days after the petition by a vote of 6 in favor and only 1 opposed. And finally, the City of Blaine Council and the Police Department of Blaine have trusted that you are very competent to do your job, and I ask that you also have confidence that they're competent to do their jobs in having a basis to ask you to protect our community in the interests of public safety,
Time.
which should always be a priority over everything else. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your service. Congratulations,
Could you leave
Mrs.
that?
Brenner.
Thank you. Could you leave that, yeah.
I would be delighted to. Would you
Okay,
want me to give it to the
thanks.
clerk? All right, sure.
May I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Thank you. The first ordinance or law that you read, you read it again?
Sure. So if you want the actual wording, I have the ordinance right here.
Save time, let him just leave his comments. Did he leave?
Cities, towns, counties, and other municipalities may enact laws and ordinances restricting the discharge of firearms in any portion of their respective jurisdictions where there is a reasonable likelihood that humans, domestic animals, or property will be jeopardized. That's the relevant excerpt. It goes on for another sentence, which I'd be happy to
Jill,
read.
how do we define a reasonable likelihood?
So it says a reasonable likelihood of jeopardy. What is jeopardy? Jeopardy is peril or risk.
Right.
That's why I read those definitions. You don't need a reasonable likelihood based on past incidents. You need a reasonable likelihood of peril. So the question is, peril doesn't require past incidents. That's why your questions during the committee hearing and even some of the comments we've heard tonight are, I believe, overly concerned with the absence of all this historical data. That's not what the legislation requires. That's not what your council required in 1994 when it passed the reported ordinance. It basically concluded that there was a peril, there was a potential risk of harm, and that was sufficient under the law to pass the ordinance. That's what you're dealing with here. You've got a 7-0 vote from the City of Blaine. You have the Blaine Police Department telling you they're concerned about risk. And that should be sufficient and has been sufficient under the law. You don't need all of the data that you're talking about. It doesn't add anything, and it's not legally required.
Jill, I agree with you. I don't need all of the data that I've asked for as far as the number of accidents and the number of phone calls per se. But I do still think that we have to prove a reasonable likelihood. And so the other data that I've asked for that would be accurate and current are things like what's the voter count, what's the traffic count, what's the pedestrian count, what's the distance to homes as it is today to show that that might be a reasonable likelihood. And that still hasn't been something that the city has given me at all. either. And so not only do I have any information about past accidents, but I don't have any current information that would show to me the definition of a reasonable likelihood.
So in the material that I submitted in writing about a month ago, I gave you all of the information I could get from the city planning department on density increases. That is all objective, verifiable data that is in that email that I sent you. My recollection is when the city manager was here a couple of weeks ago, he told you that they don't meter the beaches. Semi-Amu Resort, who I know approved the recommendation of this ordinance, as well as the Semi-Amu Residents Association, don't meter, bird watchers on the beach, or people who go hiking on the beach, or numbers of kayakers who rent the kayaks and go out in the water. There is no likely objective, verifiable data record or archive that you could access, to give you the kind of information you're talking about. It doesn't mean that there isn't significant amounts of usage, recreational usage of that harbor. It just means you may not be able to get satisfaction on the archival data you're looking for. That has nothing to do with the legal requirement. The legal requirement is a reasonable likelihood of jeopardy. Jeopardy is legally defined as peril or risk, not historical accidents, injuries, etc. It's a reasonable likelihood of danger, peril, or risk. With all the increases in usage, with all the increases in density, can one reasonably say there is an increase in peril or risk, i.e. jeopardy? I think the answer is a resounding yes.
Thank you.
All right.
And you're going to leave that?
Yes, I will. Thank you.
I'm Rodney Vandersype, and I live in Ferndale. I really have to rebut what he was saying, because the shores that he was talking about are 1/2 a mile from where you're talking about as far as this ordinance. There is no hunting that happens out there that's going to ever put anybody in peril. I'm sorry to say that, but there's more likelihood of a kayaker going underwater, falling out of their kayak, than there is for anybody ever harming them with a gun of any kind out there. So we want to talk about peril. I think maybe it would be better to reduce people from kayaking out there than it is for hunting, because the likelihood of somebody shooting somebody in a kayak is nil. It really is. If you've ever hunted out here, you don't have that issue. You're shooting with shot that, you have to be fairly close to be able to be in peril. And no waterfowl will ever come close if you have a kayaker close enough to you. So that's my point. Good job, Barbara. Thank you.
So with that, we will close the public hearing, the open session.
Chair.
Mr. Byrd.
Two things. First, Tino and Frank.
Mr. Byrd, just a point of
Mr.
procedure.
Chair,
We're not.
Mr. Chair,
we're not.
This has got to stop.
No.
We're not.
I just wanted to tell you, I really appreciated your comments in the context to coming forward and respecting how things are looked at and the holistic approach. Oftentimes, I feel like when we get what we want, it doesn't matter what else happens. And the fact that you took a different stance, I just wanted to say thank you very much for that, because I think more of that in our community will bring us together and create tighter bonds in the long run, and I appreciated that a lot.
Mr. Byrd, we need to move on to the consent agenda, please. Mr. Sidhu.
So,
Mr. Sidhu, no,
people here could have a
Mr. Byrd, this is out of sequence. Please, we are moving on to the consent agenda. We are not voting on this issue at this particular moment. This is the open session. Mr. Sidhu, please,
Yes.
consent agenda.
Okay. There are 9 items on the consent agenda, 1 through 9, and they all received 3-0 vote in the committee, and I so move for approval.
It's been moved for approval. Any discussion?
Just a second. Yes. I would like to remove number 9.
9. Anybody else wishes to remove any items from the consent agenda?
Okay, so I move that item 1 through 8, they received 3-0 vote in the committee, and I so move for approval.
Been moved for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0.
The
Item
next
9.
item, sorry, the next item is AB 2019-629, request approval for the county executive to enter into a contract for the purchase, delivery, and installation of a modular building for the Point Roberts Transfer Station in the amount of $65,179.75. And this received 3-0 vote, and I so move for approval.
Been moved for approval. Any discussion? Seeing Ms. Brenner.
Yeah.
That did not receive a 3.
Okay, well, I don't support it. It's not clear to me that the cost of the use and maintenance and everything, I appreciate that, Tyler, are you still here? I wanted to say, thank you, Tyler. I appreciate the information you sent us, but I'm definitely not convinced that, that this is...
Gentlemen, we can't have side conversations. Ms. Brenner has the floor.
Oh, that's okay, they're not bothering me. Anyway, I'm not convinced that the provider is paying their fair share, whatever you call it. And I also feel it's very important when we start putting money into that and subsidizing a leasee on our property, that we need to review and make sure that the charges to the public in Point Roberts are fair and equitable. And I'm not seeing that. And in fact, I'll be nicer today than I was in committee, for sure. But I'm concerned that there would have been a lot more looking at what's going on at Point Roberts if you hadn't written them an email as implying you're writing it as chair of the county council. That was the very first line. As chair of the Whatcom County, current chair of the Whatcom County Council, I completely support Jeff's comments. And then you added that there was only one council member who had concerns about the cost of Point Roberts garbage, and she will be retiring right after the meeting. So I think that not only was that demeaning to me, but I think it demeans the other council members. So first, what I'd like is an apology from you to all the council for implying that you were speaking as chair of the council, which you were not. And second, I would like us, and that, another claim you made in it was that, and the people who are against it do not represent the majority. You don't know that. We've never done, any kind of asking everybody who lives there that. You did it on emails. I mean, some of those emails, you don't know who they are. You don't even know if they were made up. So don't even go there with me that this represents all the people in Point Roberts. And we're supposed to represent them all, whether they're citizens or Canadians or whatever. And I just feel like you shouldn't be making comments like that and that everything's fine and dandy. And you really should not be implying, very strongly implying, that I'm of no significance because I'll be gone.
Further discussion, Mr. Byrd.
Yeah.
Oh, and I wasn't the only, I'm sorry. You said I was the only one. I wasn't. He too also was concerned and wanted a review.
Further discussion, Mr. Byrd.
Yeah, just kind of point of reference.
Yeah, I want to correct the record. I missed writing on it. It received 2-1 vote in the committee, and
Yeah.
Mr. Byrd was opposed. I just didn't have, my scribbling was wrong.
And that one vote wasn't me. I'm not in that committee.
Mr. Byrd.
Further, yeah. So in addition to that, at least when it was read out today, I think it very clearly stated that the cost of maintenance is the responsibility of the business and not ours. If you look at what they pay us, it was stated that they pay us $750 per month. That would be roughly 7.5 years for us to recoup the costs of replacing that building. If we took 100% of that payment every single month and applied it just to the building and did not account for any kind of inflation or interest expense or anything else. So we're obviously not getting the cost back in the lease agreement. And in addition to that, he's not maintaining the building, otherwise it wouldn't have degraded further in the time period that he's had it. It was good enough, 5, 6, 10 years ago when he assumed the property, but now it's not, and we have to come in and replace it. It'd be one thing if we'd seen all the financials, it'd be one thing if you'd gone through the whole process, but at the end of the day, like, we don't have any of that. And this will be the third time we subsidize this company without any of that information, and I don't feel comfortable with that. At a very minimum, I think we should be enforcing the lease and having him cough up the money for maintenance on that building.
Mr. Sidhu.
No, I think, I just want to say that that is not entirely correct. That building is from 1960 or 1970. The trailer, it's not that trailer is run down because of not maintenance, because of its life is over. Like, have you seen any house paid up in 7.5 years? Like, normally, if you buy a trailer, has a 15-year life, and you pay off in 7.5 years, that means the county is making money for the next 15 years or 10 years. So, like, if there is a building, and we lease that building for $750 a month, and the building has run out its lifetime, and we have been depreciating, that's another thing. When we have a county asset, it goes in our asset list, and it gets depreciated. Depreciation means that we have collected the replacement value over time, and when the life of that asset is finished, we have enough money to replace that. We still our property. It's not a question of maintenance that that thing is run down. It's a question that it is past its lifetime. I just want to correct that. I'm not disputing whatever you're saying. You can say, assume whatever you want to do. But this is not a maintenance issue. And it's not that payment is not. If $65,000 and you do 20 years payment on it, amortize, what will be the payment on it? It will be less than $750.
Ms. Frazey.
Yeah, I was just going to agree. I was up there and I was in Point Roberts in October and looked at the building, and I don't even know if it's worth $750. It's really disgusting, and it does need to be replaced.
Ms. Brenner and then Mr. Byrd.
Well, I have a completely different perspective on it anyway. I don't think we should be putting in a new building for somebody who's a commercial business making what seems to be a huge profit. I think they should put in the building, and they can take it with them when and if they leave. It's a modular building. It can be moved. And that would give them a much bigger incentive to take care of the building. So I'm totally opposed to not only the way this is being done, but I'm really upset because this is another part of the gimme to the company and not caring about the public who's being affected by all this.
Mr. Byrd.
I haven't seen the building. Do you feel like he's done maintenance? Because I'm unaware of any information that we've received on.
It's awful.
On any maintenance he has done. So do you feel like he's been performing the maintenance that's required in his contract?
It's just old. It's a really old and.
Yeah, it's a
But,
crappy
like,
building.
You know, people have like Model T cars that are still, well, it's true, right? I mean, there's Aerostreams out there that are trailers that are in fantastic condition because people maintain them really well. And so the question is, like, is he doing the maintenance, and are we getting the lifespan out of that we should be?
That's true, but it's never been.
Ms. Byrd and Mr. Sidhu's next.
Mr. Byrd, what do you think a lifespan of a trailer would be reasonable?
Depends on how you treat it.
Yeah. No, you just said, but it's lifespan. What a reasonable lifespan of a normal use, wear and tear, everything. If you have a trailer park and you have a trailer, you rent to somebody, and they're just normal use, how many years you think it should last?
You know, honestly, I don't know that. And so that's, well, no, Isn't that part of the problem?
It is
That-
the part of the problem.
That
because
you,
don't
none of
have-
us know that we don't know how long it's been, or what maintenance has been done, or what the lifespan should be, or what the recovery cost should be?
So, Mr. Byrd, let's do this in
Okay,
sequence.
anyways, this is
Let's
not
do
a
this in
discussion.
sequence of recognition. Mr. Sidhu, have you finished? Mr. Sidhu, have you yielded?
I yield. I
Right.
don't want to discuss
So,
anymore.
Mr. Byrd, to your response, I just looked it up. According to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, a modern, that is, one manufactured today, a modern manufactured home has a life expectancy of 30 to 55 years. And that's one that's manufactured today. Ms. Brenner.
But we are not talking about a residential building. We are talking about a commercial structure. And to me, that is completely different and should be under different rules. And the rules should apply to having them do the maintenance instead of even us paying us for the maintenance. They should do maintenance or replace the building with their own building. I mean, this is all about, let's be as nice to these people as possible, and I'm afraid we're going overboard. You know, and I got to tell you, the owner of that company, I can't help it, I got to say it. The owner of that company used to be good friends with the Calders, and they were adamantly opposed to what the guy before them wanted to do, with, you know, including rates and all that stuff. And then he bought the building, and it's like he's doing exactly what he was supposed to when he was the payer, not the payee. So I'm really shocked at the way this whole thing has gone. And I do think all we need to do, let's ask every resident of Point Roberts what they want, period. And we could have done that at the last election thing, but then the council made all these, you know, rules that the people who wanted to do it, we should have wanted to do it. It should have been the council that wanted to do it, not just certain people. We've had enough controversy and polarization on this issue. I would think everybody's sick of it, and we'd want to know these answers, instead of saying, well, you go out and spend, $1,500 to get this on the ballot or do something as an advisory vote. That's us. We should have done it. And we didn't do it. We can do it. And that's what needs to be done. We need to find out what, you know, and even if it makes it so that some costs go up, then those costs should go up. This is what's been my problem the whole time. We are so, you know, gaga over reduce, reuse, and recycle, but we are promoting not reduce, recycle. We're promoting the exact opposite with the way this whole scheme has been set up at Point Roberts. I'm just shocked that we are requiring everybody to put out that many cans when so many of them are only part-time there, and it's ridiculous.
Mr. Byrd, did you have your hand up?
No, I didn't, but I did want to know, I appreciate you pulling that up for the lifespan. Do you know how long he's had that?
No, but I think Mr. Sidhu's statement, if I remember, is correct, that the mobile home there is from the 60s.
And it was in bad shape
when mobile homes were built a lot less robustly, and even if it was a modern mobile home by today's standards, if it was put in there in the 60s, it's now reached the maximum end of its life according to housing and urban development. There are certain things you don't keep maintaining. You pull them down and you rebuild new ones, and it's reached the end of its lifespan.
No, and that's fine, but usually we would get that back in the lease, right? And we'd be accounting for it, and so you get the cost of property, all the maintenance, and then replacement costs.
I guarantee you, with the cost of that mobile home, if we've been charging $750 for 60 years, we got our money back.
But the
Well, you
property
don't
is
even know how
also
long it's
a
gonna
lot
be.
more than just a mobile home, right?
Well,
Anyway, so following sequence. Ms. Brenner, you have your hand up.
I'm still saying that kind of a lease does nothing to inspire anybody to take really good care of a place. Oh, I'll pay them $750 a month, and they're going to do the maintenance, and I'll take it. There's no And it's a commercial building, it's not a residential building. I do think we should and do treat commercial endeavors very different than we do residential. So I'm not sympathetic to this whole thing with this, this building by the county, buying it and charging them to take care of it, charging the county to take care of it.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
So that was Byrd and Brenner opposed, correct? So that passes 5-2 with Byrd and Brenner opposed.
There's less recycling going on, they proved it.
Mr. Sidhu, next item.
All right. The other items. The first item is AB 2019-611, request authorization for the county executive to enter into an agreement between Whatcom County and Trantech Engineering in the amount of $45,000. This item received 3-0 vote in the committee, and I so move for approval.
It's been moved for approval. Any discussion?
Yeah, where are we again? Sorry.
On page 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0.
The next item is AB 2019-612, request authorization for the county executive to enter into an agreement between Whatcom County and Sargent Engineers, Inc. in the amount of $45,000. This also received 3-0 vote in the committee, and I so move for approval.
Been moved for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0.
Next item is AB 2019-625, request authorization for the county executive to sign an attorney engagement and contingency fee agreement between Whatcom County and Keller Rohrbeck LLP. And this also received 3-0 vote in the committee, and I so move for approval.
It's been moved for approval. Any discussion? Ms. Brenner.
Well, I'm going to support it because even though in the contract it does not give the county absolution of costs and charges, there was a letter that they have between our attorney that this is a class action thing and we're supposed to be on to make it, more potent about what's happening with some of these e-cigarettes. And I'm fine with that, but I didn't want, if it ends up we lose, I didn't want to have to bear the costs, and we were told we wouldn't, and we have the letter from the attorney saying we will not bear the costs, even though it's not in the contract.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0.
The next item is AB 2019-601, request authorization for the county executive to enter into an interlocal agreement between Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District and Whatcom Conservation District to provide outreach and cost share to support the Pollution Identification and Correction Program, PIC program, in the amount of $55,000, council acting as the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District Board of Supervisors.
It's been moved for approval. Any discussion?
This also received 3-0 vote in the committee, and I so move for approval.
It's been moved for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0.
The next item is AB 2019-590, ordinance amending 2019 Whatcom County budget request number 15 in the amount of $49,400. This also received 3-0 vote in the committee, and I so move for approval.
Been moved for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Tyler Byrd?
Yes.
Todd Donovan?
Yes.
Carol Frazey?
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu?
Yes.
Barbara Brenner?
Yes.
Rud Browne?
Yes.
Barry Buchanan?
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Okay. The next item is AB 2019-592, ordinance establishing the Prox Lock Control Panel Replacement Fund and establishing a project-based budget for the Prox Lock Control Panel Replacement Project. This also received 3-0 vote in the committee, and I so move for approval.
Been moved for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Todd Donovan?
Yes.
Carol Frazey?
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu?
Yes.
Barbara Brenner?
Yes.
Rud Browne?
Yes.
Barry Buchanan?
Yes.
Tyler Byrd?
That passes 7-0.
Is AB 2019-619, request authorization for the county executive to enter into an interlocal agreement between Whatcom County and Kittitas County for the housing of inmates. This also received 3-0 vote in the committee, and I so move for approval.
Been moved for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0.
The next item is AB 2019-622, request authorization for the county executive to enter into an interlocal agreement between Whatcom County and the cities of Bellingham, Blaine, Everson, Ferndale, Linden, and Sumas for the purpose of implementing a countywide wayfinding and gateway feature placement program. This received 2-1 vote in the committee with Mr. Byrd opposed, and I so move for approval.
Been moved for approval. Any discussion?
Yeah, point of reference.
Mr. Byrd.
I abstained from that. I didn't oppose it. But I am opposing it now.
Okay.
Sure.
You still abstain now too, if you want. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes 6-1 with Byrd opposed.
The interlocal agreement?
The next item is AB 2019-623, request approval of the Economic Development Investment, EDI Board's recommendation for additional funding in the amount of $500,000 and establishment of a $2.2 million revolving loan fund for the housing affordability through the workforce program. And this received 3-0 vote in the committee, and I so move for approval.
It's been moved for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0.
The next item is AB 2019-626, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract between Whatcom County and Northwest Regional Council to provide nursing services at the Whatcom County Jail and Juvenile Detention in the amount of $1,456,501.11. And this also received 3-0 vote in the committee, and I so move for approval.
It's been moved for approval. Any discussion? Ms. Brenner.
I just want to say, for people who don't know, we had all this discussion in committee, so hopefully nobody wants to keep repeating themselves.
Yes.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0.
Next item is AB 2019-591, ordinance amending 2020 Whatcom County budget request number 2 in the amount of $343,000. And this also received 3-0 vote in the committee, and I so move for approval.
Been moved for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Carol Frazey?
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu?
Yes.
Barbara Brenner?
Yes.
Rud Browne?
Yes.
Barry Buchanan?
Yes.
Tyler Byrd?
Yes.
Todd Donovan?
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
The next item is AB 2019-616, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract between Whatcom County and Michael Bobink for hearing examiner services. Now, this had a discussion in the committee, and it was held pending more information which we can gather. But one of the item, it was brought up that if we don't approve this, then we don't have a contract for the coming months at least for a hearing examiner. So with that caveat, I think I will just open for discussion by the rest of the council.
I have to have it moved to discuss it.
Yes, I move for a discussion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, fine. Mr. Byrd, did you have your hand up?
So in theory, you could approve it for a shorter period of time.
That was the advice you and I received earlier this afternoon, and I would support that. Pending further discussion.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of it, but I could be. I'd like, though, if that's the case, that we ask that the time be tracked that's spent during that, so we have some reference point too, but, so, I mean, would that require?
Rewrite the contract.
I mean, we have default language for that, right? That we use for all the other service agreements where contractors that are time and cost, they have to log the time and.
Ms. Brenner.
Well, I want to just say, Bob Inc. is an incredible hearing examiner. How many appeals have we ever gotten from him? We had a hearing examiner once where everything was appealed, every single decision. This guy, I mean, you got two sides of issues. If somebody didn't like it and thought they could do it, they'd appeal it. And I'm just amazed. I think we are very fortunate to have him as the hearing examiner, and I don't usually say that about too many bureaucrats, but he's really amazing. Actually, maybe he's not even technically a bureaucrat. He's really done a fabulous job, and he still does. So I think he's worth it, and I think it's pretty much in line with what, people who do what he does are paid.
So, Mr. Sidhu.
I was going to just add that he's been doing this service for last 24 years. Yeah, okay, I just wanted to put on the record.
24? I didn't think it was 24 years. A long time, yeah.
Yeah,
But we
long
had
time.
one
Okay,
before
may
that.
not be 24 exactly, but long time.
A long time.
So as far as process goes,
I think
to make a motion to do this for 3 months instead of what's on the docket.
I think,
I want to do.
I think we could amend this. I think it wouldn't be a problem to amend it as it stands, but limit the time for 3 months pending further discussion. Would that be your interpretation?
Yes, but would it be possible to do it for, what are you looking for in those 3 months?
Yeah.
Because if the council decides that they don't want to continue the contract within those 3 months, we would still need to go out for another RFP.
Okay, so it's not
Draft
long
another
enough.
contract. And just as a reminder, this may or may not sway you, probably not, but Michael was, when we went out this last time for our RFP, he was the only responder.
Why don't we vote on the motion, or on, if you want to make the
Ms.
amendment?
Brenner, just if you want to talk, just
What?
indicate you want to talk.
I want to talk.
Fine, I recognize it.
Why don't we vote on it, make an amendment, we'll vote on it. And I'm going to speak against it, but let's vote on it.
One more thing is, you can vote to amend the contract, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Michael is going to agree to it
Right.
either. So
Goes right back to the
we would
drawing
have to
board.
deal with that if for some reason he decided not to sign the
Correct.
contract.
You're correct. He is under no obligation to accept it. Right.
I will make a motion that the contract be amended to a time span of 3 months or 90 days, and request that a clause be added that time reporting be included. Go ahead.
If I may, listening to what Ms. Frakes and Ms. Brown Davis have said, I would recommend that we accept the contract that is for 6 months pending further discussion. Because as Ms. Brown Davis has said, if we decide we don't want to continue, we will need time to advertise, locate and select a replacement. And I'm reluctant to add new language to a contract without proper notice. I think we can limit the time without notice, but to put in additional conditions, you're changing the nature of the contract. Does that make sense?
Yeah, if we go 6 months instead of 90 days, you still don't want to do the time tracking?
Well, you can ask for it, but I wouldn't put in you can ask for it, but I wouldn't put it in as a contract condition because now you're changing the contract. And he may turn around and say, well, that's, I need extra money for that. Ms. Brenner.
I'm not going to support amending it in any way that reduces the contract time. I just think, you know, we've got an incredible deal, and he does an incredible job. And that doesn't always happen.
Sidhu.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing I said in the daytime, that even if you look at $250 an hour, average attorney cost, it's only 400 hours in a year. And in a year, a regular job in a year is 2,080 hours. If 40-hour week, that's 2,080 hours. And, you know, like, I actually totally agree with Mr. Byrd's premise that we should have some kind of tracking, number of cases done each year, number of times spent, everything. That is something that we can collect the data. But are we trying to save $20,000 on a $90,000 contract and then spend on one appeal and spend another $100,000 on top of that? It's the experience of the person and the record of the person, because you can go in town, you can find an attorney for $750 an hour, and you can find an attorney for $150 an hour. Does it mean that, okay, you know, they're not the same? Same thing is you go find any professional, an engineer, doctor, specialist, the rates vary. Is our purpose here is that we can save $20,000 or by renegotiating, or is it that we should track something, that how many cases we have in a year, how much time it gets spent? I think that's a useful information. But I don't see that we should hold the contract. In 6 months, what do we gain? And then if nobody applies, what do you do? The whole process gets in jeopardy.
Mrs. Brenner.
Well, I don't think there's a better way of tracking than to see how many appeals we get. And we're not getting them, so.
I agree.
It seems like that's, or not many. Oh, I shouldn't say that.
The law's been changed, and that's why you're not seeing any appeals anymore, because we changed Title 22 to make appeals directly to Superior Court rather than to you. But nevertheless, right, nevertheless, there are a few things that still might come to you, and you haven't received anything. But even before the law was changed, it was my experience that we received very few appeals compared to what we had in the past. And I just have to say, I mean, maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but I have to say the service that Michael has provided to us has been pretty invaluable with his experience. The decisions he's written, he's just done a very good job for the county.
Well, let me just add on to that then.
Mr. Donovan.
Well, she was responding to what I said, so I just want to say something about that. I'm like, you know, she was responding to me.
Ms. Brenner, Mr. Donovan hasn't spoken on the issue, but I will yield the floor to you.
Even if it went straight to Superior Court, we would hear about it. People come in here and they complain. I haven't heard any, now I do vaguely remember that change was made, but I haven't heard anybody complaining about it at all. And we used to get, even when it came directly to us, we just were getting complaints all the time before, so.
Handled by my office.
Oh, okay.
Fortunately, not by me, but by someone else in my office. And
So there just aren't many
certain that we
still.
haven't received, I can't say any, but very few, if any.
Mr. Donovan.
So actually, Ms. Frakes, for help me understand this. So having a hearing examiner, it's essentially like having somebody on retainer who we don't get billable hours. Is just, I don't know if retainer is the right word, but like for this fixed contract, you do as many hours as is needed. So if some, okay, and so we don't get billable hours for something like that. But because what something that Mr. Sidhu was talking about, so if an attorney charges 200, 250 an hour, which would be kind of normal, if not cheap, compared to.
It's cheap.
So
Yeah.
4 times 400 gets us to about $90,000, divided by 52 weeks is about 7.7 hours a week.
Which, it isn't
He's
just
gonna ask
the
for
time.
more.
Yeah, it isn't just the time he's appearing
The
at
expertise.
hearings. He spends a lot of time putting the decisions
Yeah.
together, I'm sure, at home. And,
Right, yeah, I'm just saying, if we.
it's a gamble on his part, too. He could have an excessive amount of work, and he's still only charging us that amount, right?
Whereas if we were paying it by hour, for $90,000, we'd get maybe 7 hours a week out of somebody.
I'm actually going to withdraw my second.
And this does not include any benefits or anything, right? It's just plain wage rate, right? I mean, you start adding this up, it's not a whole lot of money.
Mr. Byrd.
Yeah. So I'll reiterate why I brought this up earlier. This is for an increase to $97,000 for a contractor who works in multiple other jurisdictions: Ferndale, Blaine, Nooksack, Linden, Oak Harbor, and previously to this year, Island County as well. So we're paying him $97,000 a year, and then all of those other jurisdictions are also paying him. I asked for time so that I could understand how much we were paying for and what we were getting, and that wasn't available. So we looked at other counties to see what is happening there. And what we saw from a salary compensation standpoint was, on the low end, $45,000, on the high end, $105,000. Was the salary that was being paid. And so to pay someone $97,000, knowing that they're also working for 5 other clients and not understanding what we're getting from that, I don't feel comfortable giving a pay increase. And what I was looking for was essentially justification of any kind for why he should get a pay increase. In no way am I questioning how good he is at his job or the value that he brings to the job. It's just a matter of what's the county getting for the money, the tax dollars that we're spending. And that, again, I don't feel like we've had an answer to that, and I want an answer to that. I don't feel comfortable continuing to pay someone. If you were to move forward with this as a council, I would ask you, my understanding is he's getting up to the point of retirement. What is it that you're going to do when he retires and we need to go to somebody else, and we can't even tell them how much time this position requires or the number of cases that this position hears on average in a year? What are we going to do when that takes place, when we don't have the basic data?
Just for clarity, I'm not withdrawing my motion to approve this. It was a motion to amend the contract. As to the answer to your question, we do know how many cases we deal with because we give him the caseload. What we don't know is how many hours he spends on each case because we don't ask him to put in timesheets. So I just want to be clear, what is the motion on the floor at the moment?
Let's see, Byrd moved to amend the contract to 3 months with language regarding time reporting.
Right, so but there was a motion to put the thing on the floor in the beginning, correct? Okay, so I'm withdrawing my motion. My second to amend it, and unless there is another second, there will be no vote on the motion to amend. Do I have another second for Mr. Byrd's motion to amend? Seeing none, we're back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion, which is to accept the contract as it stands? Mr. Donovan.
I'm going to support the contract, but I would like some of the information that Mr. Byrd's asking about, and I mentioned this in the daytime too. Like, I don't know what it means for somebody to play all those different roles, and if there's any potential conflicts between being a city attorney in multiple jurisdictions and hearing examiner. And so I don't know how we proceed with that as a discussion. There's not like a committee that deals with sort of stuff, but
Kathy.
but I would like to learn more about those sorts of roles. In addition
That
to,
the person-
at some point, we're going to have to put an RFP out for a new hearing examiner in the next few years.
There's laws about that.
I could just clarify your question related to conflict of interest.
I might not be phrasing it right, but just
A lot of jurisdictions hire out a hearing examiner because it's a quasi-judicial position. And so hiring out a third-party contractor reduces the potential for influence from elected officials and an administration. That's one element. And then when you look at conflict of interest as it relates to between jurisdictions, I believe in most cases, these are cases related to local codes and regulations. And so it would be for within the jurisdiction that they participate. I believe, and it's mentioned in the proposal and contract, that when there is for example, a personal conflict of interest, the hearing examiner would have to recuse him or herself from acting as hearing examiner in that instance, and would potentially appoint a pro tem, which the proposed contract on the agenda indicates that within the allotted contract amount, Michael Bobbink would be providing at no cost a pro tem to act in his place in this instance.
Further discussion? Mr. Byrd?
What credentials are required for this position?
I'm not sure what the request for proposals was. It is not required that the hearing examiner be an attorney, but in this day and age, I think it's an important qualification because it is very legalistic. So we, at one time, prior to Mr. Bobbink working for us by contract, we actually had the hearing examiner as an employee of Whatcom County, and that's when the former person was here. And what was your question again?
What are the qualifications?
I'm sorry, I've been up since 5 o'clock.
Oh.
He was not an attorney. But again, I think in this day and age, it needs to be an attorney.
All right, further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Oh, wait.
What?
Please state the motion.
Of approving.
The motion is to approve AB 2019-616, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract between Whatcom County and Michael Bobbink for hearing examiner services.
Okay.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That passes 6-1 with Mr. Byrd opposed. Mr. Sidhu. Oh, sorry, Mr. Buchanan.
Criminal Justice and Public Safety had 2 action items today. The first one being a resolution establishing a stakeholder advisory committee for the Public Health, Safety, and Justice Facility Needs Assessment. We had a motion that was moved to recommend to the full council to request, oops, sorry, wrong one. That's the next one. Resolution was voted on 3-0 in committee, and I so move.
Sorry, what was the resolution? The stakeholder one. All right.
What's that?
It was the stakeholder resolution, correct?
Yes.
Yep, all right. It's been moved from the committee. Any discussion? Ms. Brenner?
Would you read the resolution? Did you?
Do I want to read it out loud?
Yeah,
No.
I want you to.
It's
Won't ever go home.
no.
I was there today, but I want you to read it because I'm not.
You talking about the childcare one or the other one?
You mean just a statement or the whole resolution?
Which one was it?
5 pages long.
Stakeholder Advisory Committee.
Oh, okay, yeah, not that one. It was the other one I wanted.
Yeah, I have a little longer thing to read
Okay,
for that one.
all right.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
That passes 7-0.
The second item was discussion regarding potential loss of licensed childcare spaces in Whatcom County. The motion that Councilmember Frazey brought forward was to recommend to the full council to request that the administration pursue options to work with the City of Bellingham to maintain licensed childcare slots currently operating in Whatcom County, and that effort includes a budget supplemental proposal. That motion carried 2-0 with one abstention by Councilmember Byrd.
Accept the friendly amendment. City of Bellingham and Ferndale. Because we're going to lose a facility in Ferndale as well.
Oh, the facilities?
Yeah.
Oh, to work with the City of Bellingham and the City of Ferndale?
Correct.
I think Bellingham is giving
Bellingham's
funding.
doing the coordination, right?
Bellingham is doing it, we don't need to.
But Ferndale's got the same problem. Because they maintain 3 facilities in Bellingham and 1 facility in Ferndale.
I guess it came from Bellingham is thinking of giving funding. They're going to be moved. I don't think Ferndale, are they thinking of giving
I
any
don't know,
funding?
but I'd like at least say we're willing to work with them. They may turn around and say, we got no money.
Your motion, are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, yes, we will accept that.
Okay, fine. Further discussion. Ms. Brenner?
Well, this is kind of like, if you don't support something like this, you hate children or you're evil or something. Yeah, forget it. I have a problem with the fact that we're using these facilities for all, I tried to get to understand it better, and I didn't from talking to the person who made the presentation. I support us having slots available for developmentally disabled, for people, people who have a financial need. But apparently, these are for all kids. And if we don't have enough slots for everybody, it seems like the slots should go to those in financial need, not to everybody. And until I can understand that better, I guess I'll abstain, but I'm uncomfortable with the way it was presented today. I supported it until I found that out.
Ms. Frazey?
I just wanted to say this earlier this afternoon. When the average house is like $400,000 and a good salary would be $100,000, I think because it has changed since we've raised children at a young age, there is a need even for people earning a high income to have licensed childcare, and it's expensive.
In high income, you know what? I came from the lowest of low income, and we're doing fine now, but we weren't when the kids were growing up. And there's all kinds of things that people can do. I get it if it takes 2 people to make enough money to live. I get that, but apparently it's not even that. Anybody can do it. And, it just doesn't seem right that we don't say this is for people who can show a financial need. That's all I'm saying. And not, to say anybody, we're open to anybody. And, the guy was saying 61% are in poverty or whatever it is. But I'm sure there's at least 100% of his slots, there are people in poverty that could use them. But if they're already taken up by people who aren't in poverty and could either, he said that they got doctors, they've got engineers, they got all kinds of people who drop off kids there. And I just have a problem with that. I really believe that, for us to say we're committing to something for people, we need to do it for the ones who need it, not just for everyone. And that's fine if other people want to pay whatever the going rate is, but I think they should be doing that at a place, there's lots of places, lots of people doing childcare. If they're going to do that, for a place that specifically helps, needy or poor or whatever, I think that if we're already, I would agree with you 100% if we weren't at such horrible lack of spaces for everybody. And so, to me, you got to start with the most needy. I don't know. And of course, we spoke about this. This is not the county's ability to do all this stuff, and to just make it sound like we care. I think we need to do more than just say, I care. And I don't know how else to say it, and I'm not trying to be hardcore here. I mean, I'm not going to vote no, but I'm abstaining because I think there are certain costs that are going to come up, and if I don't know that those are the kids who are the most needy getting that stuff, I'm going to have a problem. And I also guess that I would love to be the person who examines somebody's finances to see what they could do to make, you know, if they're making $100,000 a year, what they could do to make it so that they might be able to have better child care or do something. I hear what you're saying. We have housing affordability issues, and they're getting worse and worse and worse by a lot of the things that are happening in Whatcom County. And for that, I think the councils, the city, county councils, everybody has a lot of responsibility for that. But the responsibility sometimes isn't to throw more money at it. Sometimes the responsibility is to reduce costs and fees and other things so people can afford to live here. But, you know, we are where we are. I just want to know that this is going to go to people who have no choices. How about that? Not to people who maybe do. And you don't know that they do. Or don't.
I'll just keep going.
It's Frazey.
No, I just, one thing we were talking about with homelessness and housing affordability, and Emily O'Connor said this from Lydia Place, like having housing with different people of different incomes around, and that lifts up a community. And same thing with childcare. If we have childcare where we just have lower income, it's healthier for a community if you have a mix of different incomes together, of children and everything, so that it just lifts up a community, mental health-wise, income-wise, yeah.
In a perfect world, you're absolutely right. Unfortunately, we're struggling at the bottom here, and we need to do, to me, emergency things for people who need it the most. And when we get to a point where we can really do stuff like what you're saying, great. But I don't know, I just have a problem with it. Even though you say, I mean, my kids did all right, you know, and they were around kids just like them growing up.
Okay, the problem is there's 534 licensed childcare spots that are going to be ended in December 31st. So there's this many parents that need childcare so they can go to work. And someone needs to step up. So who's that going to be? That's the bottom line.
Ms. Brenner.
And that's not what I heard that gentleman say. He said, I thought there's way more need than 500 and something, and that there are kids whose parents can't afford it and stuff like that. I mean, we're not even going to touch the need. So to say it's okay to mix in people with means, and I mean means, I don't mean just getting by, or I don't even mean middle class. I mean people who are doing really well, to have them in, when we're not, we have an emergency for people in certain, I hear what you're saying, but we can't be all things to all people when we don't have enough money. How's that?
Discussion. Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Mr. Chair,
Sorry,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Sidhu.
I just wanted to say was that this is a ad hoc arrangement. We as a council are stepping up to do, not taking that responsibility. I'm with you. And county does not have finances to take that responsibility on. All what we are trying to do, and I believe the city of Bellingham is also trying to do, is step in for a while when some other arrangements can be made. That's what we are doing, and I think it was well stated by Mr. Schroeder also, that this is not county's jurisdiction or county's issue or us to spend taxpayers' money. but it is a need right now. Somebody has to step in and save these spots so that a solution can be found.
Ms. Brenner.
I really like what you said. I hope that's what it turns out to be.
Yeah.
But with what I heard today, that's not what I mean, that's not what I heard. So I'm hoping, I'm wishing you guys the best. I'm sure it's going to pass. I just can't support it without more financial information.
Yeah.
Further discussion? Mr. Byrd.
I'm going to be joining Barbara in abstaining. I don't feel like we have enough information to make a good decision, and like always, that's important to me. But I also want to put on the record that this specific thing really just ticks me off. It just irks me, like, to know this is caused at the end of the day by our state elected officials making decisions and telling us one thing and not taking action and follow up on those. And so they've passed laws that make it almost impossible for our largest child care providers that have been here the longest to be able to do business and be profitable. And now we're all going to see those repercussions. And instead of them looking at that and acknowledging it or funding it or doing anything about it, they're going to pretend like, hey, our laws had no impact on that, and they're going to go out there and talk about that in the future. I think we should all be calling them, because if our largest provider is going to go out of business next year because of these laws and these regulations that we're supposed to have no impact, what happens to all of the small ones that don't have the same economies of scale and the same 30 years of track record and history and brand recognition out there? They're going to follow as well. And if this is 20% of the market that we lose on January 1st, that's 530, 550 kids, what's 80% of the market going to look like when they can't afford to do business either? We have a much bigger issue, and I hope that we address that in our first meeting next year.
Ms. Brenner.
Yeah, and last but not least, I thought this was like one of these emergency things that came up at the last minute, but somebody said, either one of our staff people or the person, that this facility has been in trouble for a long time, and it's been very public, and it's been all this. I didn't hear about it. And to come to us the last minute of the year and saying, you know, that this is going to happen at the end of the year if you don't make some commitment, I would be more apt to go ahead and vote for it if I knew they didn't know till just recently. But that's weird. It's been all these places and everybody's back in it, and it's gone on for years, and nobody came to the council till, yeah, whatever. I'm hoping it's going to go very well.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? Right.
Abstain.
So, okay. So that's passes 5-2 with Brenner and Byrd abstaining. Okay, and next item up, back to Mr. Sidhu.
Yeah, the next item is, I think we did discuss this before, but it wasn't only in the Finance Committee, but we considered as a committee of the whole also.
I'm talking about the ordinance amending the 2020.
Yes. So the item is AB 2019-565, ordinance amending the 2020 Whatcom County budget, request number 1, in the amount of $19,206,192. So this is the end of the year adjustment because we have a biennium budget. So the first year of the biennium budget is completed, and 2020 will be the second year of the biennium budget. So this is the annual adjustment at the end of the first year.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Donovan moves to approve. Mr. Buchanan seconds. Discussion.
And no. I just want to say we did discuss this for quite a while, not just today in committee, but it's been discussed for quite a while.
Seeing no further discussion, will the clerk please call the roll?
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner,
Yes.
Rud Browne,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Tyler Byrd,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Carol Frazey.
Yes.
That passes 7-0. Next item up is an AB 2019-472 ordinance amending the Whatcom County Code 9.32 unlawful discharge of firearms to establish a no shooting zone in Drayton Harbour area of Whatcom County. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Mr. Donovan moves to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Frazee seconds. Discussion. Mr. Donovan.
So this one in our packet is got a September 24 introduction date, and at our last meeting, we had a discussion about adding some language to there in terms of treaty rights.
It looks like, we were just discussing that a little bit ago, the incorrect version went in the packet. Let me pull it up. The correct version that should have gone in the packet had a be it finally ordained that tribal members exercising treaty rights to hunt on traditional hunting grounds that are open and unclaimed are not subject to this ordinance.
But procedurally, what do we do?
I don't see a problem with you proceeding, because whether you have that language in there or not, it's the law.
It's the law.
So I'd like to make a motion to hold, and I'd like to make a motion to hold, and you're seconding. And I'll explain my motion is that I had requested discussions with both the Lummi tribe and also with the Chief of Police of Blaine about a proposal that I made for a change in the boundaries, and I haven't had feedback from that. And I would like that discussion to occur before we proceed any further. And my proposal was to change the no shooting zone to 1,000 feet from the shoreline and to leave the area in the middle open. Mr. Byrd.
Okay.
I'd like
I want to be
see
able to
it,
vote on it, and I won't be able to.
And then when it comes back, could you bring a map or something? so
I
there's
actually
some
produced a map
context?
when I sent it out. So if we hold this now and we deal with it next year, I will produce a map. But I'd like to get feedback from the parties concerned.
So you really are supporting that kind of a,
Well, I think it meets both. I think it's a way of,
no,
meeting both objectives. It provides a safety buffer for people and it still allows for.
and
for
I'm
the hunting.
supporting it if you stick to that and don't
And the other
don't
reason
change your
that I
mind.
proposed it is my understanding is that the Lummi tribal hunting rules are that they will not shoot within 1,000 feet. Under their own rules, they will not shoot within 1,000 feet of a dwelling. And so it seemed to align everything. So
That would align,
So
yeah.
it wouldn't, if I understood what I was told correctly, it would mean that the tribal rules would align with the county rules, so there wouldn't be any targeting of tribal members as having different rights and being hunting in different areas to non-tribal members. So that was why I proposed it. Ms. Frazee?
I think that's why Blaine brought it to us, because the lines are so, they can't figure out where the lines are and they can't patrol it. And also, I went out there 2 weeks ago after our last meeting and walked all the way around Drayton Harbor and drove around. And the construction there's so much construction and it's growing so fast that I feel like there's going to be a problem with safety.
Not if you do that.
So, and that's the other reason for the 1,000 foot was if it's 1,000 foot around the entire perimeter, it's easy to know when you're in the boundary and when you're outside the boundary. And the maximum range of a shotgun is quite significantly less than 1,000 feet.
150 feet.
Depends on the firearm and how you shoot it. But yeah.
Exactly.
So that, Ms. Frazee.
But with the map, there's already a no shooting zone in Blaine, correct? And that the problem was people don't know when they're in Blaine's no shooting zone and when they're in the county. And
part of the reason I gave it to the Chief of Police of Blaine is because if it does prove to be something that is deemed to be a reasonable compromise, then maybe the City of Blaine can contract their no shooting zone in that area so it still stays to 1,000 feet in the city limits and outside the city limits. Then it would be very easy to police. But that was my proposal. And I'm just asking that we hold it in time to have some feedback on that proposal. And maybe people don't like it, And that's certainly the prerogative, but that was the proposal I made. So further discussion on the motion to hold, Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, we have an ordinance from the city. We have had the police chief here. We have the city attorney here. We've had the mayor signing this ordinance. And I mean, nobody's requested anything like that. So I guess we could say we could wait. I think we're going to wait and we're just going to go through all this over again and end up in the same place. But I'm not inclined to wait, but I could be persuaded.
So I'll respond first, and then I'll give Mr. Schroeder, and then Ms. Brenner. So, no, we haven't had the request, but I did talk to all the parties that had brought, not all the parties, but I had talked to a number of the parties, including the tribes, including the chief of police, including the person who promoted this idea, promoted the no shooting zone originally, and I was trying to thread the needle to basically make everybody as happy as we could. I'm simply asking for time to remind them to get back to me on the proposal I gave, so we can have that discussion. Mr. Schroeder.
Tyler Schroeder, just if council wishes, Michael Jones is still here from the city of Blaine to give some background or some thoughts on this proposal, if council would like him to.
Sure. Sure. And then.
Well, I just want to say before that happens, that we also have people here who are professionals, and if he gets a right to make more statements, they should get a right too. He is a proponent of something. He's not a neutral, and I didn't agree with some of his comments, but that's fine. But I still think that there should be a both-sided thing on this. He represents one side, and there are people who are head of their organizations that represent the other side. And I don't see this as being a fair way to do this.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I'm not going to allow any more further comment tonight, unless I'm overridden by the rest of the council.
I would like to hear from him.
But then you'll
Not
have to make a
from
motion
both.
because.
I'd like to make a motion to hear from the attorney.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Here.
All in favour of that, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. So I think that fails. No disrespect, but it's 1:45 in the morning. Yeah. We voted not to discuss it now, right? So with that, let's go back to the main, so my motion to hold, further discussion of my motion to hold.
Okay.
All, Mr. Sidhu.
Yeah, I think that's, it's a holiday time, everybody's busy. In January, it'll be all calmed down and getting some more information. This is not something that we need to do right now, but if we can align it with the rules from the LUMI, that could be a good thing. I don't know more details, but I think we can wait till January.
Okay. So any further discussion on the motion to hold? Mr. Donovan.
So your proposal would be a band of 1,000 feet along the shoreline would be the no shooting zone.
Around the whole of the Drayton Harbour, so everybody knows exactly where it's going to be because it's consistent with the whole area.
But it would be no farther than 1,000 feet from the shoreline.
Correct.
No closer.
No closer to the shoreline and no further out, right?
Yeah.
Or however this goes, I have one more point.
Donovan.
The ordinance doesn't say when it would take effect, the present ordinance. So that's, the ordinance doesn't say when it would take effect. And is there just a default date if we don't specify it?
Yes,
Okay. When would that be?
10 days after the executive signs.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion to hold. Ms. Frazey.
I was just going to say about the 1,000 feet, I'm trying to picture it. I guess I need a map because it seemed like there were areas that there would be no shooting and then.
I drew it up on Google Earth and I will provide everybody with a copy tomorrow.
I think it will work.
Schroeder.
I'm sorry, I know it's late. Just for my clarification, so Councilmember Brown, is your proposal to do the 1,000 feet in the city of Blaine's jurisdiction?
That's what I asked.
No, they can do it.
I proposed, and this is where I wanted feedback from the city of Blaine as well, is I proposed 1,000 feet around the shore in the entire part of Drayton Harbour.
Because it's clear that, well, it's fairly clear to me that the county doesn't have jurisdiction in those areas. So
I
it would
understand that.
have to be a request, which is, I think, why
Yeah.
the city manager wanted to speak a little bit more. But I'll let council take an action how they so wish.
I acknowledge that the county council has no jurisdiction over the city of Blaine's boundaries. Mr. Donovan.
I'm trying to visualize this. So the current no shooting zone in the city's jurisdiction over the water extends there. So we would.
Yeah.
It's in your packet. It's in exhibit. Well, I don't know if it's in your packet. I apologize. It's on Legistar. I can never quite figure out what's in Legistar and what's in your packet these days.
Everything's in Legistar.
But in Legistar, it shows the map is here.
We can get your laptop, unless it's a gift. I'll pull it up.
Okay, further discussion on the motion to hold. Seeing none, all in favour?
Oh, yeah, one more thing.
Ms. Brenner.
I think it's a great idea if you follow through with it. And that'll tell me for sure if the people in opposition are really concerned about safety or they don't like the noise. That makes that to me would, I can't, the guns they use for that kind of shooting, I mean, they hardly go anywhere. I mean, I'm amazed they can get the birds because I couldn't do it. Anyway, they have very little, whatever it is. So, yeah.
Further discussion on the motion to hold, Mr. Donovan.
Held until the next meeting?
Yes.
Trajectory, is that the word I want? Maybe.
Sounds good.
Huh?
Sounds good.
Further discussion on the motion to hold. Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-2 with Donovan and Frazey opposed. Okay.
Well, if you guys opposed it, I know I made the right decision. True.
All right, and for the record, I will ask the county clerk, when I send a copy of the proposed boundaries, I'll ask that it be published on the website. My proposed boundaries, I'll ask that it be published on the website. Okay. Okay, next item up is AB 2019-634, resolution respectfully requesting that the Whatcom County Prosecutor ask the Washington State Attorney General for an update on opinion docket 10-04-03. Do I have a motion to approve?
Wait a minute. Wait, I'm on this thing. Where's the one you're doing? Oh, green.
Here you go.
My green.
Okay.
I left it in my-
Mr. Donovan moves to approval. I second
Wait,
discussion.
what are we doing?
This one.
There's a council sitting.
For an update on, okay, no, that's fine. We just got that.
Green version here, okay. Mr. Donovan has moved approval. I have seconded discussion. Ms. Frazey.
I just want to say, so we haven't gotten any word back even from February? We haven't heard anything?
I received an email back on a inquiry I made, which I'll read to you. And I made this inquiry personally. Thank you for your message. It has occurred to me that with Rep. Morris's resignation, this opinion request becomes more time sensitive. Unfortunately, I've learned never to predict when an opinion will be completed and can offer no assurance that this one will be complete within the time frame of this appointment. I realise that this is not the answer you're hoping for, but I could not honestly make a promise that it would be possible to complete within this time frame. Now, I also received communications from the head of WASAC, and they have recommended that all three jurisdictions, including, and WASAC included, is all going to ping the Attorney General's office and say, you need to come up with a decision. I mean, it's been going on since 1965.
Oh, wait.
So,
Yeah, I remember this now.
does that answer your question?
Yes,
Yeah.
I was going to
Yeah.
ask, could we move people forward anyway, this time, since we've already,
I don't understand the question.
no, so could we, so it's about allowing, I hope this is the right thing I'm talking about, county council members to apply? Is this what we're talking about?
They cannot currently apply.
They can't?
No.
Okay.
Not if you accept, not if the state party follows the Attorney General's opinion, which, by the way, is not law. There is no law, and that's the most frustrating part about this. There is no law. It's just an opinion that dates back to 1965, based on common law, which has its roots in British law, not the Constitution. So,
Gave them since February, so we could
Yes.
interpret this differently.
we made the request in February for them to review the opinion in light of two recent state Supreme Court rulings that say the only thing that governs who is eligible is the state constitution, not common law, right? And they have not responded. And they've basically said, we'll get around to it when we get around to it.
And if we put this forward, they will, if a council puts it forward, they will look at it then?
Well, I think if
More
the council,
likely, more likely?
if the council puts this forward, it basically says to them, we want you to treat this as higher priority than what you are. We can't force them, of course, but we can express the opinion that we do think this needs to be resolved one way or the other, you know, in a timely fashion and not just let it keep dragging on forever. So, and my understanding is our counterparts, I think Ms. Frakes, you said that the counterparts in Skagit and San Juan County are doing the same thing, and WASAC is doing the same thing, as far as I know. So, Ms. Brenner.
Okay, I have a real problem with this. I don't remember anybody saying it was illegal for a sitting county council member or somebody else to run for an open seat. I have a problem because when you're elected to a job, you're supposed to do it. The people trust you to do it. I think it's so unethical, although it may be legal, for people to jump, you know, from one position to another when it comes up. And people do that all the time, so obviously it's legal. But I think it's disgusting. If you give your word to do what you're elected to do, I just think it's terrible when people decide middle of their term or whatever that they're going to do something else, a higher calling. Well, I don't think there's anything higher in your calling than giving your word to the public. And when you do something like this, that's not, because your word is you're going to do that term. So I don't like this, and I know, I think it's really, sorry. I won't go any further.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
So that's 5 in favour, and with Brenner and Byrd
Hey,
opposed.
keep the political thing going. People expect it. They don't like it, but they
Next
expect
item
it.
up is executive appointments to boards, commissions and committees, and number AB 2019-624, request confirmation of the county executive's appointment of John Maybury and Kendall Whitney to the Whatcom County Food System Committee.
Move confirmation.
Okay.
Mr.
Second.
Buchanan moves confirmation. Mr. Donovan, you second?
approve.
Ms. Brenner seconds.
Confirmation.
Discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 7-0. Mr. Donovan.
We have a motion from executive session this afternoon. I move to authorize the county executive acting on behalf of the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District Board of Supervisors to exercise option agreements and move forward with and complete acquisition of the property as discussed in executive session yesterday.
Second.
Second, Mr. Donovan moves approval, Ms. Frazey seconds. Any discussion before I fall asleep?
Of what?
Any discussion?
Property purchase.
On which one?
One from executive session.
Oh, no, gimme. Oh, yeah, fine.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0. We also discussed,
While we're at it, I got a motion from executive session, too.
oh, perfect, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Also today, or yesterday, in an executive session, we had a motion that I would move to authorize the county executive to enter into a collective bargaining agreement between Whatcom County and the Whatcom County Deputy Sheriff's Guild, effective January 1, 2020 through December 31, 2021, following ratification of the agreement by the Whatcom County Deputy Sheriff's Guild. That's the motion.
That's your motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Donovan seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0. Next item up is introduction items.
Move approval.
Ms. Brenner moves approval. Do I have a
Second.
second? Mr. Buchanan seconds. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Council member updates, Mr. Buchanan. Oh, sorry, any other business? No other business? Mr. Byrd?
Yeah. Aren't you?
This is other business. Do you have any
Well,
other?
you didn't mention anything from my committee.
Oh, sorry, committee, it's not on my script and I'm getting exhausted, so.
Well, we had another delightful discussion on garbage at Point Roberts and concerns. And at this time, I wouldn't mind if you made your apology. Seriously, you implied you represented the council with your comments. They didn't. You were also very demeaning of not only acting like, or, you know, making that comment, and she retires right after, and I'm the only one, and she retires right after, which is very rude. But also, just, what does that matter anyway? Why should that matter? You didn't tell them I had 28 years of experience. And I just feel like what you did, you claimed it was as the current chair of the county council. We've had this discussion that you're not supposed to represent yourself as chair without getting an okay from the council. And you didn't. So, and people believe when you represent yourself as chair of the council that you are representing the county council. You are only representing yourself in that email. And it made the difference as to whether the UTC people were going to discuss it further because of your letter.
Ms. Brenner, I provided the email in question to the entire council. If the council wishes to review it and then sanction me for acting, misrepresenting something, then that's their will. But I do fundamentally disagree with your characterization of what I said.
Well, I fundamentally disagree with what you implied about me, that I'm not relevant because it's my last meeting. And and you did. If anybody, I want to see if anybody in this council can say with a straight face that he didn't imply he was representing the council as chair of the Whatcom County Council. Tell me if you don't agree that what he said in his very first statement as the current chair of the Whatcom County Council, if you've all read it now, I mean, you must have given it to him today, which I also think is kind of interesting because what you sent to the UTC guy was different than what you sent to Mark Robbins. You didn't have that part about this one person, and she will be retiring right after that. You didn't have any kind of stuff like that. You left that out. So I think you owe the council an apology. And I don't know that the council will say that to you, but I'm saying it to you. And I would think, just out of respect for the council, you would apologize because you did imply it. And I'm not going to wait for the council to sanction you. I don't want you even sanctioned. I just want you to make an apology.
Anything else from Public Works, Ms. Brenner?
What?
Anything else from Public Works?
Yeah, I'd like to move that we initiate a review of the charges for the Point Roberts solid waste.
Second.
That's my motion.
Didn't we already?
We're in other, well,
It's a motion, I just made it.
correct. You are technically correct. There's a motion on the floor from Ms. Brenner would you just restate the motion, please?
That we initiate a review of the charges of, at the Point Roberts solid waste facility.
Motion, you got the motion, Madam Clerk? Mr. Byrd has seconded the motion. Is any discussion? Seeing none, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. So,
Abstain.
okay, so that's,
The very first time you've had every, a governmental body up there agree to something, to review. Not necessarily what you're going to find, but to review it.
Open to that, but just, it's one in
The
the morning.
voters, the taxpayers, and the committee we set up.
Ms. Brenner, you're interfering with the process now. So I need to count the votes. So you said you abstained, you two were in favour, and the four of us were opposed. So that fails 4-2 to 1, with Brenner and Byrd opposed and Sidhu abstaining. Do you have any other business from public?
Yeah, you're all talk about recycling. When you see, not only does it make no sense with how that program is being worked up there, but also they had proof that showed that their recycling rates are down. That's got to tell you something. But their garbage rates are up. That's good.
All right, finance, Mr.
There's also a
Sidhu.
report from-
Anything else from finance?
John had a report.
Finance?
Before the finance, I wanted to bring up another item that in the last meeting on December 3rd, I think Mr. Frank Imhoff made a remark which was totally inappropriate and out of order when he mentioned to the chair that, oh, you are from Australia, you can't tell us how to run our country, or something to that effect. I don't know the exact wording. I think that was not proper, and that is, I just wanted to bring, I would like to see that Mr. Imhoff should apologize to the whole council for making that kind of remark. It's totally inappropriate to say, to single out somebody that, oh, you just being a new first-generation immigrant, you don't have a right to express your opinion. I think that was very inappropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Sidhu. I would just add that I must admit it's not the first time it's happened to me. As an immigrant, and it won't be the last.
In private things, it does happen, but this is a official governance body of our county and part of our government, and making that kind of remark, people are welcome to express their personal opinions, but I think that, to me, it was not proper.
No disagreement for me, Mr. Sidhu. Ms. Brenner.
I must have missed it. I didn't hear him say it.
Oh, yeah, he said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look it up, but I didn't hear him say
Yeah,
it.
no, he said that, and
I think I would have remembered, but
What he
maybe
said
not.
was, you shouldn't come
yeah, whatever, okay, I haven't listened to the tape, but whatever he said was.
That's making it worse.
Whatever he said was, that's
see
even
him
worse.
saying that.
What he's saying, that's even worse. But I think that's totally inappropriate for anybody to come and say to the member of the, should not say to anybody, for that matter.
Ms. Brenner.
I just have to say this. You want to sanction or get an apology for a private individual who may have said something offensive, but you don't want to get an apology from somebody representing the council on a statement that you hadn't even seen.
Yeah, I haven't seen that, yeah.
Okay, well,
No, Mr. Schroeder, you
Mr.
need to
Schroeder
stay
is
to
on.
the
he
bitter
hadn't
end.
seen it, and you're.
Gotta stay, you gotta
He's
stay.
representing you in what he said, and he's the chair.
I'm feeling no mercy tonight.
Well, I should have expected it on my last night. I didn't expect you guys to give me anything on my way out the door.
Anything else, Mrs. Sidhu,
No,
anything from finance? No, okay. Public safety, Mr. Buchanan, anything else?
No, we covered everything we did.
All right.
Yeah.
Council member updates, Mr. Buchanan.
Just very briefly, went to Oklahoma, did a conference on mental health and incarceration. The sheriff was one of the hosts, very progressive sheriff for Tulsa, Oklahoma. Got a tour of their mental health pods in the jail, got to look at their crisis stabilization facility, and a kind of a diversion to work program. So it was a very good conference. I will fill you all in later with more details.
Ms. Frazey.
I was just going to say, over the holiday, the warming shelters opened up, and Beck and the volunteers really appreciate them stepping forward during the holiday and having those shelters open. And also, I'm going to tell Barbara, I miss her. I'll miss her.
Mr. Donovan.
We got a few minutes?
Sorry?
I could go on for a while. It was a joke.
Open up a few things.
I just wanted to say this. A lot has been said about Councilmember Brenner, and I will miss you even after a meeting like this. No, because there's a few moments tonight where I'm like, man, I'm not going to miss her. but then I caught myself. So it's not going to be the same. When I first started on council, I was sitting over there next to you, and you'd get me in trouble for talking on the side with you. So I'll miss that too. And I will miss our executive who's departing, but not you, Satpal, because you'll just be.
God, you guys are so full of it.
I have nothing else. Oh, Mr. Sidhu, I have nothing. Mr. Sidhu, I'll come with you. And
Yeah,
I'll let
I
Ms.
just
Brenner
want to
finish
say,
up.
Barbara, wish you a happy retirement, and of course, I would expect once in a while you should come to the council. And
No, thank you.
Mr. Byrd.
You don't want to, like, fill in when one of us can't make it?
No, thank you.
Should appoint you to the legislature.
This is a request. I have a request of all of you. I know you can get mad at me. I know you can get frustrated with me, but I'm going to ask that you don't take it out. I feel like that happens tonight. I tell them that I appreciate their testimony. There's a lot of times, well, quite frankly, in the 2 years I've been here, every time it's been asked that something gets moved forward so that the community doesn't have to wait, we've always moved it forward. Tonight, these people had to stay till past midnight, the last thing on the agenda.
Oh, right.
I don't think that was fair to them, especially to wait that entire time when you had a proposal.
Yeah.
To just hold it. And now they're going to have to come back again. So, be mad at me, don't take it out.
Did you bring it up?
I did it, and there was a heat of the moment, and I got shot down, but.
And Mr. Byrd, just procedurally, that my challenge is not that you may want to talk about something, and that my challenge is you don't seek permission from the council first. And that's the correct procedural thing, to ask the council if you can change the order and then get the approval of the council. And if that had been the case, of course I would have allowed it as chair, because I have to.
That's what I was asking after the statement. But it was, go back and watch, but I understand what you're saying.
Sequence is to be recognised, make your motion, get a second, get the vote. And that's, and by the way, you won't have me dealing with it next year because I've turned out on as chair.
I think that's fair, but I will also say this, is I got elected to this job just like all of you do. For me to do this job, I'm going to ask questions, and I'm going to inform myself, and I'm going to know what I'm voting on. And you can't take that away from me, so I will ask, but at no point in time If you tell me no, that I can't ask questions, I'm going to do it. And if you don't like it, then you can have me recalled. I have a job to do here, and part of that job is asking people to inform me. I'm not willing just to say, if you don't like the amount of time that it goes to, then we can bump some of the issues the next time instead of having so many on here. Or we can move the times up, but I will ask questions, period.
And I also, if I may, so I've found it challenging and enjoyable for the last 2 years to be council chair. Honoured by all of you for allowing me to serve in that position. The challenge, I will say, for anybody doing this job is trying to manage, and there has to be a process to do that. So whoever is council chair next year is going to have to go through that. I would just ask everybody to support that person. Difficult to maintain the order and the sequence to get.
We used to have a different way of scheduling, and we got a lot of criticism from people who would wait till very, very late to be able to talk. And I think there has to be kind of a medium where you guys could get it changed when you need to. When you've got really contentious, not that they aren't all, but when you've got really contentious issues, to maybe put them after open session or some of the other, some of the other things. Of course, you never know how long anything's going to go, but this way of doing things doesn't seem to work any better than the other way, as far as I'm concerned, so I don't know.
Else? Seeing none, we are adjourned, and happy holidays.